match day, and it's the big day. Do the Springboks come back from their loss against the Wallabies at Ellis Park, that shock loss that shocked us all? Or is it the Wallabies who takes another step? Of course, there was an interesting stat that if the Boks lose by 16 again, like they did last weekend, they will drop to number 6 in the world, and the Wallabies will be up to number 3. That would be some remarkable feat if the Wallabies do beat the Springboks twice in a row in South Africa. Hasn't happened before, and they haven't won in Cape Town since 1992. But last week, nobody expected them to win. Anyway, this is our thought I'd put together a bit of a package of everything that happened this week, so you can get the build up the gear. So yeah, here we go. It's a countdown to the game, and I hope you enjoy every single moment of it. Looking forward to this game and what the Springboks can bring. So let's start off with what happened last week, the aftermath of the game last week, which was the loss. We start off with the post-match press conferences of Rassie and Joe Schmidt, and then the two players who spoke afterwards, Rassie and Jesse, and we'll go on from there. But that's just to recap what happened last Saturday, and I'll be back with you now.
Gentlemen, please remain standing for the singing of the South African national anthem, which will be sung by all of you.
Yeah, almost as bad as our game. Almost as bad as our game. No worries.
Okay, good evening guys. Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus, captain Sian Kolisi. We'll start off with English, then we're going to go to Afrikaans and Xhosa. So please just bear in mind also first 7 minutes open to vloggers, after that cameras off. Right, Mike?
Rassie 22-0 up in 38 points. Your thoughts as to what happened?
Yeah, I must be honest now, that's probably one of the most embarrassing press conferences I've done in a while. And not because we were awful, but they were really good. And I don't want to put the old cliche out there, credit to them. You know, they were good, but we made them better with our performance. You know, to be 20-0 up, we did the same against Italy. You know, 27-3 up, and then we let teams back in. we can find excuses there, but at the end of the day, they gutsed it out. They had a few injuries when Skelton and Peach went off, and we had 1 or 2 injuries, but yes, we gave them 1 or 2 soft tries with an intercept here, and we were almost scoring, and then they scored from a pass from Andre. So, but overall, they were just better than us on the day in most departments. We didn't scrum them. They beat us in the lineouts. For the first 25 minutes, I thought we were really good at the breakdown. But after that, when Sia got injured and Marco had to go for HIA, they bullied us at the breakdown. Yeah, so I can just sit there and say, listen, they beat us in most departments. And yeah, we as coaches got it terribly wrong. And we have to look first at ourselves before we point fingers at the players. And we know from now till next Saturday, we're going to take a lot of flack. But when we take the credit when we're doing well, and then I must take the flack when we're doing badly, and I'm not saying it with a smile because I'm happy. I'm saying it with a smile because that's the reality of rugby, and we're very disappointed, and we are feeling bad for our supporters, and we're feeling bad for our players, and overall for what we produced today in the field. We are very disappointed.
Rassie, you said few players might pitch next week. Could we perhaps see a few changes for next week's game?
We actually already picked next week's team, but we've always said, if we lose momentum, we might play well. And we did both. We lost momentum and we played badly, So the players actually know who's the team who's going to play next week. But we had a chat now in the change room, and that team will probably change a little bit because, we want to get the Ethan Hookers in, we want to get a Kane in the start, we want to get a Krappies and so on to start. But we'll have to rethink it. I don't think they tactically just outsmarted us. I think they also physically dominated us, and not the worrying thing, but the interesting thing is the longer the game went on, they're supposed to struggle at altitude, but it just shows what Joe is building there, and we were always nervous about that. That he's getting a bunch of guys to really believe in each other. And they got stronger as the game went on, and then we made a few errors. So yes, next week's team internally was announced, but we'll review tonight. Won't go to bed really early. The saddest thing is 5 points for them. We didn't even fight back to take the bonus point away. So currently we're on 0 points, they're on 5. We'll see what happened between New Zealand and Argentina. So listen, man, I can butter this up to sound cool and respectful, but we did just really dog shit on the day.
Rassie, just after, even though they scored early, you guys did look in control. Would you say that maybe overplayed your hand in some of those attacks?
Yeah, look. Grant had so many breaks where he just almost got away, and Mane had so many breaks where he almost got away. The same with Edwell, and that changes games. But then you also have to realize somewhere in the game we're quite not getting it. So then you must don't. Well, I'm not saying that this is the answer, but I think their kick to ruck ratio was. I think we only kicked 9 kicks in the second half, where their kick to ruck ratio was really turning us around. And I guess the players on the day felt, look, we're 22-0 up, and there's lots of space. Let's take a chance, and that's coaching. That's us, telling the guys, let's still build the innings. 22-0 is not winning a game. It's actually losing a game at the end by almost 20 points. So there's a lot. I want to say learnings because I know you guys get frustrated when you say learnings, but it was a bad loss in a bad way. Not against a bad team, but and we didn't have fight right till the end, and that's not what we want to give South Africa. There was a stage where I felt our heads were dropping and our shoulders were slumping, and that was part of the disappointment. But we had a quick chat now there, and everybody's very disappointed, and that won't change anything in how you guys see the game and how the supporters will feel. But tactically, yes, we totally overplayed. Every single time we thought something was on, and then intercept pass or knock on. So yeah, 100% right.
Rassie, you've spoken about it, but it feels like there's a bit of a trend creeping in. This is not just a one-off. You mentioned the performances, and does that concern you? That
It
you're
does.
not getting that right?
It does. It does. Damien and Cheslin would have been picked, but they were injured, and they're only ready next week. So having Edwell in with Andre there, it's not like they haven't played together. And Jesse is a seasoned campaigner. I think Rassie and Damien is struggling a little bit with confidence. Just making the right decisions. But that's not to say they're bad rugby players. They must just find their feet. It is concerning. 22-0 up. You might even lose a test match, but not by 20 points. So it's very concerning, and it's something we have to fix. We lost a few lineouts with sometimes just bad throws, sometimes timing, sometimes the wrong call, and we had 3 weeks to prepare for the game. So I can sit here and give excuses, but I must point the finger straight at me, because I really thought we were well prepared for this game, and the effort maybe showed it, but the accuracy and the precision was not there.
Coach, I hear everyone is calling you Rassie, your first name. I respect you, sir. I just wanted to ask, you said just right before you made your statement, you said that you as coaches are taking the blame. So does this really mean that you're trying to say that not only the players might be to blame in terms of if a certain player, certain structures of your game plan doesn't work out, which means you guys are also sort of in the chopping block? Because if you say now that you guys are to blame, so you played a side which is going to be hosting the 2027 World Cup. Is there future outside the bomb squad when you say that you guys may have failed in terms of executing your plans, or is it just about the players?
No, we didn't have a bomb squad today. We played 5-3 split like them, so there wasn't a bomb squad. No, 100%. When a team loses by that, the coaches must be on the chopping block, and the coaches must be under pressure. I mean, it's not the first time that has happened in our careers, and I don't care if the headlines tomorrow say that. I'm pretty sure that's why you record that and want to hear that. We've been in similar situations where we've lost with big margins against Australia, and then we had to go and beat New Zealand. We terribly want to win the Rugby Championship. I don't think it's over and done and dusted. I think a lot of things can still happen. But no, 100%. I mean, a player doesn't go and play there just by his own devices and just do what he wants to do. We kind of guide them and pick the team selection, and then when the result doesn't go your way, maybe combinations was wrong, maybe plans was wrong, and maybe the halftime talk was terrible. When you're 22, I think it was 7 then, and they scored in 4 minutes 3 tries, and then in 6 minutes another 3 tries. So, and I'm not smiling while I'm saying that. It's more embarrassed smile, if I can call it that way.
Vlog is off, and then Ross and Vata.
Thanks all.
Joe, I know it's not about you personally, but I mean, such a remarkable win. Where does it rank for you in the team? Just beating the Springboks at Ellis Park like that.
Yeah, it's got to rank really highly. I haven't spoken to the team that much. For me personally, last time I came here, I think we had a 26-10 lead at one stage and got absolutely swamped in the last quarter. So to come back as we did after being 22-0 down, and gee, the Springbok, when they get their game going, they are very, very hard to stop. And we probably got a little bit lucky. Even when Andre went down the left-hand touch a couple of times, one of the times just a loose ball, and Tom Wright went 70 metres and scored at the other end. So we're realistic about how we had to hang in there, but I'm really proud of the way we did hang in there. And part of that was Fraser getting over ball, and part of it was just the determination to defend our line once we got into the game.
Sorry. Can I go? I mean, that starts. I mean, teams generally don't come back, but you showed this in the Lion series as well. I guess the first half of the first test was your worst half, and then the rest of the series, you probably say you guys are the better team. It felt like a microcosm of the Lion series in this game. This team's got a lot of resilience. What's that come from?
Yeah, I think they're actually quite a tight group. They get on very well together, and spending the week over here in Joburg, we've been really looked after superbly by St. Stithians. They've been superb, so training there and just giving the players the chance to gel together, and I thought that real collective resilience was evident today, and we're going to need it going forward. I certainly know that.
Thanks, man. Joe, can you just give us an injury update from all the injuries from today's game, and will you be making an SOS call back to Australia?
Yeah, possibly. Dylan Peach, his jaw came off second best to see his shoulder, and he looks like he's either badly bruised it or potentially fractured it. So Peachy, we will find out. He's got scans either this evening or tomorrow morning. Harry Wilson is a little bit more promising. He just hurt that knee a little bit awkwardly when he got that second try. So he will hopefully be okay for next week. And if we do look for an SOS, then it'll probably be for a back three player if Dylan Peach isn't 100%.
Joe, congrats on a fantastic win. That was certainly remarkable. Your team's discipline, especially in that second half, was exceptional. I think only 4 penalties in the entire game, only 1 in the second half, and 13 box 22 entries in that the whole game. The breakdown was the key to your guys' success, and especially Fraser. Maybe just chat a bit about the breakdown, how you guys targeted the net.
Yeah, I think it maybe started at line out. We managed to steal 1 or 2 and then upset 1 or 2. So when those entries came, we managed to get it at source a couple of times, and then to be honest, as well as Fraser did and the other players did, we were probably a little bit lucky because Peter Steff at one stage just went to pick and go, and he just knocked it on, and there was a couple of errors, uncharacteristic errors from the Springbok, where I think next week if they pick and go there, and he's such a powerful athletic man that he will be a handful. So it was probably a mix of us and a little bit of inaccuracy from the Springbok, because when they were accurate, you saw that first 20 minutes. I just saw wave after wave, and even that very first try was impressive.
Fraser, just talk us through Swahili's. I saw him today. I know beforehand I heard about his routine, warm-up routine, but can you just talk us through how he goes about his routine?
Yeah, Sue's a very professional guy. He likes to wake up early, do a stretching, get mentally right, and thought he was outstanding tonight. He brought some big collisions, some big moments. He was outstanding.
Fraser, I'm curious what was being said in the huddle at 22-0 down, and this wave that was coming, and you clearly didn't lose belief because of what we saw later, but how do you not lose belief in that moment? What were you guys saying to each other under the bubble?
I think it was just about stepping into contact. Like Joe said, the Boks were outstanding when they had a bit of a flow. We were lucky in that last 20 seconds in that first half to get that ball back, so it went 22-5. Then we came into sheds, got a great message from Joe and from Laurie, and it was just honestly about stepping up and getting into that contact and winning the collisions. And I think the group responded really well, and I thought Harry Wilson was outstanding. He, in the first 2 minutes, took the game on as captain and led from the front.
Hi Fraser, I wonder if you could just talk to me through, I wonder if you guys felt throughout that you've been written off in the week leading up to this match, and how you guys kept your confidence in beating a world champion team at a venue where you guys also have history against you.
Yeah, it was pretty special, but to be 22-5 at half time with some dominant contacts gone against us, yeah, it was a bit tricky out there. Responded really well to our leaders, bringing us in together, and we just backed our game plan. We came in at half time, had a great game plan, and we're able to produce some great footy in that second half. And I think Joe's been big on fundamentals and not dying on our feet. We want to go out there and we want to play an attacking style of football, and that's what we did right up until the 80th minute. Rabs putting in that kick to get a 50-22 just shows sort of his outstanding rugby IQ, and I thought it was a great game from everyone.
Just here.
Congratulations guys on a really special win. Joe, there's always a lot of talk about altitude there in this park, but it's undeniable that you guys finished a lot stronger in that game. Do you feel that the Wallabies managed the game a bit better? Do you feel like maybe the Springboks, that unbelievable first 20 maybe shot their belt a bit?
Yeah, it's funny. I've coached enough teams because I'm really old, and I've had teams who get I wouldn't say it was a soft start, but they got a very, very rapid start, and it can sometimes just cause a bit of a lapse in effort and concentration. And I think they just gave us a little bit of belief. I think we won the second quarter 5-0, and so we had a little win there, and that gives a little bit of confidence. And again, I thought our bench did really well. Coming off, young Zane Nongor, he's just a kid. Angus Bell was very physical. Again, Jeremy Williams did well, and he'd done a super job coming on in the third test against the British and Irish Lions as well. Tate McDermott, he came on as a winger, he came off, he went back on as a halfback and did a super job. And so did Andrew Callaway. He's got a really good rugby IQ as well, Kells, and so, yeah, I thought that management and that effort was, that they combined to keep us probably not always on the front foot. Like, the reality is, the Bok, they still got us a few times, particularly on reverse plays where they bring us to the middle of the field and sweep back, and we were only just hanging on. There was a couple of fantastic, desperate tackles where guys were diving just to get a foot or get a half a jersey. There's one where Max Jorgensen just gets a jersey. And so we're realistic about just how good they are, and sometimes you just get a little bit of luck.
Did changing the team twice disrupt the preparation in any way? Because on Thursday, before the team announcement, obviously there was an injury, and then team announcement, and then again on captain's run, and another change in the match day 23. Was there any disruptions whatsoever?
Yeah, a little bit. But Tane stepped in really well. It was his birthday today. He didn't get on, but when you're the last sub, that sometimes happens. You don't get to finish the game because if we put someone on and there's an injury, you just get yourself into trouble. So we were just trying to manage the back end of the game, and James O'Connor he just grew into the game. I thought he got a little bit rattled in that first 20 minutes just with the heat that the Bok brought, but as the longer the game went on, I felt he started to manage it really well. The rest of the bench was really effective as I described.
Joe, and this is just from a distance. We've been looking at Australian rugby, Wallaby rugby for the last few years from here, and a little concerned that maybe rugby's battling but the last two performances in particular. I mean, it can change that quickly. Do you think these two performances will change the perception of Wallaby rugby, not only globally but at home?
You've got to earn that every time you go out. I know with my experiences with Ireland, every time we went out, we had to be really competitive every time. And so, I still think we're building our depth and our strength and depth, and we're building our game shape and our commitment to what we need to deliver each time. But they're a great bunch of young men, and their effort, their ability to roll their sleeves up and earn it, I think, they deserve the support that we got in that third test at home, particularly. Hard to come this far around the globe and get the same level of support. I didn't see too much gold there, but hopefully from home in Australia, there was some really good support, and people were hanging on through to 1 a.m. or whatever it was in Australia to watch that performance.
Joe, congrats on the victory. We've seen in the past the Boks, when they're favourites, they don't perform at their best, but when they are underdogs, they tend to play way better than. So do you expect a backlash from them next week?
Yeah, absolutely, and I don't think it'd even be a backlash. Like, that game was probably closer than the score dictates, in that we scored a couple of tries when they looked very dangerous, and we got them on the break. Joseph Suali is a good example. They actually had numbers on the edge, and his intercept, and he got away. As I mentioned earlier, Andre up the left-hand touch, and then Tom Wright grabs it and ends up running 70 metres. So the reality for us is we know we were under pressure, and we know that pressure's coming. I've coached against the Bok with a few other international teams and come out second, so I know whether they're favourites or not, they're a heck of a team.
Anything further?
Just a quick question on the warm-up. It just looked really intense watching you warm up. I mean, obviously we don't see you every week, so is that the normal? It looked like there was a lot of contact in the warm-up. Was it different today?
No. Our warm-up is quite tight time-wise, but there is, we've got to make sure we're ready, and there's no team you need to be readier for than South Africa for the contact. And to be fair, for all our warm-up, it didn't translate into that first 20 minutes overly well. So, maybe we got to warm up a little bit harder or longer or something. But we always look at all those things, and we've got a really good leadership group who will kind of break things down and let us know how they felt going into the game, and then in that first quarter, and see if we need to just recalibrate a couple of things.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cheers.
How do you describe it to feel like this week?
Sorry?
How do you describe it to feel like this week?
We were our worst on enemies. I think the first half we played very well. We played like we planned to play, and the second half we're trying too much and trying too many different things. And it's like we were our worst on enemies.
Is this some kind of maybe a shock to the system, because you guys don't lose too many games, and when you lose like this, how is the system shocked?
I don't think it's much also because we didn't actually execute our plan, and I think that is the main problem, is that we didn't get our processes. Even when we were winning, we're still pretty hard on ourselves for the mere fact that we just couldn't tick our boxes. And this game, we ticked them in the first half, and the second half we absolutely went off script.
Does this second half in particular feel a lot like the Italy game in Loftus, where a lot went right in the first half, but the process in the second half just didn't come right?
Yeah, we just didn't stick to our game plan. We had a plan against Australia, and we just didn't stick to them to the plan. And I mean, same breakdown and something that we worked on, and we just didn't execute.
How do you bounce back from this game when you've got another test against Australia next week? Now, which every test is a must win, but this test now clearly needs to be won.
You start over. Sorry. You start over and you execute it better than you did this week. I mean, I don't think we played horribly, but we just made too many errors and we just didn't stick to a game plan. So I think actually trusting each other, trusting a game plan, and actually putting much more work into our preparations would help us a lot.
Just talk us through the homework that the Australian pack did, especially when it came to the set pieces.
Same, like we didn't have a lot of set pieces now, but we knew they were going to put a lot of pressure on the lineouts. Yeah. We knew they were going to come with tricks in the scrums. So that's what I'm saying. Like we had all the information. We just need to prep better and actually be much more ready for the game. So yeah, we just had to execute every single thing better. We had all the detail, and we just had to actually prepare better.
And this was, what does it mean to the overall tournament now? You guys feel maybe now every game is a must-win now?
Yeah, it's definitely a must-win. I mean, we wanna be in a good place to actually win the championship, we have to win every single game.
Do you feel on the wrong end of altitude in this particular game, or was just Australia was just better?
No, I feel we felt good. For me personally, I think conditioning is up there, but we just made too many errors. Like you look at their tries, an interception try, a guy, we kick, scraps, runs through a hole in the midfield. We kick on the far side, just picks up the ball and just runs. So it's just the mistakes that we just failed to execute properly and according to our system.
Also, I wasn't here earlier, maybe they've asked that before, but what was the chat at halftime? I mean, you guys were 22-5 up, you were leading 22-0. Surely you guys felt that you were in a good position.
Yeah, absolutely. The chat at halftime was stick to the plan, it's working. Stick to the plan, keep executing it, and we just went off script in the second half.
Kind of felt like the floodgates opened up a little bit. And I was wondering if there's a moment where you're like, uh-oh, or do you just keep fighting through and you don't?
The whole aim was to actually just fight through. That's what I'm saying. They scored easy tries really. Like it wasn't even from a good set piece or something. It was literally them just being more active and more ready to actually pounce on the loose ball. So yeah, but we just kept on trying, and we just had to nail it whenever all our chances that we got.
Okay, I'm going to ask you please, just for me, for my article on Monday. Obviously, how much motivation does this give you going, obviously, into next week to try and rectify things?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have to build confidence, and we want to win the championship. So next week is definitely a must-win, and we have to get as many points as we can get.
And then just for how much of a motivation is this? It was the toughest game of the season for you guys. How much motivation does this result give you, knowing now what's lying ahead with New Zealand, Argentina, some of the top teams?
Yeah, because for me personally, it just means more hard work, more preparation, be more ready, work even harder, do whatever you did last week, do more of it. Just add on, make sure that you're ready for everything that comes. Honestly, we've played against them, we know how it felt, and I think the only thing we can do is just execute every single thing better.
And then just for you guys as players, I mean, obviously, I know someone in the media conference asked, is this a wake-up call? Was it a wake-up call for you guys? Is this how you see it? Or was this now we know what we're in for the next couple of weeks?
I wouldn't say much of a wake-up call, because every single thing they did we expected, and we just weren't ready. There were just more people. They just seemed like they were more prepared than we were, and they passed off every single opportunity they got. We didn't use all the opportunities that we got. Everyone just started off going off plan and having their own single plans instead of just sticking to the plan that we had and executing it.
Happy?
Happy, yeah.
Lekker, dankie guys.
Afterwards, if we're recording. Thanks, mate. Thanks. Geez, what a night here at Ellis Park. The shock of shocks. 38 unanswered points. The Boks started like a house on fire. 38-22 though to the Wallabies. First win in 63 years at Ellis Park. And yeah, I think this probably, I think Gav, you wrote it in your match report, this is a result that's going to reverberate around the world.
I think it will, and I think there might be people actually who sort of overestimate what happened here today and maybe make too much of a big deal about it. To me, it was very obvious what happened today. The Springboks ran themselves out off their own feet. I've seen overseas teams do it here. You might remember the second game of the Alistair Coetzee tenure against Ireland here, where the Ireland dominated the game up until about the 50-minute mark, and then the second half the Boks started coming back, and then Ireland were just out on their feet. I've saw the Hurricanes play the Lions here in 2016 and actually dominate that game for a long period, playing very fast rugby. And the Boks did that today. What worries me about this game is that people are going to say, well, we need to sort of abandon this fast approach. We need to abandon Tony ball, as they call it. That's nonsense. We just need to get a balance. The Springboks need to get some balance to their game. They didn't have it today. There was no driving ball. I didn't see any. They seemed to stop kicking it at a certain stage. I mean, the Boks, I keep saying the Boks won the aerial battle in the early stages, and then suddenly they stopped kicking. It's very obvious what happened tonight. So in a way, from a South African viewpoint, I'm not that concerned, because I think it's going to be an interesting lesson for the Boks.
Look, I think it's a bit of a reality check, first of all, for the Boks, that they're not as good and things don't always go their way. I think one thing, though, I agree with you on the one thing. If you look at the stats, they dominated every single stat double.
Yes.
They had 13 entries into the 22. The fact that they only scored 3 tries tells you how good their finishing, how bad their finishing was, how good the Aussies were at the breakdown. And just in terms of the Aussies, they only conceded 4 penalties, 1 penalty in the second half. It's an amazing stat. It just shows you how disciplined they were.
Yeah.
But there are questions about the Boks defense. They should. I think any team that lets in 6 tries, especially on their home ground, especially at altitude, there's got to be some introspection. Rassie afterwards was quite clear. He said his words were, "We're dog shit tonight." It's quite an assessment. It was a bad night at the office for the Boks. I think what happened is, things went so well in those first 20.
That's it.
They scored 3 tries. They looked like they were going to score 50, and then they started getting way too loose and overdoing everything. And I said to you at one point in the press box, I said, it reminds me a bit of Harry Falloon's test against Argentina, where they just ran everything. There was no balance, and I agree with you there. We didn't see rolling balls, we didn't see pick and goes, we just saw every ball move to the side, and every time there was a turnover, Aussie seemed to make 70 metres downfield.
It almost turned into a one-on-one with Jesse Creel afterwards, because you guys were all at the Aussie press conference, and none of the journalists had come back. So he made some interesting points. I asked him some hard questions, and he basically took it on himself. In the end, he said, listen, I was the senior player. He said, when the Boks were ahead by 10 points, we had no business throwing the ball around and conceding a penalty try. I mean, an intercept try. An intercept try. That's when they should have been managing the game. I'm a great lover of Manie Buildup, as you know, and I'm not going to put blame this defeat on Manie, but you needed a Pollard or somebody actually in the last minutes, a flower half who would manage the game better. It was like we're trying to play touch rugby on the beach, okay. So after that intercept try, I don't really blame the Boks too much for the later transition tries they gave away, because then they were chasing the game, and that was a different story. But even then, they should maybe have sort of still employed the driving more. In many ways, this game was a reverse of, obviously not the All Blacks. The Springboks didn't score 6 second half tries against the All Blacks here last year, but it was a reversal of that game in a way. Remember, the All Blacks were all over us for much of that game. People forget that they dominated much of that game against the Springboks last year, and then they were out on their feet in the last 15 minutes. South Africa came back, and the All Blacks looked very leaden-footed towards the end of that game. Tonight, leaden-footed is a very apt description for the Boks. I mean, they're just falling off tackles. They just look tired. I mean, we were sitting together in the press box, and you can vouch for this. At some stage of the first half, I did call it to an extent. I said we must be careful we don't run ourselves off our feet. I said that's happened. I've seen it happen. Overseas teams have done it, and tonight South Africa did it to themselves.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've been all week in the press conferences. Jesse, Ox, a bunch of the players spoke about how many fitness sessions they did in these 3 weeks that they prepared for the game, and how it was like a pre-season. And Wilco Lowe said to me the other day at the Bulls press conference, he didn't mind missing the Bulls pre-season, but he had the pre-season here at the Boks. And you sort of wonder, I think I said to you in the press box as well, the Boks did that in 2015 where they lost against Argentina in Durban. They did a bunch of fitness before in preparation of the game, and then they looked flat-footed in Durban in that game. It seemed very similar here. They were out on their feet, and the Aussies, I mean, Joe Schmidt was very magnanimous afterwards. He said that they felt they were lucky in certain things, and they probably were, but I think there is some concern for the Boks in that this is not the first performance like this season. And maybe to a lesser extent the performance against Italy at Loftus, where they weren't impressive in that second half. They didn't have a bomb squad tonight, so you can't say it was the bomb squad. And the substitutes came on at varying intervals as well. But to me, there is a bit of a worry creeping in. I thought we might get a reality check sometime this year. I really just didn't think it would be at Ellis Park.
Yeah, look, I mean, it was. We were sitting there and we were sort of gobsmacked about what was happening. And I think I mentioned New Zealand against France in all back in the World Cup semi-final all those years ago. It was just, to me, it was just that the Boks played too fast in the beginning, and I felt that they were going to be shown up, and you are quite right. I remember Heineke Meyer telling me in the build-up to that test game in Durban in 2015. I remember him saying to me, he said, I don't think we're going to do well today because I've worked the guys really hard. But back then it was a couple of weeks before the World Cup, so that was the excuse. The Tri Nations also, it was a Rugby Championship already, because obviously playing against Argentina. So it was okay to sacrifice, to take risks, because the Rugby Championship wasn't the most important thing. The World Cup was the most important thing. But I don't know, Rassie. I think Rassie's cleverer than that. I mean, he would surely know that if they were pushed too hard, he would know that they've pushed too hard.
Yeah. I suppose there is a counter argument that maybe they were too confident in their own abilities, that they would be able to weather this. And given, if you look at those stats, if you just take away the scoreline, you look at those stats and you just look at that, you would think the Boks won this game by 30 points. But that's the thing. There were 17 turnovers, 6 tries, and about 4 of them came from turnovers.
Exactly. Well, I was talking to Mark Cahan just now, and I said to him that, to me, because I know a lot of people are going to come out and say, the Aussies are much better than we thought they were, and maybe the Lions, as a result of that, are much better than we thought they were. I think that the difference between the two teams was the halftime score. I still do. I think South Africa are a lot better than the Aussies, and I think we'll see it next week in Cape Town. But Springboks are always good for a response. And one nice thing now is that maybe the Springboks won't be going to Eden Park in 3 weeks' time as favourites, and there will be that back to the wall mentality that will come in. And I asked Jesse. I said, you guys have been in this situation before. I said, you didn't. You basically left the World Cup straight after that opening defeat to the All Blacks in Japan in 2019, but the Boks came back and they won their next 6 games, and there was a pressure test there. I said, maybe you need a pressure test, and he agreed with me. He said that is it. He said, like a sportsman does need that sort of thing. It's the challenge.
Yeah, I think going forward, Rassie did say afterwards that they had named the team internally for next week. He said that will change now. Obviously, this result will have to make that change because they don't have the luxury. They need to win next week, and that's understandable. The South African public will want a backlash. I don't think it's the end of the world. I think it is embarrassing. I think his words, he did use the word embarrassment.
It was.
Because you shouldn't lose at altitude on your home ground like that.
Well, when last did the Springboks lose 38 points on the bounce? I mean, 36, 38, and I was chatting to people inside, and I was thinking back, and it was probably Jake. It was probably Jake in Brisbane in 2006, I think it was.
I don't think at home.
At home, I can't remember.
Maybe the All Black game
in Durban in 2016. But it's that is what's chastening. But at the same time, we also know the context. If we've watched a lot of games, I mean, in my sort of sports writing career, I've watched a lot of games here, and at Loftus, and at altitude, when things go wrong and you do get tired, the game can just run away from you. That happens. It's like if this game was in Durban or somewhere like that. For a start, if the game was being played in Durban or Cape Town today, the Boks wouldn't have played so fast. They would have tried to manage the game. They were seduced into thinking that we could run the Aussies off their feet, and in the first 20 minutes, that was exactly what was happening. So they were thinking, let's do it, and that's why suddenly they stopped kicking. Suddenly we had all these wide passes. We had no, as we said, no driving mauls, no tactics to sort of like slow the game down, which they should have. Game management is the key expression. We got our game management completely wrong, and like, you know, being based in Cape Town and before that Durban, and having worked with coastal teams in South Africa for a long time, you know, whenever they come to the Highveld, they always talk about game management. You know, don't start off the game like at a furious rate, because then you're going to be out on your feet at the end. And maybe the Boks think because they've been based here for so long that the altitude wouldn't affect them, but I think tonight it did. I mean, it caught up with them. They just, you know, you've got to ask the question, and maybe that explains why such a big emphasis is being put on the fitness. But you've got to ask the question: is like, you know, do the Boks still have a lot of work to do when it comes to being fit enough to play the quicker game that they want to play? That's actually a question. You have to be fit enough to play that game, and maybe tonight they were caught out because because it's been 4 weeks since they've played an 80-minute game, and B, because maybe they've still got some work to do to get to that level where they can be like the All Blacks and play a quick tempo game for 80 minutes.
Yeah, I think the word tonight was balanced. There wasn't much of that. There was this really overemphasis on just running everything. Look, I think we're gonna wrap it up here for now. This is our hot take straight off the game. If you want to keep an eye out tomorrow on the channel, we'll be chatting to Nick Mallet, who I'm
looking forward to hearing what he's going to say.
I'm sure he's got a couple of opinions. Nick is never short of an opinion, so that should be good to see. But from a very downtrodden Ellis Park, which emptied out very quickly. That's it for tonight. But if you haven't already, please smash that subscribe button and let us know in the comments what you think. Where do you think the Boks went wrong? It'd be good to see your comments as well. But otherwise, chat to you tomorrow. Cheers.
Cheers. Thanks, Brent.
Thanks.
I just read. Jesse, it was a weird game. I mean, the first 17 minutes you guys were up 22-0. You were bossing the game. In fact, you were bossing until quite late in the game. What actually happened?
Yeah, I think we were obviously very happy with how we started. But yeah, the second half didn't kind of go as planned. But yeah, credit to Australia. I think they played really well and kind of did well with the mistakes we made and turned those counter opportunities into tries. So yeah, credit to them.
Do you think that what they really did well was actually hang in there? Because I mean, there were so many mistakes you guys made in the 22 when you could have actually been further ahead at half time. I mean, 22-7 was almost like flattering to the Aussies that you went further ahead.
Yeah, but then again, I think we didn't have a look at ourselves. I don't think we took the opportunities that we had created, like you say. Yeah, credit to Australia as well for, like you say, hanging in there and fighting. I think that showed that they're a team that's willing to stay in the fight. And unfortunately, at this level, if you're not at your best every minute of the game, you get punished. So I think that's exactly what happened tonight.
You guys were almost perfect in the aerial battle early on, and then it felt like later in the game you almost weren't kicking as much as you were earlier on. There wasn't the sort of, in other words, what I'm saying is you didn't sort of mix up the game possibly than maybe you should. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think we know aerially we are an extremely dangerous team. Obviously, I haven't had a look at the game yet, but I think something we'll probably have a chat about this week. But like I say again, Australia found a way and scored a few turnover tries against the run of play that hurt us. So I think it's credit to them. They had a great plan and it worked.
Jesse, we asked Rassie upstairs now if he thought you guys overplayed a little bit, especially Australia scored that second try early after the second. Do you feel that's the case that you should have gone a little bit more conservative and tried to manage the game a little bit better?
I think in hindsight, it's always easy to say you should have done this, you should have done that. Like I said, I haven't watched the game yet, but we'll obviously go have a look. And aerially, is one of our strengths. Then again, Australia were great. They obviously had a plan, and they executed that plan really well, and we didn't answer for it in the second half. So we'll go have a hard look at ourselves. And the great thing about rugby is we get another chance next week. So.
Jesse, in that first half, well, at the start, the first 20, you guys seemed really fired up, and then you seemed to fall off over the rest of the half, and then the second half, you guys were just really flat and didn't really show the kind of fight that you're really known for and that we've seen throughout. What was sort of the feeling out there, and why were the guys not able to really pick themselves up in that second half?
Yeah. Can't really put my finger on it yet. I obviously haven't watched the game yet, but I definitely think there were a few incidents that were big momentum changes in the game, and probably things that we could have controlled a bit better. But that's like I say, Australia came with a great plan, and they had answers for that. And I think every turnover opportunity that they got, they ended up scoring from. And I think at this level of the game, when you make mistakes, it ends up in points. I think we will definitely have to be better. But then again, Australia were great, and credit to them.
I mean, obviously later on you were chasing, so you gave away a try. I mean, you were on the attack there. And I mean, that sort of thing happens. But you were actually ahead when I think Shuali scored that intercept try.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you should have, I keep putting you under pressure here. It's not as if you make all the calls. But maybe the sort of game management should have been better then. I mean, you were leading, and I think you were trying to run the ball back from down here, and then that's when the intercept came.
Yeah, I think I was probably one of the most experienced players in the backline, and I could have maybe handled things a bit better, and maybe we could have controlled the game, and I should have probably, as a leader, maybe have done that. So it's never down to the guys kicking the ball, it's the guys around them, and I think it's easy to now put pressure on one guy, but leaders like myself and experienced players should come through there and get us maybe doing things like what you say. So it's never one person, it's always the whole team, and like I say, experienced players like myself need to put up their hands and make those calls during games, not after games.
Just in the context of the tournament now, there's been a lot of talk about ahead of it, it's going to be tough, even Rassie mentioned it. Does this sort of result also prove just how tough it's going to be for you guys to try and defend this title, and also how tough it is to play in the Rugby Championship?
Well, we knew from going into this competition that it was always going to be tough. I think every Rugby Championship is extremely tough. The games are only getting harder. But I think it's the first week. Like I said earlier, we get another chance next week to go out and make I suppose the results right. It's up to us on how we bounce back from this and how we pull together as a team. But I've said it a lot of times, Australia were good tonight. Don't take credit away from them. They played really well. They were energetic. They had a great second half, one of the best second halves I've seen them play. So credit to them. They had a great plan. They've got a good coach, great players. But we will pull tight as a team and come back with better plans next week.
But you've actually been here before. Okay, I was beginning that after the first game in the World Cup in 2019. You got injured and you went home, but the team as a whole have been in that situation before where you've lost an opening game. I'm thinking particularly of World Cups, and you've then come back and it's actually, in a way, I mean, it's going to sound odd, but maybe it's good to have that pressure test, if you know what I'm saying.
I think we all at this level you enjoy the pressure, and there's ebbs and flows and ups and downs that as I suppose as a team and as an individual you kind of go through in your career, and I think this is no different to what we've experienced in the past. But yeah, it's all about, I think the true test is all about how you bounce back and how you respond, and I think that's one of the great things about the sport is it's a true test of character. I think a test match it's called a test match for a reason, because it tests your character, it tests how you bounce back, and I suppose how you stick together and pull together as a team. So great challenge ahead of us. I think the guys will be excited about it going into this week, and yeah, at the end of the day we're South African and we get up and we fight again. So.
And Jesse, do you think that sort of the level of the teams that you guys played in the mid-years maybe contributed a bit in that they weren't as competitive? You know, last year you guys had Ireland before the Rugby Championship. This year, Italy and Georgia probably not as competitive, and then you've got a fired-up Australia coming straight from a very good British and Irish Lions tour. Did you feel that maybe played any part?
No, I don't think so. I think Georgia and Italy respectively were great teams to test us in different parts of the game. I think then again tonight we weren't supposed as good as we normally are in certain areas of the game. But it's up to us to fix that and to be better. But I don't think just because we played we want to call it tier 2 nation teams that it was that the result was that tonight. I think it's a lot of different things. So I don't think it was that.
You didn't. You didn't start the game like the team that hadn't been playing tough rugby. You started the team. You started the game looking like the team that actually had just come from a Lions series.
Yeah, that was obviously the plan to start fast and accurate, and I think we were. And then I think at this level you need to be able to do it for 80 minutes, and if you don't, you get punished. And I think that was a reflection of what happened tonight. So yeah, thanks guys.
Thanks very much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Jesse.
Please, you got the entire person.
Reminder, you watching the build-up to the Springbok test against the Wallabies in Cape Town here. This is a recap of all the week's events put together in one go. So if you leave this running, you can get all the build-up, all the press conferences, even the audio parts that you missed as well. Got a bunch of those as well that I put in here, which haven't been, a lot of them haven't been on this channel yet. Or anywhere else, to be very honest, because a lot of people don't broadcast the audio bits that we're not allowed to record. Anyway, back to this. This was Sunday now, and we spoke to Nick Mallet, Gavin Rich and I, just to talk about his thoughts about the game. And yeah, it wasn't pretty. It wasn't a pretty discussion, but we had to have it. And Nick Mallet, Nick all the way from Bordeaux in France. Nick, let's start with you. I'm sure, like we were sitting at Ellis Park. I think we both thought the Boks ran themselves out on their feet, and they tried to play Wallaby rugby. And Gavin said, I think summed it up last night quite well. He said we lost playing Wallaby rugby, and they won playing Springbok rugby. And just your thoughts on the game.
No, that's that's very pertinently put. It was an extraordinary game. That game started with the Boks absolutely on fire, going from their own 22. I don't know how many phases. A lovely try in the corner. I think it was Orange who scored. First 22 minutes, 23 minutes. It didn't look like Australia could get their hands on the ball, let alone put together a decent attack. We won. I think we won 4, if not 5 out of 6 contestables in the air. I mean, everything was going. Our forwards were taking it down the middle of the field. We were being nice and aggressive in the carry. They were looking shell-shocked, and it was just a question in my mind of how many points we were going to beat them by. And I had a pre-match prediction actually that it was going to be a close game. I thought we'd win, but I thought it was going to be close because of their confidence coming off the Lions series. But then momentum's an incredible thing in rugby, and when you don't score, it gives an extra pair of arms and legs to the opposition. You get close to their line and they hold you up, or you knock the ball on in a critical situation, or we were just about to get the 5th or 6th or 7th phase and the ball's coming out quickly and suddenly they get a good steal. and you're in there 22 and it breaks the momentum. And that's suddenly what happened to the Boks. They gave away a few penalties. We missed opportunities. Our lineout stopped functioning properly. And we weren't getting enough scrums. I think it took about 40 minutes to get 2 scrums in that game. So we weren't able to impose our scrum dominance on them. And 22-5 at halftime, I thought, okay, well, nice talking to you in the changing room. Let's make sure that we get another try. We go to 22, 29 maybe, take 3 points for penalties. I mean, this game is done and dusted. And the worst thing could possibly happen, we missed a straight-up tackle, with a little short pass to their captain. And Wilson goes over to score. And then there was absolutely no game management, unfortunately, from our halfbacks. I'm going on a bit, but I'm just going to quickly sum it up. I think that 9 and 10 have to control a game, and they've got a sense when the game is moving in a certain direction. And what happens sometimes with Mani, and he's done it, I think, with the Stormers, is that when things go well, he's front foot ball, he's absolutely brilliant. His selections are so good. But when the ball isn't so good, so quick, he has a tendency still to try and play that fast game, that wide passing game, still, trying to play at pace. And that was when we started playing, in my view, the incorrect style of rugby to play against Australia. They're very good on transition. They've got very skillful players. And we made a lot of mistakes in that second half. We really were poor. It was the worst 40 minutes I've seen under Rassie Erasmus, virtually. So interception pass, lost pass from Esterhuizen going to hand to one of them. They run the length of the field, missed tackle by Oxenchair, some good wide pass from to get the try. Was it Jorgensen scored the try up the right-hand side? Wright's try at the end against a sort of a turnover situation. It was, it was catastrophic in that second half. But I truly believe it was just 2 things that happened. Our halfbacks didn't control the pace of that game and control the way in which we had to play it out. And we played in a way that absolutely suits Australia in that second half.
Gav, do you want to come in?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, look, I mean, I agree with everything Nick says. We did speak last night, Brendan, and you know that I don't like repeating it, but I did say to you at some stage of the first half yesterday, when the Boks were starting to run everything, when they stopped kicking. I mean, they'd won the aerial game, and then suddenly they stopped kicking the game. And I remember saying to you, I can't remember what stage of the game it was, and I said to you, the Boks must be careful they don't run themselves out on their feet, because I've seen this movie before at Ellis Park. And usually it's the overseas team, maybe not the All Blacks. They've sort of exempted. They've often done that to us at Ellis Park. But it's often the overseas teams. You'll remember Alistair Coetzee's second game in charge against Ireland in Joburg. I can't remember how much Ireland were leading at half-time, but it was a big lead. They were giving the Boks a real hiding up until half-time. And then in the second half, as the game went on, that just turned, and it was almost like the Irish had played too much rugby. And I was reminded last night something that I'd forgotten, which is that Joe Schmidt was actually the Ireland coach then. Yep. So maybe he learnt a lesson or two then. And there's other games that I've seen. I remember, Nick will remember this as well, is that I remember the Hurricanes coming to Joburg in 2016. I can't remember the guy. Was it Ian Boyd, Alan Boyd? Anyway, it was Plumtree and Boyd who were the Hurricanes coaches. And they'd won by a massive score at Ellis Park earlier in the season in a league game. And they came here and they thought they could run the Lions off their feet. And they did for the first half hour. And I remember they were leading by about 20 points at one stage. And I remember watching that game on TV. And I remember Joel was going on about like how the Hurricanes were dominating. And watching that game, I suddenly sort of felt that the game was starting to shift in the last 10 minutes of the first half. And then the Hurricanes were nowhere in the second half. They were out on their feet. So I've seen that movie before, and I really sort of feel that happened to the Boks yesterday. There was another little momentum shift I spoke to you about during the game. I remember when I always want to call him Franco van Staden, when Eskom went off for the HIA assessment and Kwagga came on. I felt then we lost a lot of our edge. It was just there that suddenly the breakdown game suddenly started stabilising in favour of Australia, and they got a little bit of momentum there that they sort of systematically built on for the rest of the game, even once Marco came back. And remember when Marco did come back, Sia was off. So I mean, we have spoken about this before, but those were the things for me, is that I have seen that movie before at Ellis Park. This time it was the home team that actually paid for it and not the visiting team. And there were little subtle things in that game that, and look, I mean, I did speak to one of the senior players afterwards, that sort of embargoed for tomorrow, one of the leadership figures in the team. And he did say to me in an interview, that's why I'm not going to give the whole interview, but he did say that he did take responsibility on himself and said, like, well, what Nick is saying is right about the halfbacks didn't take control, but he was a much more experienced player, and he said that that I should have actually taken control of that situation, and because for me a pivotal moment was the Boks playing as if they were chasing the game at one stage. They were 10 points ahead when they gave away that intercept try.
Yeah,
exactly, and that's when they should have been managing the game. And instead of managing the game, they were chasing it. Nick, I don't know if you agree with me, but what it reminded me a little bit of? That game that the Springboks won against the All Blacks in Wellington in 2018, where the All Blacks went into, I think it was a 14-0 lead early on. Yeah. And it was almost as if they thought, we're going to get another 57-0 this game. Yeah. They were running everything. I think Jordy Barrett did a quick pass that Willie picked up.
Yes, interception by, exactly.
And they let us back into the game. And if you look at the stats after that particular game, you sort of think, well, how did the Boks win that game? Because they, and it was the same yesterday. The stats were all in favour of the Boks. We had all the 22 entries and everything. To me, it was very similar. It was just this time the Boks that were on the receiving end.
Yeah, well put. Brendan, I love this game, Rugby, so much because you can. From 22 points down, it looked honestly like those. I was looking at the body language behind the poles of those Australians just on television and seeing them. They weren't even talking to each other. They were standing hands on hips, looking at the ground. I thought to myself, this is going to be an absolute hammering. And then they get that little try just before halftime, and it just lifted them a little bit. And coming out, scoring immediately after halftime, suddenly. At 22-0, it goes to 22-12 or 22-10. I'm not sure what the score was then, but they're back in the game. They're right back in the game. They're only 10 points behind with 38 minutes to go. And we just got more and more frenetic. More and more we were trying to play the sort of rugby we played in that first 20 minutes when we did score some good tries. But we forgot about how we scored them. We got 5 contestables back. And if you win a contestable, which you kick out of your 22 and you win it on the halfway line, and then you attack, they've got very few players back. I mean, they're running backwards as flat out, to try and reset their defensive situation. And if you win that and play quickly, then you've got numbers and you can score tries. But if you're trying to play off a poor set piece, like a poor line out or a very slow ruck ball, it's not the same. They've got plenty of players on their feet, and you're having to commit players to the breakdown to make sure that we win the ball, let alone quick ball, and then trying to push the play from there, playing the same running sort of rugby. It just doesn't work against a team like Australia. And their anticipation was good. I mean, great interception. It was a poor pass but if you consider James O'Connor's pass to Jorgensen, which was off his left hand, which was about a 25 skip pass over the top. And our winger jumped to try and intercept it. But our winger was 5'10" or whatever it is. And their guy, Suali or whatever, he must be 6'3", 6'4". So just on that, the one makes a great try. Everyone says, what a brilliant pass. Marnie makes it and we say, hell, that's stupid. You should never be making a skip pass flat on the line like that. So just decision-making. Decision-making was really important. There's another thing. We didn't have a proper fly-half replacement to come on, and I think in previous games, when Rassie's seen, usually it's because Marnie's not kicking well. But sometimes Marnie starts playing like that, and he has done so before. And you just need to take him off and get a Pollard on there just to calm things down and to get us back into structure. And so having a fly-off, an experienced fly-off on the bench would have helped us, I think, in that second half. Instead, we got Damien on at fullback, and he also pushes the game. They're both Stormers players, and Stormers play off transition. They try and run everything. They've got Warwick Galanti passes between his legs when he's in a difficult situation. and they like creating chaos. So that's good if you're playing against a structured, slow, big pack of forwards type of team. But it's not good playing against Australia. Australia, they love that. They don't like structure. They don't like going from set piece to set piece, from big ball carriers, up and unders, having to take up and under after up and under. So the game that we played, which won us World Cups, would have been good enough to win yesterday. Unfortunately, we really pushed that Tony ball, or whatever we're calling it, Tony Brown type of game, and it bit us.
You talk about the lack of impact, Nick. Sorry, Brent, but just to me, there wasn't a bomb squad yesterday either. We didn't have a bomb squad. To me, Archie Snyman has to always be part of that bomb squad. He's he's one of the best rugby players in the world, and he has to be there. We didn't have experienced backup. To me, unfortunately, and I've said it on this forum before, I think that Bongi's done. And there were other two very young players on the bench. It wasn't a bomb squad.
Yeah, those two guys. I mean, it's their second and third cap. So they're not coming on. It's not like for like. It's that the next best we got who're not injured, but they're not. It's not a Kitshoff coming on, or coming off and being replaced by another player like Oxenchair, or Molherber being replaced by Koch in his prime. There was a step down after that, and the guys are inexperienced.
I was going to say, Nick, as well, I agree with that. I mean, on the earlier point on the game management, I said to Gavin during the game, the one thing that I never could understand is when Harry Wilson got that try just after half time for them, and it suddenly became a bit closer. Why? You're right, we didn't have a fly-off to do that, but we kept them kicking to the corner and then taking the ball off the top and playing it wide again. Why we just didn't do a maul and a pick and go and just tie their forwards a bit more? That's the one thing. And I mean, talking about players as well, I agree with Gavin on the Archie Snyman thing. Suddenly we're in a position, though, that we don't have experience. We've got injuries now, so our backup front row is very inexperienced. I think a Ruan Nokia can come in for Franco Mostert. I think he's also struggling at the moment, and he's going to have to watch it. But there's certainly, I think a lot of the times, Rassie's got away with shifting these players around like he has and changing around, and it's worked for him. So I suppose you take that confidence, you think, well, you can do it. At some point, it's going to count against you. But certainly, game management was terrible yesterday. So
it's first 20 minutes. You would have said oh, we've got it spot on. We've got it spot on. These guys, they haven't even got on the plane to come over here. They're 20 points down, and the game's hardly started. So we started like a house on fire, and that also can count against you, because you've played so well for those 20 minutes that you can't believe you can't carry on playing as well as that as the game develops. But sometimes, as the game develops, the opposition I thought the referee was, really, he was even-handed. Would have been, is quite polite. I thought we got pinged a hell of a lot, and we got pinged. Because we were the ball carrying team a lot, we carried the ball into contact so much more, and we played so many more phases than we usually do. And eventually we get isolated. And McWright had an absolute blinder. I mean, he made hundreds of tackles and he got 3 or 5 turnovers. I mean, Hooper played well for them. Suddenly their loose forwards were doing what we were good at. We were good at. Schmidt is great on the turnover, but there, he was having to carry all day. Marco van Staden is well known for his turnover ability as well as his ball carries, but we didn't see many turnovers from the box because we were playing all the rugby. And unfortunately, when you get that sort of momentum and you get and you believe that it's going to come, it's going to come. We just have one more pass and we're going to score a try, and it didn't. What happened was they got the turnover, they got the relief, they got the belief, they suddenly got the interception try. And suddenly, we ran out of legs at the end. They were scoring 50, 60-meter tries, and we just couldn't catch them.
My concern, the concern that I have, and okay, now I'm going to turn to a cricketing analogy because I love to do that. We did really well yesterday, like when the batsmen, and initially we were sort of playing our game. We were playing in the V, and we started off like that. And then once it started going really well, we started bringing out the reverse sweep, like way too much. I mean, it was just. Like we completely overdid it, and that's where I think we went wrong yesterday. It was like you mentioned the Stormers. The Stormers, I think, are often guilty of that. They become too flamboyant. My concern is that when the balance is right, it is right, and we saw that in the first 20 minutes. And in that first 20 minutes, and I think we mustn't forget this, because there's going to be a lot of negativity because the Springboks lost. But I saw a heck of a lot of good in that first 20 minutes. Not just the first 20 minutes, actually, for the first half, really. We should have actually scored just before halftime. In fact, I think maybe Barney should have kicked for posts in that just before halftime with that penalty. And then I think Lurt made the mistake in the line-out. So we could well have been 29-5 up at halftime. And then if it had, I think we might have been sitting here with after a Carl du Plessis, Loftus Versfeld 1997 score, or Peter de Villiers at Ellis Park in 2008. My concern is, and this is just because of my understanding of the South African rugby animal and the South African rugby, the Springbok coaching animal, which of course you were once, Nick. And I do think that Rassie's too clever for us. Is sometimes we sort of then overcompensate in another direction. So we talk about Tony Ball. We've got to keep Tony Ball. We're just going to be balanced. I mean, that's really the thing. And that's what worries me. I mean, there might have been some Springbok coaches. I mean, Harry Fillion, who was your successor as Springbok coach. And there were times yesterday when we played Harry Fillion rugby, almost as if they couldn't kick. It was Argentina. The first test they kicked after your tenure ended all over again. It's just that I sort of felt that we lost the plot. I mean, later in the game, but we've got to sort of like retain that element, because if we bring that good mix to the game, and I said it to you guys just before we sort of went on air here, I still feel that the difference between, although the Wallabies are clearly improving, and that they definitely are. I mean, and that's not saying a lot, because if you consider where they are, I do think that the margin at halftime is more or less where the two teams might be at the moment, in my opinion. And we might see that in Cape Town on Saturday, although Cape Town never really sort of delivers really big one-sided games. To me, Joburg and Pretoria, and we see it in regional and franchise level as well. You know, if you lose the plot towards the end of a game, you end up losing by a big score. I mean, it just runs away. I mean, the Bulls win a lot of games by big scores, because of that factor. Nick, actually, just going to ask, because the one thing we talk about, the fatigue element. To me, the defence was let down in the end by the fatigue. We ran out of puff. But it's not the first time this season that I've been a bit concerned about our defence. And in the first half, we were reading their play really well. I mean, we had that high press, and we had them under huge pressure. But you know, in the Italy game in Loftus, we fell away in the second half as well. Even right early in the Georgia game, I seem to recall that there were some moments where are you not a little bit concerned about our defence?
You know, I think at the end of the game, it was exactly as you say. There was a lot of fatigue, and even though we had our bomb squad on it, it didn't make any difference. We were running ourselves into a standstill with the ball in hand, and then when there was a turnover, we had no cover. From structure, from when they have a scrum or when they have a line out, our defense is pretty good. But once they were able to take it through a few phases, they were pretty good at doing a little run round off the second passer. So the ball would go scrum off to a player, he would play a second player, and that second player would do a little run round pass or a ball out the back. And that brings our wing up. Our wing presses really hard, tackles virtually the second or the third last one of their players, and it puts our fullback then in a very invidious position. If he doesn't close quickly, then he also gets isolated. And they managed. I mean, that pass of O'Connor's was an example where we were all pressing in and we just got it over the top. And they did it early in the first half. They got a couple of those passes over the top of our players, which made us turn and have to turn and chase. So it is a little bit of a problem. But what worried me more was the try just after half time, when there was a dummy run, there was a dummy out of the back, and the guy played Wilson right in the gut. And Oxenchair, you had Etzebeth pushed too hard on the outside for the pass out the back. And then Ox was looking to tackle the ball carrier, do a double hit on the ball carrier, and just ignored the bloke, just right on his shoulder, the short pass, Wilson coming short. And that's critical. You can't miss those sort of tackles. You can't allow a team back in the game straight after halftime with a straight up tackle like that. That was That was really disappointing. And then you hand them tries, with losing the ball in contact, like happened with Esterhuizen at the end. The interception from a try from Mani's pass. You're suddenly giving them 21 points, which we could ill afford to do. It was at the worst time of the game. So it all depends on what the style of play you're playing. If you say our defense was poor and our breakdown wasn't as good, it's because we were concentrating so much on playing an attacking brand of rugby. When you decide to play a structured game of rugby, which is to put it into the corners, stick it high, get contestables, even if you lose the contestable, it's not the end of the world, because you've got all your players going forward. They're having to get their players going back to get behind the ball after the contestable is caught by their player. It's not a good ball to attack from. So we're all well set for our defense. But if we're playing in front of their defense all the time and passing, even though we get a bit of momentum on the wings from Pieter-Steph to Toy and Sia, we got a bit of momentum from our loose forwards. When it came back into the middle, they were still getting up and into our faces and made some good tackles. They really did. So it cried out for a kicking display in that second half from 9 and 10 again. Just repeat a bit of that first 20 minutes. Where, as I said, 5 contestables we won. Just go back to that, for goodness sake. We're good at it. Get a line out. Don't play off the top. It's not either one thing or the other. You spoke about it so well. You got to blend the two. You got to blend a driving maul, and straight after that you do a peel off the back, and then you do another driving maul. But you've got to make sure the opposition are not sure about what you're going to do. I don't want us to say that if we play Mani Libbok at 10, we're just going to run everything and we're never going to have a driving maul. I mean, that just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. Nick, you talk about the kicking. I mean, I went and looked at the stats. We kicked 19 times in that test. I think that's probably the lowest the Springboks have kicked since that Harry Falloon test in Argentina. So they kicked 29 times. And the other thing about that first half, you talk about kicking behind us, which they did very well. We said that first half was so good, but there was 2 or 3 moments there. I think Edward van der Merwe saved two possible tries there where the ball bounced rather precariously, and he managed to get it just before their guys got there. So I mean, that kicking behind us worked very well for them as well. Just looking forward, though, I mean, obviously we're going to expect a response from the Boks. How do you see this weekend's selection and then obviously the game playing out?
Yeah, he's already mentioned he thinks that Sasha and Andre Pollard will probably, get a go this weekend in Cape Town, and I think that will definitely be the case after this weekend to see, because you take, it's not that we have to have a structured approach. It's just you take away a very attacking-minded player and you put in a player who's more structured-minded in Pollard. I think that Feinberg, Sasha, I think he's got the ability to do both, but he hasn't got the experience yet. He hasn't got to the stage where he does read the game well enough to be able to take control. And I think it comes through time. It comes to developing yourself at that level. So I can see them both involved. Maybe, I'm not sure, but maybe with Pollard starting. I think that Monek van der Berg will probably get a run. I know that he was given an opportunity last weekend. It's not that Williams played badly. I thought Williams played well. But when we got into this attack-minded game, we didn't get the box kicks anymore. We weren't putting the ball behind them. So we just need a bit more control there. And also with the pack of forwards, that starting pack was so much better than the one that finished the end of the game. We've got to get a blend that the guys coming on the field can maintain the intensity, which fell off enormously in that second half with the bench that came on. It wasn't nearly. I mean, the Bongi and Tabakani and Bonfenta. Not Bongi's not inexperienced, but the other two are. And as you say, coming from Japan, Mostert has got huge. He's got a big engine, but not a great impact there either. So trying to get that blend of getting some power off the bench and playing a little bit more structure. I think that's going to be really important, and it'll depend on who you select, because structure, just by the way that Pollard plays, he doesn't chuck it around. He can do as he's shown us. He can play, Tony Brown style of rugby, but he's not as adept at that as Mani. but Marnie's not as adept as at controlling the game and kicking and making sure we're in the right places, calming things down. I think Pollard's got that experience.
Okay, well, I thought you were going to come in there, but
on the selection. Well, you were at the press conference last night, and I wasn't because I was writing my match report. But I sort of got the feeling that what Nick is saying now is that Morné van der Berg is going to get a chance, and Rassie had said that Kainan was going to get a chance on Saturday, and I'm wondering if, because then Rassie said he's going to have to maybe rethink some things, and I'm not sure if those aren't the things that he might be rethinking. He might give some of those guys. Well, I mean, Jesse, for instance, is the experienced guy on the back line, so dropping him for Kainan, I'm not sure if that would be a good move this week, just because you need that experience. And okay, of course, if Pollard's coming in, you've got the experience. I mean, I was forgetting that if Pollard comes in, you're making up. Yeah. So Jesse was the most experienced guy on the back line yesterday. But if Pollard comes back, and Cheslin probably will come back as well. You've got
and Damien Dalladay,
and possibly Damien as well. Is he coming back? You see, so that's the thing. So suddenly you've got that experience. So then maybe you can play Kainan. I wasn't thinking of the Damien and the Andre factor. Otherwise I agree with Nick. I think that the changes will be what he says. I think we'll see Pollard stop. Well, Pollard, or you never know with Rassie. He might go Sasha, but I think it will probably be Pollard. And although he might sort of look at it like this, Nick, like what happened at the end of the game. He wants Pollard as a
finisher. Quite right.
He might want Pollard as a finisher and give Sasha that chance to express himself early on, and if it doesn't work, you bring the on. Exactly. So that's possible as well. And otherwise, Brendan, I don't know if we're finishing off now, but there's also something else I want to say, and I don't think Nick should comment on this, and he'll understand why when I go into it. Is that I think if there was a wake up call yesterday, it wasn't just for the Springboks. I think it should also be for South African rugby. Because the arrogance of pricing the tickets as they have, it's been like, we were at the game yesterday and there were open spaces which you don't normally see at Ellis Park. And I'm hearing that the Cape Town game is not selling well because people don't want to pay 4,000 Rand a ticket for a game. And we got and yesterday, maybe that sort of like show of fallibility, if you could call it, in the last quarter, might just wake up SA Rugby, because I just do feel that there's a little bit of arrogance there. I know Rian has come out and said, well, you're watching the double world champions. That's not, I don't think that, I think that's arrogant. And I also think that it's disingenuous to say, as they do say, that, if you look at the overseas prices, because you don't, somebody who lives in London doesn't spend as money like a South African do. The currency over there, you're earning pounds over there, so you can spend the pounds. So I just think that maybe there's a bit of a wake up call for SA Rugby as a whole yesterday, because this whole thing, when the Springboks were winning, we could be arrogant. We could say, well, you're watching the world champions, and we can charge exorbitant prices. And I'm worried, and this because Durban historically is a place where ticket prices become a talking point, as Nick knows, is that if we go to Durban in the penultimate game of this championship, and let's say we've lost 2 games in New Zealand, and we've lost this game, and we're not playing for the rugby championship, and they're charging 4,000 Rand a ticket to the Durban public, I think we're going to have half a stadium there. I don't think we're going to get the people in. And then lowering the ticket prices late in the week, like has been the case this past 2, or the Barbarians game in Cape Town and here. You end up with a guy sitting in the stadium and he's paid 4,000 Rand for a ticket, and the guy next to him spent 1,000 Rand. That doesn't really sort of engender faith in the public either. So I just wanted to say that, because this is a good forum to do that. It's just I really am a bit concerned with the way that's being managed at the moment. And as I say, Nick, maybe you should keep.
No, I'm not employed by anyone now.
That's true.
But Gavin, I was right in 2000 when I made that comment, and I'm right again. You're right now. I honestly think you want to try and get full stadiums. You want to get families taking sons and daughters there. You want people from all the communities to be able to afford to go. And we have to understand that the way in which you should run a professional game is that the sponsors, make it possible. The people who own, the sponsorship around the team. So anyone who's buying sponsorship around the jersey or the Springboks, they have to pay for that. And also then television rights. You've got to make sure you charge the television companies properly, so that you don't have to hit the man in the street for half his bloody salary, to go if he takes his family to the game. In America, they cost their for NFL or for the NBA. They make sure that a husband, wife, and 2 kids can afford to go. And you're so right. If it's in dollars, we'd say, well, hell, that's expensive. But it's not expensive over there in dollars. It's not expensive in pounds. It's if you translate the pounds into rands, that it becomes very expensive. But people come to South Africa on holiday because it is less expensive than living back at home, and we've got a beautiful country, so they can live at half the price that they would at home. So we should be charging we shouldn't be charging for overseas visitors and big companies. We should be charging for the man in the street who goes and watches the game and wants to see his Springboks play when they play in his town. And I don't think we have got it right.
Yeah, I was going to come in on that, Nick. I was just going to say maybe you shouldn't have answered that, but you're not working for SA Rugby anymore, so you don't have to worry about that.
Okay.
Just the one point I just want to make about it is it's very dangerous for SA Rugby in a country like ours, because they want to sell the game to the entire country, and we've got it's no secret there's massive inequality in this country, and you just see from after the Boks won the World Cup, when they go on that trophy tour around the country, how parts of this country are clamoring to see their heroes, which they never will get the chance at a test match. And at these prices, they'll definitely never get the chance to see the Boks live. And I think that's the danger for me. The other thing as well is, we've had this conversation earlier in the season where, there was talk around the Loftus game in Italy about the prices as well, but they got 45,000, and one of the officials said to me, but that's what we normally get for an Italy test. So, what's the big outcry? And it's all well now because the Boks are winning. They're not number 1 in the world anymore this morning, by the way. They're number 2 now after the All Blacks win. So, but they are at the top of the thing. If that turns, and we all know how quickly it can turn, then you're going to have a problem. And I agree with Gavin. Durban might be a problem if things don't go well in the rest of the Rugby Championship. But just that point is that by doing this, they basically excluding probably 85% of the country that can't get to a Springbok game. And that's sad. Not to say that they always get there, but yeah.
And also remembering, and it's obviously what's dangerous for me is, and this is anecdotal, but in talking of Durban, in 2009, when the Lions were in town for that game, you'll remember that there was just a sea of red, and the Lions supporters sold out, bought up half the tickets. And I had mates who used to go and watch test match rugby. They saw every game in the post-isolation era in Durban. They were there religiously every time the Boks were there. And then they didn't go there for that game, and they went to a pub in Umhlanga. If anybody's been to Umhlanga, I think it was the Georges. With the George, they went to Umhlanga and they watched it there, and they enjoyed themselves so much there that I don't know if they've ever been back. They just they'll go to the George and watch the game there, and that's the danger, is that people have these big, massive TVs now, and then you can sort of have a bra at home, invite your whole running club over to have a bra, and you can watch this game, and it's. And that's the danger, is you sort of if you chase people away, you sometimes change their habits.
Can I just say one thing? The one place that's got it right, I think, are the Stormers. Stormers, it's absolutely extraordinary how, even in a very difficult season like last season, they were still getting 20 to 30,000 people for games against the Dragons at the end of the season. It's just remarkable, because they have really connected with their communities. And I think South African rugby needs to do that. We've got to connect with our communities, make sure that people who love rugby are able to go and watch. And maybe if there are 5,000 that are put on a lotto and you get 100 Rand a ticket or something, and you can, I don't know, just make it available. Whereas at the moment, if you're telling me it's 4,000 and 2,000 for a cheap ticket, it's just completely out of the price range of the majority of middle-income earners in South Africa. It's basically going just to the elite, and I think that's it's a real pity, because the Boks are what people wanted to see. We are the world champions, I agree, but in the same way as a guy who worked for an international company and can go and sit in the box, he wants to go and say, what about the guy who goes to every Stormers game? He'd also love to see it this weekend in Cape Town. And if the stadium's not full, Yeah, and if the stadiums aren't full, then it doesn't make sense that we're not giving those empty seats, getting prices at a level which will include those people who watch their franchise team play every weekend. You want to make sure that in Cape Town, Cape Townians can afford to go and watch the game.
I think the other thing as well, which we actually spoke about last night as well, is because now SA Rugby's taken over the model, that there's also a danger because those, and I know there's less of them nowadays, season ticket holders who used to buy their season tickets with the test ticket included, now don't have that option anymore. So on a franchise level, they're going to struggle a bit more to sell those tickets because you don't have that option of getting your ticket first as well. That's also a big danger. So I think there's going to be a lot of rethinking there as well. But hopefully, I don't know, hopefully they get a decent crowd in Durban and Cape Town this weekend, because I think everyone's going to expect a backlash, and hopefully we get one. So.
Well, maybe the result yesterday might increase interest in a weird way. Like you sort of think, well, everybody likes to watch a winning Bok team, but maybe people thought, dude, like what happened to the Boks yesterday? And now there'll be more interest in this game. It's not just the Aussies. Last year we beat the Aussies twice in Australia with where basically I know there isn't no such thing as a sort of understrength Bok team anymore, or supposedly not. But we did play understrength against. We had experimental teams against them last year in Australia, and we beat them comfortably twice. So even though they'd done relatively well in the Lion series, or competitive in the Lion series, people were thinking it was just Australia. We're not playing anybody this year because we're not playing the All Blacks. So maybe there will be a different. But I just did hear that apparently there's large empty parts of Cape Town Stadium at the moment that haven't been sold, and you'll probably find that the tickets will be reduced during the week. But that's not a good way of doing business, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree. No, just I suppose the last thing to just say is that I think looking at the Rugby Championship and the way the All Blacks started last night, I know they played very late. I stayed up till about 1 watching it. I know Gavin didn't see it because it was so late. He was staying somewhere else and they didn't have a TV. But Nick, you probably didn't see it there in France either because it was so late.
Unfortunately, I had to leave the pub as well, so I wasn't able to watch that.
Yeah, but I mean, the result is, I mean, from what I saw, Argentina were competitive, but the All Blacks had their number. They were never going to lose that game anyway, and that is a concern for the Boks, because if they don't have a good weekend this weekend, that Eden Park game, which we were all looking forward to, might not be the game that we all wanted to.
Listen, it sounds like New Zealand and Australia have gone back to playing like South Africa played to win the World Cups. And it looks like we're trying to play like New Zealand used to and Australia can. So, just get the balance. I think Gavin got it spot on. Where are our strengths in South Africa? Our strengths have always been set piece, has got a good kicking game. We're very good on defense. We're very physical. I mean, keep those strengths, right up in the front of how we play. And then add the counter-attack, add the attacking move through the backs and some phase play. But don't, just jump from one to the other without, lose all the value of what we're better than other teams at. We're just better at those physical confrontations situations, where we can take them on in a driving line out more. We can scrum them to death. We can hit them back with ball carries. I mean, that's where we're very strong, and our contestable kicking is the best in the world. So that's what the other teams are trying to copy. And so this perhaps will get us back on the straight and narrow.
Yep, I'd agree.
I was going to say, I mean, I can see a response coming from the Boks, and I'm sure Rassie. I think the last point just to make is that this is one game. We shouldn't go overboard, obviously, because Rassie has proven himself in the past. They've won 2 World Cups, and they probably will bounce back from this. But obviously, I think there's a lot of people still shocked by yesterday, and rightly so.
But that's what I was saying. I was saying, like, let's not forget about that first half. There was a lot of good stuff. If we do get that balance right, I think there's huge potential in this team with the introduction of Tony Ball. I actually hate that expression. With the introduction of Tony Ball to add to our strengths, we've got the potential to rule the world. I think that yesterday might actually even have been good for us in a way. It's just as a wake up call to sort of set us right. And speaking to the players afterwards, there's a general sort of acknowledgement of where they went wrong and ownership for their mistakes. So hopefully we'll see the start of that correction this week. As I say, I'm always scared of overcorrection, because I mentioned Harry Fillion earlier on. He started off in Argentina playing that game where they weren't allowed to kick, and he ended his career as Springbok coach at Twickenham with, if I'm remembering correctly, he like completely a team that was completely built to play conservative rugby. So that overcorrection must be avoided. We must just be balanced.
Yeah, balance is the key.
Good, I agree with that. And also, he's Rassie is an outstanding coach, and he would have been as shocked as anyone else that's seen that second half. It just is so unusual for a team that is coached by him to lose the plot like that, and he'll bring them back to what they're good at, and I'm absolutely certain they're going to be ready for Saturday. The question is now, we're bottom of the log. We need a 5-pointer this next weekend, and it looks like we have to beat at least once, if not twice, in New Zealand, now to win the championship.
Yeah, well, we're going to have a lot to talk about. Hopefully, we're a lot more cheerful next week about what the Boks have given us. So thanks, Nick, for your time there in Bordeaux. Thanks, Gav, your time as well. And we'll catch up again next week.
Cheers. Thanks, Brendan.
Thanks a lot. Fly well, Nick. I know you're coming home this week, so have a good trip.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Appreciate it. Cheers.
Suddenly the pressure was on the Springboks, and a lot was happening around behind the scenes. One of the consequences was that they lost their number 1 ranking in the world, dropped down to number 3 because of the shock loss. Not that would worry them too much at the moment, as long as they bounce back, because of course the world rankings are used for the end of year tour as well. And there was some further bad news where there was a couple of injury setbacks. Peter Steph du Toit and Siya Kolisi both went out, and Rassie Erasmus came to face the media rather surprisingly. Dion Davids normally comes on a Monday, and Dion had to go sort out the lineouts, which weren't good in that game at Ellis Park. So Rassie made a surprise appearance here. So we're first going to watch just some video that I did, 1 or 2 videos, one about the injuries and one about the world rankings, and then we'll go straight to Rassie's press conference, and I'll add after that some unheard footage, shall I say, the audio part, which we're not allowed to record on video, which I'll add here for you guys for the first time in full, unedited English and Afrikaans. Guys, I think everybody's all sort of still getting over the Ellis Park loss yesterday, the shock loss to the Wallabies, and well done to the Wallabies for doing that. I see there's been in the comments some suggestions that we didn't give credit to the Wallabies. I think we've done quite a bit, maybe not in specific videos, and obviously the focus is always on the Springboks here, but they were exceptional yesterday. Now, there's other videos of you. Of course, yesterday with Gavin and I did a hot take at Ellis Park Stadium straight after the game. Gave our views then, and then we went through this morning and we spoke to Nick Mallet and got his views as well. So if you haven't watched those two, please do. And there's also both press conferences are on the channel as well. So feel free to have a look there if you missed all the stuff from yesterday. But talking about what I want to talk about today is the consequences of the loss, because obviously the shock loss not only dented Springbok egos, not only put them behind in the defence of the Rugby Championship with last on the log after this now, after the All Blacks won last night against Argentina, but it also meant they dropped from number 1 in the world rankings. Now, whether that bothers you or not, it's a sense of pride, I suppose, more than anything else. It's I never really know how these world rankings work, but the Boks were number 1, the All Blacks were number 2, Ireland was number 3, and they don't really matter other than at World Cup draws. Now, there is a World Cup draw at the end of this year, and that's going to be very important for the Boks as well, going to that. But saying that, they went into 2023 World Cup with a bad draw and a really tough pool of death, and still came out and won the World Cup. So it's not a death sentence, and with the World Cup being expanded with more teams this time around in 2027, I think we're probably going to see that the top 5 teams aren't really going to get bothered until the playoff rounds of the World Cup anyway. So I think that's one of those things that doesn't really bother me too much, although it is never nice. You'd always like that little bit of pride, I suppose, to go through there. So the losses meant they've dropped out of the number 1 spot. Will they get it back if they beat Australia next week? my sense is probably it's going to come down to that Eden Park game, or whatever happens there will sort of cement where they're going to end up for the second part of the year, and of course then obviously the rest of their games as well. But certainly a bit of pride, and another extra headline, another extra talking point. And you can let me know in the comments if you feel that the world rankings do actually mean anything. I know we're all angry. There's a lot of angry comments in the the comments of all the videos about how bad the Boks have been. I think we shouldn't lose perspective. It's one game, but it is a bad loss at home and very unexpected as well. So people have got the right to feel upset about that, and I think the Boks know that as well. Rassie said as well last night they're going to have to take the flak for it anyway, because they didn't play as they should. They didn't do their job. But the more in-depth discussion on the game itself is in our talking box thing with Nick Mallet and Gavin and I's hot take last night. But okay, so the All Blacks are number one, and Scott Robertson didn't even know after his team beat Argentina 41-24 last night. So them and the Wallabies at the top of the Rugby Championship rankings at the moment, and this is what he said when he found out.
The All Blacks are world number one again after the Wallabies upset the Springboks. What is that something you've been chasing? Is that something you were well stocking?
It's actually something we just read because you just told us. It just shows how tough Test footy is and how close it is, and the margins. Argentina were great for a lot of the match tonight. They defended really well. They were really, really passionate. Just like the Springboks were too. And then it can turn on like a moment, discipline, card, great play, 2 or 3 tries in back-to-back can turn Test matches, and we're pleased with number one. But our sights will be probably more settled next week's match than rankings.
I think the one thing is true is that there are very small margins in these things as well. So these things can change quite easily, and there's not much to choose from for the top couple of sides. This certainly wasn't the Boks' best performance. They know they've fallen short. They know they've got to rectify that this weekend, and we expect a response from them in Cape Town as well. And hopefully we will see a good response from them and a much more balanced game as well. So let me know what you think about that in terms of the world rankings. Does it mean anything? Do you care? Or is it something that you're really upset about? Let me know either way. I read all the comments, so it's always good to see. And if you haven't already, please smash that subscribe button and obviously give it the thumbs up, like, all that stuff that just helps the channel get into your feed a bit more. And really appreciate all the comments and the support. And thanks, guys, and we'll keep on doing that. Let's hope we have a big week in Cape Town this week for the Springboks. Cheers. Hey guys, some breaking news just came here. The Springboks, of course, have moved down to Cape Town. They're playing the Wallabies on Saturday in Cape Town, and of course, after that shock loss at Ellis Park, a lot of concern about the team, a lot of talking going along around rugby circles, and a lot to talk about. But the big breaking news is that there are 4 massive injuries, 4 players out of this weekend's game, including Captain Siya Kolisi, and that's a massive one. Let's first deal with that, and we'll get on to the others now. But the first one is Siya Kolisi, who's out for 4 weeks, which means it puts him in doubt for the New Zealand tour. Remember, the Boks play at Eden Park on the 6th of September and in Wellington on the 13th of September. So that's massive. If he's out for 4 weeks, on the 18th of August, 4 weeks is to about the 18th of September. He might not be back for that Wellington game. He might make it to that Wellington game. Maybe he recovers a bit early. Injuries are never set in stone in the amount of weeks it comes to come back. But it certainly seems like Siya's in a race against time to be in New Zealand and may miss that All Black game. He's certainly missing this game. He of course came off with a niggle with a knee injury. In the, I think it was the 45th minute of the game against the Wallabies, and Boks was still in control of them, but when they lost him, things sort of fell apart. Now, there was several reasons for that, not just losing Siya, but that certainly the leadership on the field in that second half certainly has got a lot to answer for this weekend, and I think everybody, even Rassie, would probably mention that as well. But that's the first thing. The second thing, which is rather interesting, is the other players to go, is Pieter-Steph du Toit. apparently got a concussion on the weekend, so he'll be out for probably 14 days, depending on the return to play protocols, depending on the seriousness of the concussion. But it certainly is a concussion that's got him out this weekend. So that's two of the loose trio out. And then the other two players who are also out is Kurt the Orange, the winger, and Edward van der Merwe, the other winger. So both wingers are out. So that's big setback for Boks, massive setback for them at the moment to lose those players just when they lost that game. Of course, a lot being talked about this game at Ellis Park and the shock of it. And I'll do a video a bit later just about some thoughts about that now after, maybe 48 hours later. But just on that, so 4 injuries, 2 wingers out, 2 loose forwards. So where does that leave the Boks? Well, Rassie said last week that they'd already named the team for this week in Cape Town internally, but he did admit on Saturday night after the game that they would probably change that team anyway because of the defeat. Because the mantra in the Bok team is always if things are going well, then they keep their plans, but they adjust if things don't go well. So he did say there would be some changes coming to the side anyway. What we did hear last week is that there would probably be a return for Sasha Feinberg Mngomezulu and Andre Pollard at fly-off. I think even if there wasn't going to be one after what happened on Saturday, you'd want one of those two back, and especially Andre Pollard back, just Mr. Steady there at the helm of the Boks. So those two will be back, and Rassie also talked about Morne van der Berg getting a shot this coming week in Cape Town. Whether that's still going to happen after, we'll have to see. The other one he said was the two players who are struggling with niggles, Damien Delenda and Cheslin Colby, would both be back. So Damien will probably come back into the midfield. I think they probably need him back there. Not that Andre Este hasn't played badly. He, in fact, was probably one of the standout players for the Boks and certainly excelled in those first 20 minutes when the Boks were ahead. But Cheslin Colby coming back fills one wing position because of Edward van der Merwe and Kurt the Orange both being out. And the other one was, we reckon it's probably going to be Kanan Moody because he was up for the press conference on Monday. So he's likely to go into that wing position as well. So that's the one part sorted out. So if you have that change and you have Damien Delenda coming back in, interesting to see what are they going to do at fullback. Will they keep Apalele Fassi or bring Damien Willemse into the starting lineup, or even Willie Leroux at the back there? It's all possibilities, and we'll find out on Tuesday when the Boks name their side as well. But that's the first part. The back line's fine. I don't think there's too many problems. They'll obviously decide what's best for them for this game and bring those players in. But I think where the real concern is that loose forward, because let's go through the injury list already. I mean, we had Jean Augustus, Elric Lowe, Cameron Hanekom all out with injury, and then we have we've had Jasper Visser suspended till the second game in New Zealand as well. So all those 4 players are out anyway. The players still in the squad that are loose forwards that aren't injured, if you take Peter Stefan and Sia out, is Kwagga Smith. You've got Marco van Staden. And who's the other one? Jean-Luc Dupré. Now, I guess that they'll probably all feature in the match day 23 in some respect this weekend. But it's going to be interesting how they balance that loose trio, especially the way Fraser McGrath got to the breakdowns, the way the Aussies dominated the breakdowns this last week. That's a huge problem for the Springboks at the moment, and that's where part of the reason why they lost in that second half. They didn't protect their breakdown ball. When Sia went off and Marco van Staden was almost there alone, they certainly had lots of problems trying to protect their own ball at the breakdown. It was fine the first couple of phases, but as soon as it went a bit more wide, they were isolated quite quickly by the Wallabies, and very cleverly so. So that's going to be certainly something that weighs upon their minds. Who else is there? Now, on standby, guys who were in the squad in June and July, but were left out of the squad for these games against Australia, are Evan Ruas and Vincent Chituka. You could probably see both of them coming back, although the Boks haven't named any replacements just yet. We probably would hear a bit later today or tomorrow if there are going to be a couple coming in, but those guys will probably come in. Of course, there's some other options the Boks have as well. If you really want to spread it a bit further, guys who played in in the loose trio, either for their franchises or at some point for the Springboks. Include Kubas Visa, who played 8 against Georgia. You've got Ruan Nokia, who's played at flank for the Bulls as well. I expected him to come in at a lock at some point this week, or be somewhere on the field there. And then you've got Franco Mostert, who was on the bench, who probably didn't perform as he should have at Ellis Park. He's one of the players that there's a question mark about. So he's the other guy who could play on the flank as well. I think the big thing comes to them is just how they're going to handle that breakdown and what they need there. That's why I think Marco van Staden was pretty good in those opening 20 minutes. They certainly lost momentum. He went off with an HIA test. Apparently the mouth guard sort of beeped, and he didn't have an HIA, just the mouth guard malfunctioned apparently. So he was off. But that's where almost the game changed, because in that time that he was off, the Boks conceded their first try to Australia, and there was a penalty. And when Siak went off as well, Marco came back on, of course. But suddenly the impact of Kwagga at the same time at the breakdown wasn't quite there. I think the Boks will be the first to admit that. So some really interesting selection choices to be made this week. And the injuries just complicated, and Sia out, and especially for the New Zealand tour, because even if they win this weekend, win well, you'd want Sia's leadership there in New Zealand as well. Sia scored a try on Saturday. He certainly looked pretty good there. But it's a massive one. There's a massive blow for the Boks to have those players out. So yeah, I'm not quite sure what they're going to do. Rassie's obviously naming his team on Tuesday. He pitched up at the press conference on Monday as well to as he said, get the message across to everybody, because he said Dion Davids has a line-out meeting. Dion Davids was scheduled to chat to the media and obviously then reveal, but he didn't give much more information. We'll probably find out in the coming days, and I'm sure tomorrow at the press conference the guys will ask as well. But that's it for now. It's massive news reverberating now. Maybe not as big as the shock that the Wallaby win sort of sent to World Rugby, but certainly from a Springbok context, this is massive news that they probably wouldn't have wanted at this moment. And you're going to have to be very interesting. I think that team announcement tomorrow is going to be watched for two reasons. One, just to see who's coming to the side and who's made these replacements, but also because of the response that Bok fans will have wanted for this game. So that's the breaking news, big news here. It never rains but it pours, Bok fans. Rassie's got a lot on his plate now, and the management team have got a lot to work on. So that's it for this video. Let me know what you think. Who do you think should come in? What selection, what loose trio do you want to see on the park on Saturday? What do you think is going to be good to stop the Aussie, the ball, what's the name, the jacklers? I was going to say balljachters. See, I'm thinking in Afrikaans here. But what do you think is going to be able to stop them? What is the best balance for that loose trio, and how big a loss is Sia for if he is out for the New Zealand game? Obviously a lot of opinions on the comments. I do read them all. I do appreciate them, and as always, the one thing we have to ask in every video, smash that subscribe button, put the thumbs up for the likes and all that, so we can grow this channel. But again, thanks for watching, and I'm keen to read your thoughts. Cheers.
Kanan will be on for 15 minutes, or whatever you have questions for him, please fire them. Same as usual, first 10 minutes onto vloggers, after that vloggers off, and then we'll do the last 7 minutes or so of Afrikaans with Rassie. Alright, hands up for questions please, Adnan and then Mubin.
Hello Rassie, just after obviously Saturday, just having looked at the game, you mentioned, look at it and just your thoughts now after having watched it, and I don't know, we just had a proper meeting. I think damn it, probably frustration, obviously disappointment, and at least we know what we did wrong, and I think that's the most important thing. If it was we played so well, and but they totally outplayed us. I mean, we can't sit here and the rev was good. I mean, we had altitude. It was a lekker crowd in there, 22 points up. But we went through our stuff now. At least we know exactly what we did wrong. In a game like that, we couldn't even say we were unlucky. I think there was 4 of their tries where there wasn't even a phase. that we say put up. It's an intercept pass here, it's an offload there, and it's a ball that bounced there, which they worked for so hard to be in those positions. So we went through all our facets of the game now. Internally, our team has been announced, so we wouldn't do it today, then everybody thinks it's mind games again. It's just internally the guys know who's playing. And yes, now everybody, we said last week what we're up against. I don't think the world believed us when we said we were up against a really good Wallaby team, and we believed that, and they showed it.
Joshua said they were possibly lucky. You mentioned unlucky. He said they were possibly lucky in certain instances, especially when you guys were on attack and going for the line and just traveling to the other side.
Yeah, I don't want to quote Gary Player, but no, they were well organized. For the plans that we had, they had good counter. Not counter attack, counter plans. And, you know, the intercept was a good decision by their player. Not such a bad pass by Mani. If the ball got away, you know, it would have been maybe a try, but their player made a better read. When Andre tried with the offload, it didn't stick and their player was there. So, no, we were unlucky, but we were unlucky because they worked hard. They found a way at altitude to beat us, and yeah, I can't have excuses on that. Joe's a good coach, and they've got a bloody good team.
Mubin and then Lloyd.
Hi Rassie, hi Kenan, hope you guys are well. Rassie, just in terms of, you know, when the Boks always lose, when it's backs against the wall, or you guys have a painful loss like Saturday, normally you guys come out really, you come back really with a vengeance. So just the approach this week, how do you guys take it? Because we see that you guys had this word-to-word play, lots of running rugby, lots of air, but we didn't see a lot of mauling, a lot of line-out scrums as well, but the additional things that work for you guys, the strengths as we know it. Yeah, so is that your approach this week, to go back to those basics of getting the strong defense, getting the good kicking game, set pieces, those types of things, so that the guys like Kane can actually get some of the freedom and the sort of the width or the foundation, you know?
Yeah, Kane is probably better. He can save you for frustrated on how long do you play? 20 minutes. 20 minutes. You know, it's the thing is, if you play beautiful rugby and you lose, you lose. If you play boring rugby and you win, you know, you win and people are happy. And we were totally on the wrong side of that balance on Saturday. And that's not because Tony coaches that way, and it's not. I think it's a trap that we also fell into against Italy in the first match when we were 25 points up. You know, you tend to think things is now easy, and there's so much space here, and then a team like a proud country like Australia, then they just take the opportunity. So 100% right, we have to do that on Saturday.
Rassie, it's obviously unfamiliar territory for you guys and then for everyone watching as well. If you could just give us a sense of, you know, it's unfamiliar territory for the players as well. Yeah. Just give us a sense of what that dressing room was like in the minutes and hours as a team together after Saturday, and then what the messaging has been from you to the players. I mean, has it been firm? You know, what's the kind of stance at the moment and how the players responded?
Well, we're only training this afternoon or after lunch, Lloyd, but I know it's I can say different words to describe it, but everybody wants to find the solution, and you know, is it the way? Is it the last message in the change room? Is it hey, when you were 22-0 up, let's put them away? Is it forgetting how desperate they are to? Yeah, they've got the World Cup going in 2 years' time at home. You know, there's so many things that we can find wrong. But then at the end of the day, we have to go look, listen at this move, at this scrum, at this lineup. And I think his question is very valid. You know, we always want to try and keep the traditional way we always play, with some other things we're going to get right. I don't think the meeting was bad or in a tense way, because it's all adults. You know, sometimes we get upset with each other, but I think everybody's in agreement what we have to do to rectify it on Saturday.
Hi Rassie, Kenan, just for you, from the players' perspective, what do you feel you guys need to do this week in terms of fixing, correcting the wrongs, and then is there a clarity with what you need to do? Is that clarity?
Yeah, great question. I think obviously we are all very disappointed with the performance on Saturday. The guys are hurting, but we did a review, we did our meeting, and yeah, I guess like Coach said, now we know what we need to do to get it right this weekend, and our main focus for us is to stack the positive this week and make sure that Saturday when we go out there, we have a clear plan of what we want to do and just execute it on the game.
Brandon, I'd just like to know, obviously you have been on the winning side for all your previous tests, and suddenly you come on the field and you guys are behind or the pace is lacking and the Wallabies are picking up. Can you just tell us, as a quite young and in that sense inexperienced player, coming on as a sub and suddenly things are changing very quickly, what was running through your mind? What did you think you had to do or change, or what was going through your mind when you came up and things were slowly starting to change?
I think we got comms from the coaching staff on what we needed to do and what maybe to change, try and swing the game around. And I think that was just my message. I went on at wing, so we needed to get our kicking game going again. And yeah, I think that was just main focus for me to go out there and just try and make a positive influence in the kicking game and putting pressure on Australia again. But yeah, like I said, we didn't manage to do that, and then we won the pump. And I think like I said, it's very disappointing for us as a team, but we know what we need to do to get it right next week.
Stephen, and then Justin.
Ross, do you think that there could be an element of conditioning, and I don't mean that in a negative way, I mean it in the sense that obviously things have changed a bit in terms of how teams are picked from different parts of the world, so that whole high felt factor may not be in your favour anymore. Do you think that might be a point, or is that,
Stephen, I think you are 50% right there. I think the one thing is we are chopping and changing teams. But there was a fairly settled team in terms of strategy and feeling pressure, knowing pressure, and so on. Credit to Australia. I mean, the wing is 20, the inside centre is 22, so they haven't played a lot of matches. Skelton comes from France, and he comes into the mix. I mean, their captain is a fairly young guy. I think he's 25, 26. So, but we've used in the last 10 years against them 67 players. I think now about 70, and it's worked for us. I really think our downfall was getting 22 points up, and if you then lose the momentum in a test match, it's very tough to gain it again. We've been together for almost 11 weeks this year, and really it's not a conditioning thing. It's maybe a little bit of rhythm, but hell, it was a terrible result getting into the Rugby Championship, giving them 5 league points, us having 0. But I don't think from the leagues all over the world. But I do think because we are trying to build squad depth, this last one was a terrible result for us, because we always want to keep the winning momentum whilst changing and giving guys opportunity.
I see you speak about that winning momentum, and then there's the other side where people say maybe a defeat is a better lesson when it comes to continuing that momentum. So almost like to say you need to lose in order to improve and really understand where you need to build on, because if you're winning week in, week out, are you really learning a lot? Is that something that you also look at and maybe agree to when you think this defeat would have taught you guys a lot more in terms of what you still need to improve on in order to make sure that you get to a point where you want to be?
Yeah, I don't want to sound like a philosopher, but you must learn when you're winning also. When we were winning, there were some games where we just couldn't get to the third and the fourth gear, and it didn't improve on Saturday. So, but it's different when you lose and you come into a meeting and all the players sit there, now they listen. They always listen, but now, we lost, and then so it does create a different vibe totally. And I think because obviously everybody's embarrassed. Nobody's feeling good about themselves. It's not lucky to walk in the streets and people are, wat gaan aan man, So, and I think that just put more tightness together and make you more want to get it right. So yes, you look, if we don't learn from a match like we played there, what we gave them on a platter sometimes. They also worked for a lot, but you tend to learn more when you lose.
Lloyd and then Deaton.
Yeah, sorry if I've missed this somewhere, Rassie, but just are there any players unavailable through injury for the weekend? Concern over Sia, but
yeah, Sia's out knee, I think 4 weeks. Peter Steff, concussion. Curtly, knee. Edwell, ankle. That's everybody.
All out.
Yeah.
Linton, and then guys, Kanan's got to go. So if there's a last question for Kanan, please fire. Otherwise, he's got to go.
Yeah.
Another question for Rassie.
Okay,
mine's
yeah.
for
Well,
Kanan.
Kanan.
Yeah.
Kanan?
Kanan, just in terms of the backline, we know it's quite an exciting backline. The one Rassie's going to put out probably this weekend as well. But Cape Town's looking like it's going to bring different weather to you guys. Is that something that you as the backs will be speaking about to each other? You mentioned sharpening up on that kicking game. Or you had a good kicking game, but furthering that into the game as the minutes go on. Is that the talk amongst the backs for this week?
Yeah, I think we obviously know we have to get it right this weekend. I think a big thing in that is having control and balance in our game. Defense complementing the attack confidence, playing well with the kicking game. So I think we need to get the control and balance right for this weekend, whatever may come, weather-wise. Just have to be ready for what's come this week Saturday.
Cool. Kanan, you excused?
Reminder, you're watching a recap, a build-up to Saturday's test, to today's test against the Wallabies in Cape Town. This is a recap of the entire week with some unheard footage as well. So after Rassie pitched up, we had to switch our cameras off there in Cape Town. He went on for another 20-odd minutes. And this is the unedited rest of the press conference. Audio only, unfortunately. But I'm sure you'll appreciate that seeing as no one else has really put it up. This is one of the reasons why I do this, so that you can get as much insight on Rassie's thoughts as possible. So here's the rest of the press conference over this, and I'll be doing this for all the press conferences that were this week as well in this build-up situation as well. So yeah, here's Rassie, unedited, audio only, and have a listen.
Cool. Kanan, you excused? Mubin? Adnan and then Mubin?
For 2 minutes, just 2 minutes, Kanan, and then Rassie after.
Rassie, I had to ask us, you mentioned the fact that the mense will be but the fact that you're sitting here, just tell us why you decided to come today. You were at the press and explain it, and you're here again today. Just tell us what. No, because there's some Dion has to fix some things now. He said Dion is normally on Mondays. And we would love to give you the team now. We always pick the team on a Sunday. The players know Monday morning, and sometimes the program is just so tight. I swear it's not mind games when you do things like this. It's for our program on a Monday to function better. And Dion's got a pretty important line-out meeting now, and it's always this time. And at our meeting went a little bit deeper, and I don't want. Rather Dion get the detail right there, and I can answer the questions. So it's just to be more productive. There's nothing else to it. What was your question? Something else? It was more about you taking ownership and. No. Well, again, if Dion sits here and he answers questions, I don't want to sound like somebody rambling on, but if Dion sits here and answers questions about what happened on Saturday, and he's got a line-out meeting now which he wants to fix, I'm part of all the meetings, and I can help him out today. That he can focus on what he must do.
Vlog us off, and then Mubin, Stephen.
Rassie, just another aspect of your game. You spoke about it after the Loftus game, basically the breakdowns and technically protecting your ball, so the clean is coming a bit late. So on defense as well. Has that also been something you've chatted about in the side, obviously this weekend, and also? You've spoken about Rassie. You've spoken about Sia not being available as well. Will Jesse or Eoben be captain? I know the team announcement is tomorrow, but we'll take over Eoben because on Saturday he took over, obviously. I'm not sure. And Jesse, so we'll take over the captaincy as well.
Jesse's not in the team. I'm joking. No. Jesse will be captain. Jesse will be captain. Excuse, dat is die eerste vraag.
Die breakdown.
Yeah, the breakdown. They gave us shots there, but unfortunately, Sia was 5-7 minutes before half time. He injured his knee. Marcus mouth got pinged, and we were just getting lack of momentum. There's no excuses. This is just what happened on Saturday. I think we were already then 22-0 up, and from that kick-off, Marcus' mouth got pinged, and he had to go off for a concussion test, and then Kwacha had to come on, and then Peter got concussion. So it was a bit of a game, and then Kirtley got injured when they scored that second last try. And then Edwell went down, so, and that's the thing that we must be able to handle, and we couldn't. And they were great at the breakdown, and legally, both on attack and defence, they had our number there.
Rassie, obviously the conditions are potentially wet this week. Do you think maybe that a grind can be good for the guys in a way, because it will, be a bit close quarters, and I suppose desire plays,
Yeah. We would love all test matches to be grinds, and I think Stephen, if you've seen most of the matches where we play, if it's this tight game and wonder which way it goes, then normally we do well, and for some reason when we get easy tries, there's a bit of a switch off, and that's something we must fix. But last week was also, I think, first half, just warm up, it started raining, and that had a lack of focus for the team. And at first couple of minutes, it drizzled a bit, and the guys were keeping it really tight and direct, and I thought that helped us a little bit. But yes, I think from tomorrow till Friday, it's going to rain. Well, if the predictions are correct. But then again, you saw what the Australia did to the Lions in that wet game, and how well they handled the weather there. So I'm not sure for which team it will benefit.
Rassie, Joseph Swahili spoke this morning about they made a big focus of how long drought they had winning at Ellis Park, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think 95 was the last time Australia won in Cape Town. But is that, keeping that winning record intact, also something that comes up during the weekend conversation, or is it just a matter of focusing on?
No, it does. I mean, they're small. We try to, like they do, set ourselves smaller targets in a year. And hopefully by hitting those smaller targets, you reach the big target. Obviously, I'm not sure if they're 5th or 6th in the world currently, but us losing that game, I'm sure we dropped a few, must be 4th or 3rd now, yeah? Third. And that's not ideal. Obviously, that's one of our goals, to try and do well. It would have been, I can't hide away from it. It wouldn't have been the first time in history that we beat them 5 times in a row. But again, they showed history is there too. They broke there. I don't think they've lost ever at Ellis Park. I think that's also 60. Yeah. So they broke that the thing. So Healy that said that. Yeah. We also got those internal ones, but it's not the end of the world if you don't reach those internal small ones. The big ones is to win the rugby championships, and we're now back against the wall there.
Sorry, Rassie, you just confirmed now with Jesse being captain. Just maybe your thoughts on what impressed him, how did he impress you? I think it was the Barbars game where he was captain for the first time, and just your views on how he went there and his qualities as a leader, that why you have faith in him.
Probably because he's a guy that studies the opposition a lot, studies rugby a lot. I think he's 31, turning 31. But he's in tip-top shape. He can back up his words with actions on the field. He's I think by far one of the most professional players that I've been involved with as a player, and maybe even under a venter, the way they look after their bodies. But then he's also a guy that felt how it felt last weekend. For the whole 80-minute to lose against Australia, so he'll be really up for this game. And I thought he was 3 times captain now, or twice, I don't know. It's his 3rd or 4th time. But he's always been, we don't announce the vice captain, and most of the times he's vice captain, or if if Evans off and Sias off, So we like to have normally a forward as a captain, but Jesse has always been a very pro, and he did really well in the first 2 games that he captained.
Happy with English? Can we go to Afrikaans?
Rassie, jy het nog genoem dat Sia vir tot 4 weke kan uitwees. Daar's wat 2 weke breek, as jy reg 'n week breek voor jy New Zealand toe gaan, is daar rush om gereed te kry vir daai New Zealand se trippie, want dit is 2 belangrike toetse daai kant ook, of hoe hanteer julle dit?
Ja, ons hanteer dit maar medies. Ek dink die scans het nog gewees is 'n graad 2 op knie. Party ons kom reg in 4 weke, party ons wat 6 weke het al gesien het Sia gedoen vir die vorige World Cup. Maar dit is nie 'n World Cup jaar nie, en ek hoop dit klink op enige manier arrogant nie, maar weet dit is baie keer doelloos. Ek weet daai Eden Park is groot, maar daai Eden Park is niks as jy op Ellis Park verloor nie. Om op Ellis Park te gaan en verloor en nie goed te doen nie in die Kaapie, nie te wen in die Kaapie, dan dit is amper al as jy ja gedroom daar op Eden Park, maar jy kry dit nie eens hier by jou huis reg nie. En om ou so Sias Sias 35 dink ek, om ou so hy te vroeg te try terugbring en dan om so 'n game te gaan chase en dan is hy vir die res van die jaar uit. So ons gaan uit en uit die dokter, ek dink Kurtley is op 3 weke. Edwel ook, Pieter Steff sal reg wees. Jasper is terug vir die tweede game, obviously met sy skorsing. Damien Dalende is reg weer. Wie was die ander een wat uit? Cheslin is ook 100% reg. Ja, so mense is nervous om ouens uit te hê, en dan kry ou baie keer pak slaas so jy gekry het, nie omdat die ander ouens goed gedoen het nie, maar nou is jy weer happy dat hierdie ouens die naweek reg is.
As jy net in terme van na mens nou verloor in die eerste wedstryd, hoe belangrik is dit om nie dadelik soos panic stations toe te gaan en grootskaalse verandering in taktiek of spelers te maak in die aanloop tot die tweede wedstryd? Ja, ek dink mense behoort aan my nou te sien is ons spanne baie verander dat dit paniek is, want ons doen dit redelik baie om groot veranderinge in 'n span te maak. Daar's 'n redelike paar veranderinge. Ons het eintlik al hierdie span 2 weke terug aangekondig, Australië 1 en Australië 2, maar omdat hulle ons so pak slag gegee die naweek, het ons maar so 4 of 5 veranderinge nie gedoen nie. Ek weet nie, paniek is moeilik om te sê, weet, paniek is as jy 'n punt verloor in 'n semifinal teen Wallis, dan dink jy kon hierdie game net wel verloor het en jy paniek vir die volgende game. Ons is een keer daar, toe Jacques hoofcoach was, het ons 3 in 'n ry verloor, en die volgende game was New Zealand. En toe Jacques het reg gekry en toe wen ons New Zealand, na het ons, ek in op die stadium nou, ons het 2 in 'n ry verloor, en toe so die derde keer ook teen New Zealand weg gewees het. So, ek dink die span is gewoond aan druk, maar die hardste rede is die mense, ons supporters se teleurstelling, en ek dink dit sit lekker druk op die ouens, en nie paniek, druk om beter te doen, en ek dink dis goeie druk, ons wil goed doen.
Rassie, ek wil net graag weet, natuurlik was hierdie nie die beste sportnaweek vir Suid-Afrika gewees nie, dit het ongelukkig hier by die cricket begin, maar ek wil net graag weet, natuurlik, soos jy nou net gesê, die ondersteuners het dit goed gevat nie, meer net oor, soos julle weet wat julle vir die ondersteuners doen, so, eerst van my vraag is net, wat vir julle reg maak vir die ondersteuners volgende naweek, maar ook daarmee saam, ek dink julle is 'n groot katalysator vir ander sportspanne, ons weet volgende Sondag by ons vrouens, hulle eerste Rugby wêreldbeker wedstryd teen Brasilië, so as jy al die momentum aan die gang kan kry, om dit oor te dra in die land en aan die vroue, wat is net jou woorde daaroor?
Nee, Driekus, ek het omgekyk, jy's like ons junior bokke het goed gedoen, as ek vir julle kan sê wat in 'n naweek aangaan, ons Protea netbal span het as 'n groep vir ons 'n videoetjie gestuur, die sokkerspan, Hugo Broos was daar, Swys hulle speel volgende week, ons, die mans en die vrouenspan, ons coaches gaan help baie keer by die vrouenspan, so, ou voel so of jy, hy hele lekker cycle wat alles so mooi opgebou het ons nog gaan opneek laas naweek, jy weet, en Driekus voel het ook nou seker nie lekker nie, so, nie vir Swys en sy span, en, Cindy is nog aan, nee. Cindy het die rekord so, sy gisterand wel geluister op 'n interview op die TV. Ek dink hulle groot goal is om te kyk of hulle in die quarterfinals kan gaan, en dit sal 'n groot sukses wees, en ja, ons sal vir hulle ook 'n videoetjie maak, maar ons het eers ons eie huiswerk nodig. En hopelik kan die volgende naweek sommer goed begin op alle vlakke. Ek weet die junior, die ander 18 ouetjies het ook regtig goed gedoen. Albei Durban wil in daai toernooi, ek bedoel selfs die A-span, of ek kan sê, daar's maar die A-span en die B-span wat daar gespeel het. Albei daai spanne het regtig goed gedoen. So ons cricket het ons ook lekker dopgehou, so jy wil hy momentum verloor nie.
Ja, Rassie, dit te sê, is dit regverdig om te sê dat Suid-Afrika self die bokke in my ervaring hulle vaar beter as hulle met hulle rigting hier is en hulle.
Dis nie net gevra dat ek geantwoord het, ekskuus. Ja, dis eintlik hartseer, mense wil graag verander. Jy weet, mense wil eintlik hoor ek probeer altyd wen. Moenie eens almal vir jou kant in die kop het nou gaan goed speel nie, jy weet. So dis frustrerend. En nou kan ook sommer sien nie dat ek sê die spelers nie professioneel nie, maar na so verloor dan kyk almal sommer meer in die meetings en al. Maar so 'n bietjie jy het in Italië gewen met 20 punte, ja, moenie worry nie oor daai tweede helfte. Maar as jy so pak slaag kry, wat die laaste 6 minute is jy nie meer in die game nie. Dit is nogal 'n wake-up call, maar so ons is reg teen die muur, so hopelik doen ons soos ons altyd doen.
Laaste vraag, Justin.
As jy kortliks soos jy gesê het, julle oorspronklik Australië 1-2 aangekondig as 'n span.
Ja.
Daar is nou 'n paar veranderinge. Hoe hanteer jy daardie spelers wat nou sou gespeel het en nou nie gaan speel nie, of miskien nou op die bank gaan wees, selfs weet jy hoe hanteer jy daardie spelers?
Nee, is maar moeilik. Ons is nog nie lekker om vir ou te sê, maar ons sê maar altyd, hoor die boys, ons werk almal saam hierso, ons is 35 spelers hierso. Hier is die 2 spanne wat ons hopelik gaan speel, maar as ons momentum verloor, dan gaan span 2 verander. So, dis hoekom ek glo al die ouens so lekker saamwerk deur die week en die beste uit mekaar uit kry. En dan as 'n ou nou so groot hiccup kry, want hierdie was 'n goeie pak slaag wat hulle ons gegee het, dan moet ons maar net eerlik wees en verduidelik. Ons het momentum verloor en ons moet nou eers weer momentum terugkry voor ons 'n paar changes kan maak. So, maar net eerlik wees.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Ja, thank you guys. Thank you for
Of course, we can't ignore the opposition, and on Monday, 2 of the heroes of the Ellis Park win pitched up for their press conference. Good on the Aussies to do that. James O'Connor, who had his first test in how many years, he had a superb game at Flav. And Will Skelton, the enforcer in their pack, both of them pitched up and spoke about the game and what they expect on Saturday. So have a watch.
Cheers, lads. Very good morning to you over there. First and foremost, one for both of you. I'll throw to Will first. Just give us your feelings, thoughts, now you've had the chance to process that result, because it was certainly amazing for all of us watching over here in Australia.
Yeah, pretty special. We enjoyed last night, got around each other. And just the way to fight back there, like the first 20, it was tough. Even watching it back was lots to look at. But yeah, the end result, well, what a feeling, what a game, and what a place to do it at.
As an additional follow-up on that, James, obviously you've kind of been in the squad, you were in the squad for the whole of the Lions tour, and you've kind of been there observing it. What was kind of the feelings when you first were called in, and then when the side was down, by 20 odd points? What was kind of the headspace when you guys were all under the posts, and how you kind of regathered and built your way back in from there?
Geez, there's about 4 questions there, so I'll just answer the last one. Yeah, look, I'm not going to lie, like that first 15, I possibly didn't pick the right opportunities at the start, but from my point of view, I knew we had to play to beat the Boks, especially in these conditions, so possibly pushed it a little bit too much, but I felt like we built into the game and regathered and then started to create well. But yeah, look, there was never, I feel like there was never any almost loss of belief when we were behind those posts, because we could see the opportunities, we could see the spaces, and like, to be fair, the Boks were clinical. That first 20 when they were going sideline to sideline and where they were pulling us apart, every little error we made, they won the balls on the ground, they won the contest in pretty much every area of the game, and they made us pay for it, and they showed what they could do. 22 unanswered points straight away. So big effort from our group to just stay engaged and stay in the fight, and then just build our way back in. But I always knew we were capable of doing it. There's a strong belief in the group. We just had to play our rugby and take our moments, which I felt like we did in the end.
Hey, congratulations, boys. James, bring us in like post the result, and you've won. What's the feeling like? What are the messages from the senior leaders around, what it took, and what was actually being said kind of post game?
I think it's first enjoying the moment, because it has been 62 years. Yeah. 62 years since we've won at Ellis Park. So that's a special thing as a group to get after and to be a part of, especially with that comeback. But then I think it was, we enjoyed each other's company, but that's the thing about rugby, you're sort of already on to next week. Well, I know my mind went there, and I thought straight away, what are they going to be coming with? 6-2 bench, back to basics, bomb squad, aerial contest. They're going to meet us in the trenches there, so I'm already thinking about what's coming and then just focusing on recovery. But we did enjoy each other's company a little bit, didn't we?
A couple of beverages.
Pato, you want to go? Yeah, Pato, you go.
Yeah, well, I guess you're talking a lot about belief there. Maybe both of you guys, if I can get a comment, but it's impact around that belief. You've both been around the Wallabies for a long, long time. Are there certain wins where you know that, what you've achieved can really ratchet that belief up a lot, given what you, the adversity, I suppose, that you overcame yesterday?
Yeah, for sure. I think, definitely it's been building throughout the Lions series as well. We didn't have the best start against the Lions in the first test as well, so we sort of had that coming into this game. 22-0 under the posts. Like Rabsy said, we stuck to the game plan. We stuck to the processes. We stuck in there and we fought to come back to when we got the game. So, no, I'm extremely proud of this group and how we fought and yeah, just we had a really good week of preparation and to put a performance out like that, it's really. Oh, mate, it's just a great feeling, and like Rab said, a lot of the boys are already on to next week as well. Boys are reviewing, everyone's clipping stuff. We know what's going to come. They're going to go back to how they go. They're going to try and punch you in the face this week. So we're going to have to be ready, have a good week of preparation again, and really fly into them.
Sorry, I've got a couple of questions again. Firstly, again for either who wants to, do you normally watch reviews so quickly, or was this one that you just really wanted to watch?
I review the game straight after it. I can't sleep until I've watched it, so
yeah, I'm the same.
Watch the game over, take the points from it, and then probably watch it again on the plane to Cape Town, get our little tweaks, and then obviously we'll get the review points from the coaches as well. So that'll be another enjoyable task, especially watching that first 15 from me.
And I guess the natural tendency, and we're kind of guilty of this being in the media, is that when you have a win like
Sorry,
this...
man, we couldn't hear that part.
One of the sort of follow-ons from this is people get really excited about wins and start talking about what the team can do from here. One of the things it's automatically you're now a World Cup contender. Do you put limits on yourself after these type of wins? Do you feel like there's no limits?
Oh man, we take it game by game. Like we're on to that next moment, and that's the next game in Cape Town. Obviously, we enjoyed last night. We enjoyed getting that win, getting that dub, but we're solely focused on our preparation leading into this week. We know how good of a team the Springboks are, and you saw that first 20. 22-0 is a tough place to come back from, and that might not be the same next week. There might be 40 minutes. They might have that fast start, so we're going to have to prepare as well as we can and really galvanize this week, because we've got a few bruised bodies. We've got a few boys coming into camp too, so everything's going to be flying into our preparation to make sure we can put out a performance again.
Yeah, it's awesome to feel like we can create, and we've got players and a team and a squad and a whole base that can put a job forward and get it done. But at the end of the day as well, the Boks left some points out there, and they're going to be coming next week. So I think the big test is going to be Cape Town for us, how well we double down, because it's going to be a battle, that's for sure.
Yeah, players always talk about belief, and like it's been a common theme over the last 12 months under Joe's watch, like the belief of the team. Is it a different type of belief under Joe compared to different coaches, or is it more or less the same sort of thing? Like, what have you noticed the real big differences?
Well, for me, I think it's pretty similar to every other coach that you have. You speak about buy-in, like, man, everyone buys into whatever coach you have. I think maybe we've found something that works for us in terms of really nailing the basics. Joe's massive on the fundamentals. He's really hard on us, and you can tell that by the time that the game comes, we're playing free because we've done the work during the week.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know, Rabs, you've been around a lot longer than me. Like, not that long. But yeah, you've had a lot more coaches in this space. But no, for me, yeah, I think the belief's always there. Whatever coach we have, like, you're playing for Australia. Like, that's all the motivation you really need.
I think you're always going to turn up in that jersey. I think the belief comes from as well as we've put the work in. We have a game plan we believe in, and we've got, like, it's playing to a specific skill set that I believe that suits the group. And hey, like Will said, like, the detail is very specific. So then when you get into the game, you can almost just let go and play the pictures that you're seeing. But in terms of that as well, I feel like, we've spoken about building and this and that. We've got young men who are men now, and have played together, building combinations, and that's sort of where that belief comes with, when the guy beside you, quite well, and the other guy on the other side you've been playing with for 5, 6, 7 years. So I think that's what sort of galvanizes the group. And you look at some of the best, teams in the world, it's that harmony and that sync within the playing group. So I think that's where we're sort of getting to. And you can feel that's that essence that I feel like is in the group that I've seen from the outside, like during that Lions series, and then got to be a part of, obviously, last night.
Just a quick one, Will. Like, you're obviously here in South Africa. Are you likely to come back to Oz after for the next leg of the TRC?
Yeah, I'll be on the flight home. Yeah, definitely. We're having ongoing conversations on what the rest of the TRC looks like, but yeah, we'll have a think this week and have a chat with Brains Trust and see where we can get to.
Morena. Hi, good morning from Italy, and congratulations for a big win. Just a question maybe to James O'Connor, because he was on the field at the end. There was the sensation, the feeling that probably the fitness and the freshness of the Wallabies were superior than the one of the Springboks. Do you agree with that? And on the pitch, were you feeling that?
From my point of view, I knew if we played an expansive sort of style and we kept the ball in play, I felt like the speed of Super Rugby this year was something I hadn't felt before, even in Test footy. So I felt like the boys would be prepped to be able to play that sort of right into the end of the 80. Not going to lie, we got lucky a few times when they made breaks and fumbled it, and then we had some individual brilliance from some of our players. But in terms of, in terms of that fitness sort of element, you look at the end of that game when the whistle was blowing, there wasn't too many chahoos. Everyone was sort of gasping for breath. I know I've even got a little bit of a chest cough. I think the altitude finally got me. Haven't played 80 minutes in a while though. That's probably part of it too.
You weren't supposed to last then.
Apparently.
Congratulations,
James, you I think your career in the Wallabies now spans close to 17 years, which is a record. I think you said on the TV afterwards it was your favourite win. Is that right, mate? Like, you played in a lot of Test matches, or was it like your favourite win on South Africa? Like, where does that rank for you as far as wins for the Wallabies?
It's so hard to put. I feel like I've had 3 or 4 different lifetimes in rugby. So from each sort of almost generation, I feel like I've got a favourite game. But that one in particular was special because even I doubted myself. Like, I'm not going to lie, I came into camp and I was like, wow, have I bitten off more than I can chew here? Like, the boys are training at an intensity and a speed that I'm not up to yet. I've just slowly gone about my work, slowly built, and like, to be honest as well, like, I've spent every game on the bench this year, finishing games off, and that's sort of the role I'd almost created, not for myself, but with, I guess, the other coaches and stuff. So when Joe gave me the nod, I'm not going to lie, like, man, I was bloody excited, and I'm always up for it. I want it bad, but at the same time, there is that little voice in the back of your head that's like, you reckon you can take the Springboks on? You reckon you can live up to the words you've spoken out there? So from my point of view, this one was so special because first 15 minutes, like, the building into that game, I didn't build it perfectly at all, but I'm a competitor and I'm going to keep, if I see a picture, I'm going to play, I'm going to take it on. So I feel, I guess, proud and humbled and grateful because eventually, like, we all synced up, we got on the same page, and things just started working. And it wasn't like beautiful rugby at times, and it wasn't the perfect game. There was a lot of to and fro, back and forth, but we just stayed in the fight, and we stayed hungry, and we stayed working for each other, and eventually, it paid off. So again, to win at Alice Park, like, it is not so much like a fairy tale, but it is, for me, it's incredible. Like, I'm a very grateful man right now, but at the same time, I know what's coming next week.
James, do you dare to dream, James, where you could actually go? Like, it's midway, it's only 2 years out from a World Cup. Like, do you dare to dream that you're playing still in a couple of years' time and you never know? Like, experience counts clearly out on the field because Quade in 2021, Bernard a year later against the ABs, almost, big win there. Like, experience is important, right?
It is, indeed, it is important. I feel it's good to have sort of seniors around the group who've sort of been there and been amongst it. At the same time, like, there's, again, you always have the devil and the angel. Part of me, I feel like it's week to week. The other part of me would love to be a part of it. And it's like, why not? I need a goal. If I don't have something to sink my teeth into, then I won't keep playing. So if I have a goal, then I can keep working and I can keep striving and getting up and trying to improve myself and grow my game. Whereas if the finish line's right there, it'll come pretty quickly. So I'm not really in a place to talk about that right now. I've played one game, and even then it was scratchy. So let's wait after a couple more. Eh?
And the Boks are probably going to make a couple of changes. Like, Rassie's already indicated it, and you guys are expecting a response. Do you guys feel like you want to be able to be out? Like, there's obviously a couple of injuries in camp too, but do you want the ability to be able to go out there, another full strength team, not holding back anything for Argentina?
Oh, they'll be up to Joe. We've spoken about having a squad mentality, and anyone who puts on the jersey will do his job. Solely agree with that. Like, I'm really, like, you come into training and the way that we compete week in, week out, like, you can tell what Rabs is saying, it, the intensity that we have during the week. If anyone goes down, we've had 2 weeks now where guys have gone down on a Thursday, 2 games, and boys have stepped up. So I'm not really worried about that, and they'll be up to the coaches to see what they see, and hopefully we can have a great performance again.
I think knowing Joe as well, we'll be going after it.
Yeah, we always go after it, don't we?
That's it. This, like, you can't not go after it. Like, and I think as well for our group, like, this is the beautiful thing about international rugby. Like, we're about to verse the world champs again after they've been wounded. Like, they're going to put on a display. Like, it's going to be brutal out there. It's going to be a contest, and we want to see where we're at. Like you were saying before, there's talk, there's a lot of things in the peripheral, but as a group, we'll galvanise, and whatever the 15 and 23 is, we'll make a plan and stick to it as best as we can.
That's it, yeah.
And get after it.
It was off to Tuesday, which is a big day in Springbok circles because that's the team naming day. With the news of the 4 players of Kurt Arendse, Edel van der Merwe, Siya Kolisi and Peter Steph du Toit all out of the game, it was highly anticipated what team would Rassie name. Of course, he said before the time that a number of those players were told internally they began to play, but the loss had changed that. So so the Boks came out with this team naming, and then after that we'll go straight into Rassie's press conference. It's Tuesday, and that means a team announcement day, of course, for the Springboks, of course, and A lot of interest in this team, especially after what happened last week when Australia stunned the Boks 38-22 at Ellis Park. Lots been said about that. We've had a lot of discussions. There's a lot of videos on this website about what's been said. Rassie Erasmus has come out and defended his team. Nick Mallet has spoken to us about exactly what happened, and we've had a lot of talk around here. But now it's Tuesday, and the team has been named. And what an interesting team has been named. We knew there were going to be changes. We knew there were going to be a lot of changes, and there was going to be a reset. But maybe we should have a look at closer, because only 5 players from the starting lineup have made it into this team. They were always going to change a number of the players going into the second test anyway. But it's just interesting to see a much more settled team, a look that we know of this team. A lot more sort of older heads there, and Rassie will be hoping that they'll be doing that. Of course, we expect the Boks to go back to basics. We expect them to go back to their strengths, and we reckon that they'll probably play a lot more structured game than they did trying to run the Aussies off their feet, because that backfired terribly on Saturday at Ellis Park. So, let's look at the team. We'll go through the team now and have a bit of a discussion. Cheers. Let's start here with the back line. Of course, Jesse Kriel's been named the captain. Sia Kolisi is out. Edwin van der Merwe and Kurt de Orange are both out as well with injury, and so is Peter Steph du Toit. So they've been a bit limited with what they can do. We'll get to the forwards as well, but the 2 wingers are out, so we would have 2 new wingers anyway. Rassie did say that Colby would come back and Damon de Lende would come back as well. But without Sia, then Jesse leads the team, obviously, and it looks like him rather than Eben Etzebeth, who's not in the starting lineup, but we'll get to the forwards soon. Interesting one for me is Willie Leroux back, 100 test matches. Now, Willie's got a very good history against Australia. We all remember that 2013 game in Brisbane where he starred along with Zane Kirshner when they beat the Wallabies in Brisbane. But we also thought he was going to start being phased out. But I think last week, both Apelele Fassi and Damon Willemse didn't have the best of games. Damon Willemse came on, made 4 mistakes straight away when he came on, but they were chasing the game by then. And Apelele Fassi was caught out of position once or twice. So, I think go back to the old head. He's got 100 test caps. He's an exceptional player, and the Boks are looking back to the experience there as well. Then look at the winger. Kane Moody comes in. He came off the bench last week as well, and Cheslin Colby. We all knew Cheslin would come back, so that's certainly the only really wingers that the Boks really have in the squad at the moment, so there was no really other choice. They did bring Makazole Mapimpi in, but they weren't going to bring a guy in from outside and play him straight away. Jesse reunites with Damon de Lende. That's the rock-solid midfield. Of course, the Boks defence in that second half was rather questionable, and there will be a lot of hard words spoken and a lot of work. And then, of course, the big one, Andre Pollard is back, and now after Monty the Boks performance, a lot of people were crying for this one, and you can almost understand that they'd go back to the clutch player, the player that won them the World Cup and kicked when it mattered. And I think one of the big things last week was the fact that the Boks didn't shut down the game when they were 22-0 ahead. They almost just tried to play, and even when Australia started coming back in the game, they kept on throwing the ball around as well. A lot of criticism has been on Mani for throwing the intercept pass and a couple of the other things. He didn't have the greatest of games, but we always knew Sasha Feinberg Mngomezulu was going to play. We thought he was probably going to start this week, but I think that's one of the things that changed after the weekend was the Andre Pollard was brought in. Just because, when you're ahead like that, we've said it before and we've said it a couple of times in analysing the games, you'd expect the Boks to kick to the corner, almost shut down the game and not play loose and just make sure that they get the win. Now, I think that's going to probably happen this week. We're probably going to see the Boks being a lot more measured, a lot more clinical, and a lot more sort of focused on doing the basics right. They're a very good set-piece team, and when they get the platform of the set-piece, they're quite unstoppable. But the Wallabies have certainly dented a lot of egos here, and there's a lot of these guys who are not back in the team that played last week. So this is Rassie's choice. Andre is back. Grant Williams was there. I don't think Grant played badly, but although I do take Nick Mallet's criticism that he didn't control the game, and between him and Mani, and that's what you want. So there'll probably be a lot of words spoken. He didn't have a bad game individually, but I think in a tactical point of view, he could have done a lot better. So that combination's quite interesting as well. We look at the forwards, which will obviously also be quite interesting as well. The Bok forwards obviously didn't do much of their work. They were very much links this last week, running in the tram lines and running around the park. There wasn't much of the scrum was still good, but they didn't get many scrums. The line out was a bit wonky, and I know Rassie, one of the reasons Rassie said he turned up at yesterday's press conference was because Dion Davids had a very important line out meeting, had to fix the line out. So that's certainly become a focus for them, and the line outs can be very much watched this week. Of course, we got totally new line-out and a very interesting pack of forwards that's been selected, partly due to injury and partly because of changes that they wanted to make. We have the forwards now, because of the injuries to Peter Steff and Sia, and the fact that they didn't bring any forwards into the camp last night when they called up Makazole Mapimpi. There was only a couple of players left, to be honest. They had Marco Verstappen, they had Kwagga Smith, they had Jean-Luc Dupré, they had Franco Mostert, who could probably play there, and Rowan Pienaar, who could play and Kobus Wiese was the other one that could play in the loose trio. And I suppose they went through what was going to be the best mix for that and what's going to be the best balance. Jean-Luc Dupré has certainly been around the team long enough and certainly has performed at club level and certainly deserves a shot. He was supposed to get a shot earlier, but he had concussion and his wife gave birth to the child, so he went back to England and now he's back in the camp. He's the only real recognised number 8 in the squad at the moment. I mean, I say, considering Kwagga's really a hybrid player. So Jean-Luc Dupré is there. That's very interesting as well. Franco Mostert, I suppose the best, more recognised 7. He's got 80 caps. I think they'll probably be a bit disappointed with his impact off the bench against the Wallabies at this park, but he's now probably the best number 7. I would have thought maybe go for Ruan Nokia, but I think they probably want him in the line-out. As we see, he's been named at 5. Marco van Staden had a very good game on Saturday. I saw one player rating that gave him 3, and I thought, geez, what have you been smoking? Because he was one of the few Bok forwards that really got stuck in. And when he went off for that mouth guard, we saw that's exactly when the Wallabies came straight back into the game in the 19th minute. He went off the field and suddenly things changed. The Boks gave 3 penalties up in a space of like 4 minutes, and the Wallabies got their first try. So that's probably about the most balanced loose trio they could pick. Interesting though, Eben Etzebeth, he's on the bench. They're obviously looking for something else. Erke Snyman there, getting a start. He doesn't normally get start. He's normally part of the bomb squad. And Ruan Nokia, who I think is probably the most underrated locker in the squad at the moment. And he's 8 caps. He's never had a bad test. He's really played well, and he's got an engine that goes everywhere. He makes a lot of tackles, gets around the field a lot, and certainly is somebody that they'll be looking to take that step up as well. Interesting also in the front row, Oxenchair and Malcolm Marks both did their jobs. I think if you look in the scrums was solid. But Wilco Lowe's been dropped to the bench to give Thomas du Toit a start, which is also very interesting as well. Thomas du Toit at tight head. Last time he played, they took him off the field when they said he wasn't getting the impact that they wanted. So it'd be interesting to see how he does this week. Of course, the Wallaby scrum is not seen as probably the strongest in the Sanzar Championship, Rugby Championship. So it's an interesting one, that. But it's certainly a very rejigged pack, and maybe a bit lighter than we normally expected, but certainly a mobile pack that they've picked as well. I think injuries have partly to do with that, but I think they also looked for sort of a bomb squad on the bench, and when we get to the bench now, we'll have a look at that. So this is where it gets interesting, because last week we had a front row there on the bench of Bonfent and Asenati and Klabakanye, and both of them had 1 cap, and they didn't make much of an impact when they came on. Not really their fault. The Boks were chasing the game by that space, so really, tight forwards didn't really get chance to make too much of an impact because the ball was being spread wide the whole time. But Bonfent has been kept, mainly because they don't really have another as you said, prop at the moment. Jan Hendrik Wessels, of course, was injured last week with a clash of heads with Eben Etzebeth and has got concussion. They haven't announced it, but that's what we hear, that he's got concussion. So he's obviously also out, and there isn't another loose head prop in the squad at the moment. I think the Boks have sort of thought with the loose forwards and that they've just got to get through this game. They've got enough players for this game and back the squad depth, and that's what Rassie will be hoping. Magnus van der Merwe is a very interesting one, because do you take from that Bongi let's try that again. Bongi Mbonambi has suddenly fallen out of favour. He's certainly been on the edge there, well, and a lot of people have said his impact hasn't been what we wanted it to be from the bomb squad. So it's interesting to see that Marnus van der Merwe, he played once against Georgia, scored 2 tries off the back of a maul. Maybe that's an indication that we're going to see a lot more mauling in this game as well in that second half. But certainly he's getting a chance as well, and I think the Boks are giving him a go. That might be a thing on Bongu. I suppose only time will tell. We'll see how they go further on. But Wilco Low being on the second half, there's certainly an emphasis on the second half to have the pack get in there as well. Eben Etzebeth, Lotte Jager, Kwagga Smith, 6-2 bench, bomb squad bench, definitely, and they're looking for those guys to have a massive impact over there. Kobus Reinach came on last week as well, so Rassie did say that's one of the changes we do know that happened, because Morne van der Berg was going to get a start in Cape Town. I think the loss meant that Morne van der Berg won't get a start. Kobus Reinach and Grant Williams, both the scrum halves from last week, have been kept. And then Sasha van Bergen covering all the positions in the 10, 12, 15 in the back line as well. I think Kobus Reinach and Grant Williams will probably between them cover the 14 position if there is an injury. Grant has played on the wing before, and Kobus Reinach is very fast. So that's the sort of setup there. Sasha coming on the second half. He may have got a start if things worked out differently in Joburg, but that is certainly what's happened there. And a very interesting bench there. More traditional bomb squad bench that we're used to from the Boks. That's a very interesting team that's been selected, obviously. I think kind of expected that there would be changes. I think the injuries probably complicated things for Rassie as well now this week without Sia and Peter Steff, because I think they would have been involved in the match day 23 anyway. Probably one of the wingers as well would have been, although if they went for a 6-2 bench, maybe not, but certainly would have been some changes already there as we thought there would be. I think the fact that if you look at Willie Leroux, Damien Delenda, Cheslin Colby comes in, gives that backline a lot more settled look, a lot more experience. It's the old hands there, the guys who've won 2 World Cups, certainly in that backline, and they're looking to them to make that step up and lead the guys out of this, I suppose, I don't want to call it a crisis, but certainly this shockwave that they're in at the moment. If you look at the halfbacks, Andre Pollard is certainly the most experienced old hand and the guy, the banker you turn back to in that squad in your 3 flaws. Sasha van Bergen-Ngomazulu is what we would call the unicorn, the guy who can play the expansive game and who can play tight if need be. But is he at that point yet? I think he's still developing, and I think at this moment they want some cool heads there, and it's understandable given what happened last week that pressure is really on the team at the moment. So they'll be feeling it. They'll be feeling that they let themselves down. I had a re-look at the game this morning, and it's infuriating when you see how many chances the Boks let slip. There were 4 times in the between the 44th and the 49th minute that they went into the 22, and all 4 times they butchered the chances. Australia got 3 chances after they got 3 tries and took the lead. So I mean, there's certainly there were 13 entries into 22. They certainly played a lot. They didn't kick a lot, and they basically ran themselves off the feet. But we've said that all this week. This is an interesting team. It's an interesting response to the team, partly because of injuries and partly because of what they want to rectify. So I don't expect the Boks to be that much flair this week. I think we're going to see a team that wants to get a job done and get their pride back and get the win. They will want that, and then once they've done the job, they will dominate up front and then grab the 5 points if they can. But I think at the moment the only task at the moment is to win this game on Saturday, and I think most South African Bok fans would agree. Just to end it off, some fun facts about the test. Jesse will be leading the team for the second time after he captained against Italy, obviously. Ox will be the vice captain for the first time in his career. That's an interesting one as well. I suppose they're spreading the load and trying to get guys into senior leadership positions. Jesse and Damien, of course, are the most capped Springbok centre pairing. They'll be taking the field for the 38th time. Eben Etzebeth will add to his 134 test matches. Andre Pollard needs 3 points to match 800 points. The Bok fans will be hoping he gets a lot more in this test as well. Damien Delenda will move into 10th place on the list of most capped Springboks with 90 tests. He's currently tied in 89 with Peter Steff and the late Joost van der Westhuizen, and that's a very interesting stat. You would have thought I wondered if Joost were in this modern day where they play 15 tests a year, if Joost would have played a lot more. But certainly that's a very interesting stat as well. And it shows you Peter Steff also getting close to 90. Sears in the 90s as well. There's a bunch of these Bok teams that won, this Bok team that's won 2 World Cups that will be getting close to 100 in the next year or so. So that's the first part of the test facts. Interesting, the first time the Boks have met in Cape Town against the Wallabies since 2014, where they won 28-10. They've won 7 of their last 8 matches. The only time the Wallabies have won in Cape Town was that famous one in 1992 in the mud, when South Africa just came back into international rugby. They won 26-3. That was a very one-sided game that week after the heroics the week before to lose to the All Blacks by 3 points. A lot of us do remember that one. But the Wallabies don't have a record of success. But then again, they didn't have a record of success at Ellis Park. They hadn't won in 62 years. So you can't really take these records for much more than face value. 725 caps in the Springbok starting lineup, 428 in the backline, 318 amongst the forwards. That's a bit low for the forwards, as we know, but I think at this moment injuries and everything else basically leaves them with very little choice. There's 329 caps on the bench, of which Eben has got probably 130 odd of those, and the average caps per player in the backline 61, and the average caps forward and on the bench 41. That's just a couple of stats there, just to round off the team announcement. That's the squad at the moment. That's the team. Very interesting squad selection. I think it's going to be a very interesting test match. We're obviously all hoping for a lot to happen this weekend for the Springboks, and let's hope, of course, they do the business. And let me know what you think of the team. What do you think of the changes? Is there anybody you think that should have been there that's still in the squad? Of course, once they didn't bring anybody else into the squad last night, like Evan Ruiz or Vincent Chichuka, there was no chance of them playing either. So let me know what you think of the squad. Let me know what you think they need to do right. And as always, smash that subscribe button and give that thumbs up and all that stuff to help us grow this channel. And thank you for watching. And yeah, I'll be bringing the press conference to you hopefully shortly. Cheers.
Good afternoon, guys. We are going to start 2 or 3 minutes early, so we can end early. But yeah, answer up for questions. And take it from there. Just remember, if you have questions for doing session 1 on for blogging, please get it in the first 10 minutes. Wait, and then
Rassie, we know we expect this plan ahead, and probably Australia 1, Australia 2, like it was Italy 1, Italy 2. But how much of that plan did change? I know you said that momentum is key in that plan, but how many changes had to happen after that initial plan before the first test?
Yeah, I think there are 4 guys that's unfortunately with the result and us losing momentum is probably Krappies and Ethan and Vincent. There was 4 guys that would have played this weekend, and hopefully want to get back onto the horse and win again. And I guess then obviously a guy like Kirkley might have backed up, and Kanan might have played centre if we won. But I mean, so I think 4 guys missed out. I think I know, but also injuries in other positions. So, but no, that's how it works.
Just actually make sure you just answer the one with Vincent, but it's the 8-man position. Just how far is Johan of this and also Kevin Hunter? Now I'm asking it because he's the 8-man crisis. One of the 4 was, I know, at 8 in the past. Obviously, even the versus hasn't been much of a show. So I mean, what's the situation with Kevin Hunter and Johan of this?
Yeah, so I don't think there's an 8-man crisis. I mean, Jasper Wiese is just currently banned, so he'll be back. I think Sia was actually excellent. Sia scored a try. He sorted out the breakdown. He was concussed with a unfortunate, not concussed, his knee went with an unfortunate incident. And I thought Kwaha, when he came on, 1 or 2 balls that he stole, unfortunately was deemed to be, off his feet, or the ball wasn't out. And I think Kwaha always brought an impact. So I don't think the 8-man position lost us the game. So yeah, we're not going to bring in somebody new. We believe the guys that we have here is doing the job for us, and it's difficult to keep the squad that big and give everybody game time. But I mean, JL, I think everybody has asked many times in the past, when is he going to get a proper chance? So it's his chance now, and hopefully that goes well. What was the first part of that question? Was that only that? Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, Peter Steph also got concussion, and we've got a couple of options at 7. But having Sos there, he's done it many times for us. He's probably one of the guys that the fittest in the team and is very close to what we have in Peter Steph. And yes, I mean, he knows what we want to do, and we all know what we did do wrong last weekend. The thing is, to know what you did wrong is easy, but to fix it is not always that easy. And we feel a guy like Sos will help us in the lineouts and in general, where the game gets a little bit loose. We can help us tidy it up. Oh, sorry, the 6-2, yeah, sorry. The 6-2, yeah, we feel we need that in this game. We at altitude we thought running all over will tire their legs, and we got that totally wrong, and maybe outsmarted ourselves, and they really played clever. So yeah, 6-2 here probably a point more the grind than a running game, and I think the weather will also not allow us to really run around, and we're just running and not really being effective last Saturday.
Hi, Rassie. We've spoken about the why a lot, or the what's last week. You know what happened, the line-out, breakdown, defense, whatever. But have you got to the bottom of the why?
Yeah.
Because you spoke about some shoulders and ability.
Yeah,
so I'm just curious what the why is.
No, obviously, if I had full answers here, it would be fantastic. I'll be sitting here smiling and brimming with confidence. It's been a while since we've lost, and it's been a while since the game just ran away from us in 7 minutes. So it's been really a while, and then it's not a lack of feeling when that happens. But then when you go through the first session on Monday, the answer starts coming, and then we did attack today, the answer starts coming, and so why we did it? We 22 points up, and we think this is easy. And then you get a shock and you get 2-3 concussions. Not as an excuse, it's totally on us. But we did lose Sia, we did lose Marku, we did lose Kirtley, we did lose Edwell on the other side so everything almost got compounded and then all of a sudden we were 14 points down and they were just putting down the hammer. So I think as we're going through the training sessions, we were finding the solutions. And one thing was, it maybe came too easy in the beginning, and then when it got bad, we couldn't handle it.
Damien, you had an extra week of getting to look at the Aussie centres. Knowing that you guys are on the back foot, do you feel you know more about them? And at the same time, do you feel more of a sense of responsibility now that you're getting back into the team to also lead the guys on Saturday?
Yeah, but it's tough to answer because we obviously got a chance to watch him in the Lions series as well. And we did that review together as centres with some of the losers as well. But yeah, there is always a responsibility, not just for me, but for Andre, for Jesse, for Kanan, if he goes to 13, or whoever plays in the centre, or wherever we play in the position. For us, it's always a big responsibility to own that position when you're playing it, and we know that. But we also know that who's ever playing, we give each other enough confidence in the week to own that responsibility to make sure when you go there on Saturday that you are feeling 100% confident and you know what's coming.
As made all these changes, and you feel, I know you like to plan ahead and you tell those guys before we're going to play. Like with last week's result, it's just almost like open cards now. Guys like Thomas Victoria, Anthony, and then and they push for more starts Saturday by performing the Saturday. Look like they're saying going forward.
As I said, only those 4 guys would have played this weekend, if things went well and are not playing. So RG would always have started, and Ruan would have started, and we like to know, we like to think those guys are close enough and they help each other and push each other really hard during the week to perform on Saturday, and that didn't happen last weekend. So if we throw out all our plans that we had just because we got beaten very well by the Wallabies, then we won't be believing in what we're doing. So we start probably seeing 90% to our guns what we wanted to do. So we would like Yemen and Argia and Salman is unfortunately injured now. We'd like those three guys to push each other and fight for that spot, but also share that jersey. And then the same with Dukes and Andre. Ethan was the other one which would have probably got a chance in this game. So between him, Kainan, and Jesse in the 13 jersey, Lukanyu is coming back now. Mapimps is back into the squad. So nice to have the squad depth, and it's nice to play the guys and get them test caps under their belt. But I've said this a few times this week. But then when we lose, we have to break a little bit. But yes, those guys got a lack of opportunity. And I think RG hasn't started for us in a very long time. Ruan has played a lot of games for us last year against the Wallabies away. So, there's a few guys that get the opportunity now.
Damon, you mentioned you had a chance to look at the midfield line. A guy like Joseph, somebody, your thoughts on what he brings. What does he offer differently?
I think he's very agile and explosive. Obviously, he gets up in the air very well, and very easily, and very high. I think we handled that quite well last week. But obviously, I've watched him a bit in rugby league. I watched a bit of rugby league in Japan, and I watched him when he was at the Roosters. And it was enjoyable to watch. And like he did on the weekend, he does very well to keep the ball alive, especially in contact, and that's what they do well in league as well. So it'll just be, I think for us this weekend, it'll just be making sure that we can take his space away, but take it away together, not individually, because he does have not big arms, but long arms, and he can get the ball out quite easily. It's been cool to watch. It almost reminds me a bit of watching Israel Palau, just bringing that different dynamic to the Australian team. So I think we handled him quite well last week. Just those one or two soft moments where he got the ball away, and obviously the intercept was pretty special as well. But we know that we have to take his space away, but we have to take it together, not as individuals.
I see that there's guys like Leroux, Pollard, Damien, Stephen Colby, part of the 29 final team. I mean, how much of a comfort is that for you that in a game like this, which on the surface is quite tricky and slippery, given what happened last weekend, that you can pull back on guys like that in a big moment. But not every team in the world has that.
If we win, and then we would say fantastic. That would be great. But no, Chetland was injured. And we didn't take a chance on him last weekend. He was coming back from a back injury, so it's nice to have him back in the team. But hopefully, it's all smiles on Saturday evening. But it's going to be hard work, and that's, I guess, when you have squad depth and you're winning, then you really have squad depth. If you have a big squad and you're losing, then you only have numbers. So we must make sure that nobody says Saturday night after the game we have a lot of numbers, but not really squad depth. So that's the challenge that all of us has to take together. But it is comfortable having a guy like Chetland out there, and just you see him back on the pitch. You just remind you how good he is and what he can do. But just talking about Shirley, I mean, Jorgensen, if I couldn't say his name correctly, is special. There's a few of those loose forwards who's really special, and we'll have to watch. And hopefully the guys can help us.
It was the first 11 minutes that we were allowed to record of the press conference, and I've also got the audio. And like before, I'm going to release I'm going to play now the unreleased audio from the rest of the press conference. There's another 26 minutes of Rassie talking, English and Afrikaans right at the end, but him and Damien having a bit more of a chat there about questions. So again, we'll play this. Understand it's only audio, we're not allowed to record video, and but doing this obviously to give you a bit of insight what happens in the camp. and some of the stuff that doesn't always get out. So enjoy. And so that was big Tuesday this, and a big press conference for Rassie.
Thanks guys for holding us off. So please all YouTube and fogging off. And then over here and over there.
Sorry, Rassie, just a comment on as a 100 back at fly half. I don't think he's played that often with Grant as a halfback partner. Just what do you expect of those two together? Just on that.
Andre, we all know Andre is a guy that likes to control the game and control it like real test match, semi-final, final rugby. Andre, we know we can bring that, and hopefully as a team we can support him in doing that. I don't think as a team we really, a lot of people point fingers at Mani for how the game was played. And I think, the centers, the wings, the fullbacks, all of those guys contribute. And I think between Damien and Fassi, I think all of us could have helped, us coaches as well, could have helped Mani a little bit better there. And the forwards could have helped Mani a little bit better. But Andre is obviously the oldest head when it comes to the 10 in our team. So hopefully he brings what he always brings. And then when Sasha gets his gap, he can bring the Sasha excitement like he wants to bring. So yeah, I think we all know what we have in Andre, and yeah, hopefully that does the thing for us on Saturday.
Rassie, after a defeat like that, you're always talking about the fact that you lost. So it sort of clouds everything. But I was in the press box, and most of the guys in the half-time were talking about how brilliant you were, how particularly in that first 20 minutes. Is there a danger that because we lost, you sort of throw away what was actually good? There was actually a heck of a lot that was good there. For a long time it looked as if you guys were going to make a massive statement. And if you probably scored one more try in that first half, you probably would have got 50. Do you sort of take those positives? You're not going to sort of throw obviously that what you did in that first half away.
No, we can't, because we want to, we can go back to 2019 and I feel Australia is playing pretty much like we played in 2019 is, defend, kick him there, and you guys play, and if you make an error, we're going to pounce on that. But we don't really believe that's the way we'll win the next World Cup. And if we just throw everything out, we will never do that. We've worked too hard the last 2-3 years to get some stuff in place. It's just we got overexcited, and we just felt this is working, and now we must put down the foot on the pedal, and we ran ourselves off our feet. And they were fresh because they were just, I think we all know it's a myth, I believe, that defense tires you more than attack. In defense you don't have to worry about the ball, and the opposition have to worry about the ball, so you can actually rest on defense and then pound. But if you run yourself off your feet, then when you have to defend as a turnover, you're all flat, and then altitude's gone, you don't benefit from that. So we were chasing our own tail a little bit, and they were really good. So no, we can't throw all of that hard work away. It's one loss, it's very bad. It's not lacquer, but we have to have clarity. And I think Tony has brought it really well today. And yesterday in our kicking game, we really planned well. And I think the guys who's on the field, this weekend, I think they understand how we want to play the game.
Dukes, yesterday Rassie said, it's not like when you guys walk in Cape Town and people go, ach man, wat gaan aan? So I guess, what has the reception been, you being back in Cape Town, and with that reaction, have the Tunnies come up and asked wat gaan aan, or like how's it?
It's been a lot better than what I experienced in 2016 after we lost against Ireland in Cape Town. We had a lot of people swearing at us on the way when we walked to the gym. But this year it's been a bit better actually. Our supporters are a lot more positive, which is very nice. Obviously we're very disappointed about what happened on Saturday, but we're also disappointed because we know we let the fans on. But I think it helps us a bit when we walk to the gym and the fans are a lot more positive. So that's been great this week so far. And we know we are nothing without the fans, but we also know what we want to do this weekend and what went wrong this past weekend, and we know we're going to take this challenge head on.
Rassie, Brendan Fenter often spoke about the blend between attack and defence. In terms of the alignment between those two coaches, how do you feel it's going?
I think if you just look at last Saturday, I think if you ask him, we don't coach departments, so we're all responsible for all departments, and obviously I'm eventually accountable for how it all gets put together. And I know, I think between Jerry and Tony, how they try to complement each other there, they work in tandem. And same with Stocker with the kicking game and the exits, and same with Dwayne with the breakdown and so on. So, Don knows the scrum hopefully tires him a bit, and all of those things help the other departments. So I don't think there's even a blend. Tony helps Jerry with the attack, Jerry helps Tony on the defense, and the other way around. So I think overall on the day, it's just, there's space, guys, let's use this space. Oh, well, here's the space again, let's use this space. And then let's use it again, and then you knock the ball and they go and score a 40-meter try, or there's an intercept. So I know I'm repeating myself, but I just think the boys got overexcited, and when they realized that, it was already too late. And then the pressure was on the last 10-15 minutes, and we started chasing our tails a little bit, and we couldn't get back into the match. So I don't think there's I know there's not an alignment issue, because when we talked about the stuff the last 2 days, everybody was saying exactly the same thing. I think all of you know what we did on Saturday. I don't think there's any secret in what we did. We overplayed.
Dukes, you've been through lots of highs and lows, and then also great runs, like early in your career, and you mentioned 2016, up to like a team that was sort of almost looking like it had a tremendous aura, and do you think that the team could maybe find any, positive in having a bit of a setback, that there's maybe a lesson that the team could still learn?
Yeah, I think so. I believe in everything happens for a reason, and we started very well on Saturday, and obviously it didn't go to plan afterwards. I think setbacks do happen, and it's happened to every other team in the world. It's nice to be in a team environment, like Rassie just said now, where everyone knows what went wrong, and we all speak in the same thing, and we all know what we want to improve on. And that's the biggest positive this week for me. I've been into team environments where things go wrong, and then everything just turns sour, and you try and fix everything, but you don't get the solution, and we found the solution already, which is a positive for me.
Rassie, I'm just curious about the psychology of a bench. I know it's a 23-man game now, so I suppose someone like Etzebeth's not used to being on the bench much.
Yeah.
And obviously you want those players to come on and make an impact. How much sort of mindset goes into preparing the bench for a game like this?
No, a lot. If you just look at the guys coming off the bench, the front row, you also think, there's one or two guys who doesn't have a hell of a lot of experience there, and you probably want two proper locks behind them when they go on. So, RG always comes on and does a little bit of magic, 20-30 minutes. Lenther has used him like that. But we want to see when he starts, can he do the same stuff for us? And then maybe when the younger props, so not young, but less experienced props come on, they've got two solid locks behind them, and hopefully the scrumming goes according to plan, and the things that we want to do in general attack and so on, there's two calm heads behind the younger guys or the less experienced guys who's scrumming there. So we try and get the combos right there. And then obviously, where Andre used to normally cover for our centre and flanker, with a 6-2 split, Kwacha is normally has to do that job now. So we think a lot about those things, and sometimes a player in the back line misses out because we go, and sometimes when Andre is in, we could have gone 6-2 last weekend and moved Andre but we had so many injuries and concussions and stuff that we had to manage during the game that those plans went out the window. So yeah, we take a lot of time into that, and those guys prepare together, and I think Joe will do the same. So hopefully it works for us. I think the second half, our scrumming was also not good.
Damien, you mentioned 2016, 2019 World Cup was the All Black defeat 23 Ireland, and guys came back, won World Cups from there. In terms of how the players are feeling at the moment, is it the case of we can still continue on this path, particularly with the attacking sort of evolution of Tony Ball and all of that, or do you guys need to double down? A lot of fans say, play traditional Springbok rugby, maak sag voor en all of that. How do you as a player feel?
I think Rassie summed it up earlier. We've progressed over the last couple of years and we concentrated out of window. Obviously, the first 20 minutes of the test match on this past weekend was incredible, and it's probably some of the best rugby we've ever played together. So we know what went wrong and how we can fix it. And we said it as backs, we mustn't be tense this week, we must still enjoy it. The opportunity is still there. It's just knowing when to take it and when to control the game a lot better than what we did on the weekend.
Cool, thanks guys, that's the English bit. Dukes, you excused.
Thank you.
Afrikaans guys. No Afrikaans please.
Yeah, I'll tell you a week after a loss is a long week. Je wens is al Saterdag.
Ik zal maar Engels praten.
Yeah,
just on the tight end position, we saw Thomas the Toy has been selected. You spoke about scrummaging. We see Thomas play on the loose end and the tight end. Just can you take us to that selection? Why Thomas this weekend? Because I felt Asenati did well as well. And Volker on the bench, something different for him, different role as well. So just Thomas tight end.
Yeah, Thomas had to, when he come from a premiership, had to have 2 weeks compulsory rest somewhere. And we wanted to give it to him somewhere and then make sure he's available on the New Zealand part of the tour. And so he only joined us in last week. And we thought, Asa deserves the proper chance at home there at Ellis Park. And then Thomas can, because he wasn't with us the previous 2 weeks, but he's now been with us 2 weeks. He knows the structures. And he actually helped us out at Lucet when we had a few injuries there. And Gerard Steenkamp is out and all of those kind of things. And we couldn't get Boan immediately because the club couldn't release him immediately there. So we had a bit of a loose-head crisis, if we can call it that way. We only had really Ox standing, and we had to move Jan Hendrik. We wanted to trial him or play him at hooker, but then he had to focus at loose-head. And then Thomas, and when we wanted to have him as backup hooker, Jan Hendrik, then we had to use Thomas at loose-head, with the other guys still coming back from injury and Boa not being cleared. But now Thomas is, he's a tight head. He's been playing tight head since I don't know how long. So he's a tight head who can play also loose-head. So I think he was incredible in the Premiership. They won the Premiership, and he's now been with us consistently. So it's lucky to give him a chance.
Miskien net 'n opsomming asseblief van jou spankeuse en die gedagtes soos jy gesê het natuurlik was daar miskien veranderinge wat jy aan forceer het, maar terwyl van forcerings en daai tipe goed is dit nie die manier hoe jy die naweek wil speel, maar net 'n bietjie 'n opsomming van die verandering wat jy toegemaak het.
Ja, ek dink as ek dit kan opsom is ons het 'n plan gehad in die twee wedstryde en ons sou graag momentum wou gehou het in die twee wedstryde. En ons wil altyd gekyk het of ons seker kan maak al twee groepe spelers teen 'n span soos Australië wat ons van die begin af baie hoog aangeslaan het, kan ons dit doen om die spelers te wissel tussen die twee games. Maar dit was altyd 'n deal met ons en die spelers dat is dinge is ons nie mekaar reg voorberei nie, die span wat nie speel en die span wat speel en ons verloor momentum, dan gaan dinge maar bietjie verander in die tweede week en toe gebeur dit nou. En ja, soos ek net vir die ouens gesê, daar so 4 ouens wat miskien in die mix sou gewees het hierdie naweek wat nou nie 'n kans kry nie in die squad. Maar nou het ons ook manne terug van besering af wat baie ervaring het in Damien en selfs Cheslin. Ek dink een of twee veranderinge en mens gee tydkeer wat ou na Cheslin na jou kant toe bring in groot games soos daai as jy iets nodig het wat die game nou weer moet terugsy na jou kant toe. Ek weet Damien het dit al baie vir ons gedoen. Ek onthou die game teen die All Blacks laas jaar was baie tight en Damien toe die breek kry aan die ander kant en Jesse het gefinish. Soos ouetjies soos Edwell en Kane en daai ouens sal leer om sulke dinge te bly doen in groot oomblikke. Het ons dit dalk gemis laasweek. So ja, daar's so 4 manne wat uitmis, maar overall nee, is wat is die regte Afrikaanse woord, dis nou alles of niks in hierdie game. As ons dinge nou reg kry hierdie wedstryd, jy weet, dan kan ons weer dinge aanpak op Nieu-Seeland soos ons beplan het om dit aan te pak, en hopelik gebeur dit.
Ras, natuurlijk was die hele nasie seker emosioneel Saterdag aan en Sondag en seker gister ook, maar is nou Dinsdag. Hoe voel jy persoonlik in die span? Voel jy 'n bietjie beter? Na 'n paar dae, ek weet die verloor is lekker nie, maar nou is daar nog 'n ding.
Ja, gelukkig dan nog, daarom seker so 10 games dink ek hierdie jaar. So mens kan dinge reg kry. Ek weet as my ma van my WhatsApp stuur en sê my kind ek's nog lief vir jou, moenie worry nie. Of moenie jou nie steur aan die mense nie. Dan wil ek ook, ek weet nie wat lekker daar buite gesê word nie. Ek's maar een van die gewone ouens, ons wen dan kyk ek social media. As ons verloor, dan kyk ek maar die social media nie, maar dan stuur my ma 'n boodskapie en sê my kind ek's nog lief vir jou. Maar moenie lees wat die mense sê nie. So nee, dis nie lekker nie. Nou hierdie smile is half embarrassed smile. Nee man, is baie sleg. Ons wil dit regkry en ons weet ons kan môre speel. In Australië gaan net so voel. Ek bedoel, ek het laas week geluister en in English, I listened last week to what the guys were saying. I think they were asking the one guy, one of the players, you know, the track record at Ellis Park, and he said, no, haven't chatted about that. And then the post-match press conference, I asked you, did you guys know you beat us for the first time in how many years? And he said, yeah, it was a big theme of last week. So I thought, okay. So, you know, those small little things that bind the team together and make, you know, those mini targets in a year. You know, we wanted to beat Australia 5 times in a row. And they wanted to beat us the first time in Ellis Park in a long time, and they succeeded. So, you know, we must now turn it around, and their challenge, or their target would be, hey, guys, let's do it 2 in a row. And for Newlands, the first time in a long time. So, yeah, it's like a klein doelwitte that you set yourself to try and not look at the long year, and then setbacks like this, you know, you have to take it on the chin, and I think the boys are.
Rassie, in hierdie situasie waar jy nou is, ek wil jy het omtrent 90% span geword in terme van wenrekord, jy weet. En ek dink hierdie wedstryd is soort van 'n frats amper wat jy gehad het, jy weet, om op die manier soort van te verloor, jy weet, al die punte voor en so. Is daar enigiets wat jy geleer het oor die span in terme van hierdie aksie, wat jy nog nie van tevore geweet het nie? Miskien uitstaan as iets positiefs.
Ja, nee, ek dink mos selfs al leer jy nie slegte dinge nie, probleemareas dan, maar jy sien dit en jy weet nou volgende keer kan jy in so 'n situasie kom, dan moet jy dit beter hanteer. Ek gaan 'n praktiese voorbeeld van Saterdag gebeur het. So Marco regtig in ons opinie, weet van julle mag dalk verskil, het Marco brilliant momentum gekry. Sy tackles, hy het balle gesteel, hy het regtig goed gecarry en toe het sy Melgaard geping en die match dokter het gesê dat hy het 'n concussion en toe kry hulle nou daar 'n concussion, toe is hy 15 meter van die veld af. En dit was so op minuut 19. En lang maar af hoe jy span kies en Marco was die groot momentum kryer vir ons op baie stadium gewees en toe Marco af is die eerste ding daarna toe verloor ons bietjie momentum en toe net daarna toe kry Sia seer. Toe het ons nou basies vir Sia en vir Marco af. Toe is Kwagga op die veld. En dan daai kombinasie van wie kry momentum en wie maak balle stadig en wie weet stop die defense en dan begin ouens miskien na mekaar kyk waar jy altyd die luxury gehad het van jy weet Sia nie op die veld is Pieter Steff op die veld en op 'n stadium daar was ons vir Pieter Steff verloor met die besering en concussion waar hy wel 'n bietjie aangespeel het, maar hy was nie heeltemal daar gewees met sy, jy weet, hy het die besering ook gekry, so ons het eintlik al 3 losverspelers verloor op daai stadium en toe was so 'n bietjie rigtingloosheid van ons van die coachesbox af en op die veld en dit het nog nie regtig met ons voorheen gebeur nie. So dis iets wat ons nou moet kyk as ons in die al 3 losverspelers beseer raak in die game. Dan verloor jy so half bietjie jou attacking mindset in terme van wie hardloop waar en wie speel bal toe en wie maak die defense bietjie stadiger. En daar het ek gedink was die kombinasies van die ouens bietjie tanniekrag waar ons altyd mooi solid was en Dosia ook van die veld af met 'n ernstige besering en so ja, ek dink daar het ons definitief geleer dat ons dink altyd jy het vaste 5 is die ouens wat vir jou die ding gaan deurtrek as dit swaar raak. Maar as jy nie daai kombinasie reg kry nie en dit het ons Saterdag bietjie gekos. En dan overall weet ou soos Mani wat al die spasie sien. Hy kan nie anders nie. Hy sien al daai spasie en dan dink jy die partykeer net 'n ou soos Willie saam met hom of 'n inform Gaza of 'n inform Fassie wat net bietjie kan sê hey, ons hardloop bietjie te veel nou. Kom ons draai hulle bietjie of kom ons het hulle nou onder die pomp. Kom ons sit nou regtig die pressure op. En ons het dit reg gekry nie. So ek dink definitief het die pressure ons bietjie gevang van 'n skielike swaai in die game en 3 beserings in dieselfde posisie op losvoorspeler. Ons gewoonlik dan waar ons met 'n 6-2 split oor ons te min agterspelers het, maar ons het actually te min losvoorspelers op die bank gehad in hierdie game. Weet jy of dit jou vraag antwoord is, Steven? Ek hoop so.
Rassie, net in terme van, ek weet net gesê voor die incoming series gesê dit is lekker dat mense begin gesels oor die wêreldbeker nou.
Ja.
En nou is hier amper smackdown in die middel van wêreldbeker toe die route. So in terme van die gewig wat die rugby kampioenskap het en ook om dit te verdedig in terme van daai groter plan. Ek weet jy zoom nou in op die kleiner plantjies en groter, maar hoeveel gewig dra die rugby kampioenskap in die siklus?
Nee, dit is van ek vond gespeel in die ou daai Tri Nations is groot en die rugby is nou die rugby championship en nee, is 'n groot ding man. So as ons het ook maar 'n minuut target as ons Tri 2 in 'n ry wen, maar ons het baie sleg afgeskop. So nee, hel, dis selfs so belangrik en Australië het nou weer die World Cup wat in Australië is en ek bedoel 2 weke terug het hulle die Lions die reeks verloor en ek het gedink het hulle gevoel. Jy weet ons het daai Lions gespeel en net die reeks gewen en ons het baie goed oor onsself gevoel. So dis maar klein margins, maar klein momentum builder soos nie klein groot momentum bouer soos die Rugby Championship is also belangrik want jy speel teen spanne wat heel waarskynlik as jy deurgaan na semifinals of quarterfinals in World Cup dan hy 10-1 speel teen nou All Blacks of Australië en dis Australië by die huis. So nee die waans eindig en hoe ons doen hierdie jaar in Frankryk en Ierland en daai goed gaan alles belangrik wees, maar nee, hierdie rugby kampioenskap is vir ons 'n groot taak. Ons gaan nie nou maak of ons 2027 so groot doel is en hierdie is nie regtig belangrik. Hierdie is baie belangrik vir ons. Ons wil hierdie ding nog wen. Dankie julle. Dankie julle.
Guys. Voorspoed sterker.
Dankie man, lekker dag gesien. Dankie man.
Kevin.
Cheers. Thanks, dat kom jy reg. Hoe vind jy nog?
Probeer.
Wie raak uit. Lei is reg. Maar
Wallabies weren't keeping quiet either. They had their own Tuesday press conference. Another of their 2 stars, Tate McDermott, who came on the wing at Ellis Park and then later moved to scrum half. He was up. And then Joseph Akusu-Suwaili, the golden boy of Wallaby Rugby, the future of Wallaby Rugby, as they say, who scored that wonderful intercept try by plucking the ball out of the air, Mani Labok's long pass. He was also up, and it was good to see them fronting up for the media as well.
So just how big was the weekend and just a sense of I suppose euphoria, elation winning that game on Saturday?
Yeah, obviously a really proud moment for this team. You know, obviously it'd been 60 odd years since we got a result at Ellis Park, so yeah, huge occasion. And you know, we've been talking a lot about how we're trending in the right direction, and that was another step. But you know, it doesn't mean much if we don't back it up this weekend. And what we're expecting, the Springboks are world class. We saw what they did in the first 20 minutes. They tore us to shreds. So we know that they're coming, and they're coming hard. So we've got to back it up. But to answer your question, it was a great feeling in that change room. You know, particularly after a disappointing Lions result for the series, to start the TRC in that way, yeah, it was massive.
What were your thoughts after that first 18 minutes when they put up the beach? I mean, those guys at the score and at the start, and how do you guys feel at that point?
Well, I wasn't out there, but on the bench, you know, we were obviously in a bit of shock. They went bang, bang, bang pretty quick, and the way that they scored their tries, you know, through width, through skill, and through power, exactly what they're famous for. You know, so I guess Joe could probably speak more to about it, but the way that we stuck in the fight was something I was really proud of from the bench. It looked like we always had that belief, even though you're standing there after 18 minutes and it's 22-0. But yeah, I mean, the fight that we showed to stay in there and the resolve we showed and the way we clawed our way back into that second quarter in particular was something we can be really proud of.
Can you get Joe?
Yeah, the first 18 minutes was it was quite frantic, like what Tady was saying, the power they showed, the skill. But yeah, really proud of the way we handled that situation, and then from there on for the rest of the game we're very, very good, I thought.
Joseph, were you surprised, if I can call it that the box dropped off in, especially that last, I would say, 15 minutes where you guys opened the game, and people always speak about altitude and how it benefits Springboks towards the end of games, but you guys found a new win, and the box were just dropping off. I think it was you who ran through and no one could get to you guys, any of you guys.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say they dropped off. I thought that we had a great fight. That first 18 minutes was like a whirlwind, but after that we were, we stuck to what we could do, what we could focus on, and honestly, we're just real proud of the way we, fought back into the game and then finished off the game. So, yeah.
And you played against quite a couple of test experienced backs in the box side. Arguably, they would be even stronger this weekend. Just what have you made about that contest?
Yeah, well, it's exciting for myself. You're going against some of the best players in the world. We're excited for us as a backline to test ourselves. It was a great battle last week, but yeah, this week will be very exciting too. So yeah, just focusing on what we can do throughout the week and just watch film and just see different things and just bring our best game for Saturday.
And have you had an outside training yet, or are you still going and what you're making of Cape Town a bit colder at this moment than it was up there in Johannesburg?
Yeah, well, we haven't trained yet. We travelled yesterday, and today will be our first on-feed session. So, like I said, just focusing on today, and then for Saturday.
Joseph, just scored your first try in a Wallaby jersey in that match, and just talk us through how special it was to have that moment, especially at the moment in the game that you closed the gap to I think 2 or 3 points. And then also just, a lot has been said about the history between the two teams, especially at Ellis Park. I mean, was that any part of the conversation leading up to the game? Were you talking about, we haven't won there in 63 years or whatever, or was that something that only you were aware about afterwards?
Yeah, as a team, it was something that was known. It's always special when something hasn't happened for a while, so there was also that extra carrot, but I think just for us as a group, we're just building, especially from the Lions, our last win, and then coming into that first game against the Springboks. So very special that, it's happened, I think it was 62 years, so being able to do that as a team, but like I said, like we've been saying, it's just really focusing on this week. But yeah, also the try, it's pretty cool to, score a try, my first try for the Wallabies, special moment.
So just to have you in the room, can I ask you to just reflect a little bit about all the expectation that was on you? I mean, when you made the switch, you were a big name and everybody was kind of focusing on you. How's that whole journey, how did that journey go for you?
Yeah, I've always said it. The game of rugby is just not me. There's 23 players that are playing. Actually, no, there's more. You've got the whole training week with the players that don't get picked, and then you've got coaches and everyone. So it's just not me. I look at myself. I kind of obviously there's talk around it, but at the end of the day, it's a team sport. So that's how I just see it. I don't really see it as pressure on me. It's how can I be best for the team. So that's how I see it.
So you obviously will have gotten a lot of confidence from this victory. In the bigger picture, how much does it mean for Australian rugby going forward, and especially with the World Cup looming?
Yeah, well, like I said, the last we was very disappointed that we didn't win that Lions series. But the way we played in the second and third game, and then our first game against the Springboks is, it's all part of a process towards that World Cup. But we're really just focused on each game and just growing, and I believe we are. So I'm enjoying it. I feel like everyone else is as well.
What do you expect this week from the Boks?
Oh yeah, they'll come out firing. We know that. After a loss, you tend to lick your wounds, and they'll be the same what they were in the first 18 minutes. But I reckon for the whole 80, so we got to be at our best, and we will be.
So 10 years since you guys won the Rugby Championship, how's the feeling in the squad about getting it done this year?
Still early days, mate. Very, very early days. For us, we like Joe's saying, we're very process driven, and the only thing we're looking at is this fixture in Cape Town. For us, we're on a journey. Respect's earned daily for us, and we've got to continue to earn that respect, and also give our supporters, not only in Australia but across the globe, something to cheer about. And that's why we're trying to try and do that.
Are you turning into a specialist wing these days?
Who knows? Again, we found ourselves in that situation where I'm looking at the other back on the bench going, is it me and you? And I've got the tap. So, it's something I really enjoy. I just like playing rugby, and when you don't have to be in there passing every time or box kicking, it's something I love to do, run. So we'll see how we go.
Just speaking to that, how influential is Schmidt in all of this work? Is he? He's beaten a lot of top teams before when he was with Ireland. Is he as much of a genius as perhaps Rassie is? Do you get a sense of a special rugby man when you work with him?
Well, I'm not going to compare the two because I don't know Rassie. I've obviously never had him as a coach, but Joe's been fantastic for this group. I've been in a position where I've had a number of Wallabies coaches, and they've all been different and all brought different stuff to the table. But Joe's attention to detail has been phenomenal for this group. The way he's moulded a group that hasn't had a lot of success in the past together, and some of the results over the past 24 months that he's been able to achieve has been pretty special, and it's been a pleasure to be a part of it. So we're very fortunate to have him here, and all the boys work hard and listen to everything he says, because he's got gold, little nuggets for us every single day, and that's what's been so good to be a part of the journey, because you're genuinely in this environment getting better.
Tate, then transitioning to the new coach of the Rugby Championship, how do you think the boys will take that?
I don't think Joe steps away until mid next year. But yeah, that's a boat will that's a river will cross when it comes to it. But they've got a plan in place. And I don't think Joe will be too far away.
So the game might be totally different here in Cape Town. We're expecting a lot of rain for the latter part of this week. We always look at the Saturday weather because some of us can't go play golf if it's too rainy. But do you feel, you guys, with the forward performance that you put up, that you will be in Joburg, that you will be ready if the game becomes a lot tighter if the ball is wet?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you watched our last test against the Lions. It was torrential rain. So we've had a little bit of experience this year in playing those conditions, and like you said, whenever you're going up against the Boks, your forward pack have got to be brilliant, and they were very good on the weekend. The challenge for them is then repeating that. Knowing guys like Atsabeth and these kind of guys are going to be absolutely raring to go. So it's going to be a great challenge for those guys, and they're going to need to step up again.
Happy in the room? Yep. Guys, we've got time for a couple online. Johnny, I can see you've got your hand up patiently, mate. If you have something for the boys.
Yeah, Joseph, how you going? Mate, I was just wondering, when you were a young fella, Penrith, RSL, could you imagine being able to line up the anthem, Ellis Park, packed atmosphere, and getting a win like that for the Wallabies? Do you think those international experiences could have helped those young kids, all over Australia, maybe want to make that switch to uni now just to have that experience?
Yes, yeah. I honestly enjoyed, coming over to South Africa for the first time, and then, even just experiencing, what the life in South Africa, and especially in Joburg, what it's like around there. Onto a safari, and then that whole week training at a different altitude is a whole different experience. I think as a young kid myself, growing up, that was something I really wanted to do, was travel the world and play in different countries and go against the best. And then, playing at Ellis Park, my family in the crowd, my partner's family in the crowd. Nothing beats it. And then, to get the win was, it was a very special moment for, this team, my family and myself. So, really enjoyed the whole week, and then, just enjoying Cape Town now. So, enjoying it.
Mate, very short career so far, but would that be the highlight, mate? You scored a try, beat the world champions. Is that as good as it's got for you so far?
Honestly, I've really enjoyed my whole experience so far. Playing at Twickenham and then playing at Ellis Park and then going against the Lions. It's pretty hard to say which one's the best, but honestly, just enjoying every single part of what rugby union brings.
Thanks, Jamie.
I think he's on mute.
Sorry, Jamie, you might be on mute, mate.
Thanks, lads. Cheers.
Can you go first?
Yeah,
You just spoke before. Yeah, you just spoke before, Joseph, about expecting, the Springboks best for 80 minutes, and it's like they are a daunting team. Is there any fear factor within your camp around what's coming on Saturday from them?
No fear, I reckon. In my opinion, no fear. We're just focused on ourselves. That's what we can do. We know they're going to bring their best for 80 minutes, so we just got to prepare for 90.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, just two quick ones from me. First of all, for Tate, mate, the impact that you've kind of been really having off the bench has been noted by so many people, and the impact and the energy that you bring. I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about kind of working in tandem, particularly with someone like Whitey who's been absolutely killing it on the starting side. Talk to me about the value and the work of kind of working off the bench, and particularly when you are coming up in a hostile environment, like South Africa, and that headspace for you and that role, kind of being off the bench compared to working with a starter.
Yeah, it's obviously a role I've had a lot of practice in last year and this year, and it's a role I'm really enjoying. Obviously, to match Whitey's energy is difficult. He bounces around and he pushes and shoves and stuff like that. But my job is just to try and come on and change the game. Obviously, when I'm coming on, there's quite a bit of fatigue in the big boys' legs out there, and I've just got to make sure that I get them clear on the plan. That's all I've been trying to do, and I won't change the game every game, but that's what I'm trying to do. And it starts with obviously how I communicate with the boys, how I maybe bring them down, after a big win like a runaway try or something like that. How we can then get to our next action, and from there I'm just looking to play my game, which is taking on people around the fringes and all creating space for other people. And that's been the goal. It's obviously been great to work with Jakey at the start, and then Whitey, and like you said, Whitey's been playing fantastic over the last 2 weeks. So it's been great to see someone who probably shouldn't have retired because he's been playing so well. So it's I'm really happy for him. He obviously didn't get too many games last year, but this year he's definitely taken his opportunities with poor old Jakey's injury, and it's great to have a leader like him in our side.
Time for one more online if there's anything that hasn't been asked.
Yeah, for Joseph. Obviously, mate, no, just for you, Joseph, I know I love that your answer about kind of talking about how rugby as a whole, the entire journey as well, has kind of been the highlight, not just the results, not just the wins. Just out of curiosity, because I know you're someone who really likes to focus on that personal growth, that development, always getting better, always learning. Where does 2025 at the moment sit for Joseph the human, Joseph the player, Joseph the individual, the person? Where does it sit for you in general?
What do you mean? So
sorry?
I'm not sure what you're trying to ask. Are you trying to ask me what's for me enjoying the year, or
Like, more like your growth as a player, your growth as a person, is the kind of the lessons that you're learning playing international rugby and professional rugby something that is the thing that you're getting the most joy out of, or is it the day-to-day camaraderie? Where is the biggest growth for you as a person?
I think the biggest growth is the travel, traveling away from family, creating friendships with, teammates. I thought that's been a big thing too. Being in the league, you're in a different environment, and then coming across, I feel like you live with the boys here, and they become your family away from your family. So I'm really enjoying just building different relationships and experiencing different things in different countries with your best mates. So I'm really enjoying that aspect of my personal growth. And then I'm 22 years old now, so I'm just enjoying what the game of rugby brings, going to South Africa and then playing against the Lions, and then just traveling the world. I feel like that's something that every young kid wants to do as a kid. So just enjoying the dream that's been created.
Wednesday is always a player day in the Springbok camp, and we had Sasha Feinberg Ngomazulu and Ruan Nokia up. Again, the video press conferences as we're allowed to have, and then obviously the unreleased audio that from that press conference as well will be on here. And then after that, over Thursday, with the other player we had embargoed for Thursday was Jean-Luc Dupré, who gets his first start in 7 years this weekend. So we had him, and again, first the couple of minutes we were allowed to record, and then the rest of the audio there from his press conference. Thursday was also a big team naming day in Australian camp. Joe Schmidt was up, and so was Rob Valentini and Corey Toole. Corey Toole being the fastest man in Australia. So these videos will follow now.
Just from a flower perspective, James O'Connor produced a blast from a last weekend, and just in terms of how would you deal with that this week, judging from last week's performance?
Osman, I think he had a solid game. I think in the first 20 minutes he kind of felt we were about. So just bringing a replica of that, I think would do us good. And obviously those passes he was getting over the top, we've analysed why that happened, how that happened, and we think we've got the solutions to stop that from happening. So I wish him a solid game, but I think we'll be able to calm down a bit better this week.
Sasha, I know you said you ideally like to focus on playing fly off and honing your skills on that, but when the 6-2 split comes into play and you have that versatility, does that sort of ease your mind in terms of just following that growth path that's been set up?
Yeah, of course. And I think also the difference with having the big dogs like Alejandro Pollard here, there's a ladder that you have to climb, and I think just learning from guys like him whilst juggling the act of 12 and 15, I think it only grows my game. And to put on a Bok jersey is special every time. So whether it's a 23 or 22 or 12 or 15 or 10 on my back, 6 on my back, whatever can help the team and help me get a cap for the Springboks.
Australia seems to have a little bit of success in terms of getting around the changes, portion. Check with you guys and an adjustment that you think you'd like to.
It's definitely been a chat because we wanted to figure out why what happened. We have a defense system where we enforce pressure on the opposition, and sometimes you have to concede a few meters on the edges, and that is something we know about, and it's nothing that's new to us. So we haven't focused on it too much. I think there were system errors leading up to those bridge passes that really caught us in that position. So those are things we looked at fixing. But sometimes we're going to have to give the opposition the bridge pass, and we're going to scramble like we always do and catch them on the next phase.
So I remember a few
20% Sasha, he's trying to encourage the
kind of Sasha flair, giving you that freedom while also focusing on the kind of traditional strengths of the box. And how do you internalize all of that? Do you feel like you're getting back to play with the freedom that you want?
Yeah, I think it's going to take a bit of time, and I think coach is spot on. We saw this weekend what happens when you drift away from our system and our structures and our fundamental things that make us a successful team. So that's definitely something I'm trying to hone into. It's been a focus point for the last week or two or three, and it's something I'm constantly growing into, and something that I'm going to be patient with and try to do as best I can, because when you enforce the Bok fundamentals, that's when the team really thrives, and that's when we put ourselves in positions we want and the opposition in positions they don't want.
Sort of building on that, Sasha, the way that the guys sort of got away in the second half last weekend, coaches sort of now asked you guys to maybe give you guys a bit of orders to play a certain way, come on in that second half to make us the sort of desired impact they want, rather than giving you more freedom that you guys are used to.
I must say the coaches really treat us like adults, and most of the guys are adults in this team, full grown men, except like me and like Ethan and a couple of other boys, Yana. But look, they never really hammer us down on what not to do in terms of playing what you see and seeing space and things like that. But of course, they've tried to re-emphasize our traditional way of playing, and I think the better we can take that on board, the less they'll have to speak about in the second half, and we'll just go out and do that ourselves, because unfortunately they're not on the field with us, and we have to kind of put our hands up when we don't bring our part to the party. And I think they've done an excellent job this week of giving us the best shot possible.
A lot of in your role as coming off the bench depends anyway on the state of the game. I mean, you could be coming out to help close the game out, but you could be coming out to face it. So I mean, then your whole approach would probably be sort of on the hoof, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I could also be coming on for injury. I experienced that against Ireland last year. So yeah, there's a lot of situations. I think just sitting next to the line on the bench and kind of staying in touch with Felix Jones on the side, that sets you up the best for whether you're coming on the first minute or the 79th minute. But just staying in touch with the game and seeing what the team needs and where the team's at, I think if I can do that along with the other guys on the bomb squad, I think we'll be right to go.
Guys, just you have 2 minutes left. If anyone has later, but still longer.
Okay.
John, just on the lineup specifically, called in quite a couple of senior guys. How are you embracing that there on Saturday?
Yeah, no, it's obviously, first of all, after the weekend, you gotta give credit to Australia. I think they were brilliant in that department, and it's not just the guys that were on the field. It's the whole squad, and all of us as locks makes us the plans together on a Sunday evening. So it's not just the guys that were on the field. It's me, RG, that weren't playing also. So it's just definitely one that we have to take on the chin, and just make sure this week execute our plans much better.
This is the first time that you're playing alongside Orchia or starting alongside Orchia. Into the tank, that you've got given alerts ready to come on very early in the second half.
Yeah, no, it's my first time starting with RG. Really excited about the opportunity to play alongside him. He's also been at the Bulls a few years ago, and I always wished to play with him. I think we can feed off each other a lot. So I'm personally very excited for that. And yeah, like Sasha said, always when you put on a jersey, for me personally, it's just whether I play 10, 20 or 80 minutes, it's all just doing what makes me what makes my game good is my work rate. So I just want to go out and empty my tank every time I can.
Hello. Oh, okay. They are, but not the primary. What's wrong? Hey, oh, good to you. See you. Good play. Sasha, how are you? Good to see you. How's it going? How are you? Hello. How are you doing? Hello, everyone. Hello, guys. Everyone, nice to meet you. Thanks.
Okay, cool guys. Firstly, thank you so much for accommodating us to go a bit earlier. Really appreciate it. I think we helped you guys out too. Sasha and Ruan, I've already explained to some of you. When Ruan does Afrikaans for the last 5 minutes, then we let Sasha go. So yeah, hands up for questions. Let's give as many people as possible a chance. Vloggers, first 7 minutes. I'll tell you when to stop, and then you can. Then the rest of it is vlogging free. All right, hands up.
Hi guys, afternoon. Sasha, just from a flower perspective, James O'Connor produced a blast from the last weekend, and just in terms of how would you deal with that this week, judging from last week's performance?
How's it, man? I think, I think he had a solid game. I think in the first 20 minutes he kind of felt what we were about. So just bringing a replica of that, I think would do us good. And obviously those passes he was getting over the top, we've analysed why that happened, how that happened, and we think we've got the solutions to stop that from happening. So I wish him a solid game, but I think we'll be able to tie him down a bit better this week.
Sasha, I know you said you ideally like to focus on playing fly-off and honing your skills on that, but when the 6-2 split comes into play and you know you have that versatility, does that sort of ease your mind in terms of just following that growth path that's been set up?
Yeah, of course. And I think also the difference with having, the big dogs like Alejandro Pollard here, there's a ladder that you have to climb. And I think just learning from guys like him whilst juggling the act of 12 and 15, I think it only grows my game. And to put on a Bok jersey is special every time. So whether it's a 23 or 22 or 12 or 15 or 10 on my back, 6 on my back, whatever can help the team and help me get a cap for the Springboks.
Sasha, Australia seemed to have a little bit of success in terms of getting around the rush defence a little bit. You mentioned also James's passing and so on. Has that been a chat with you guys and an adjustment that you think you guys should consider?
It's definitely been a chat because we wanted to figure out why what happened. We have a defense system where we enforce pressure on the opposition, and sometimes you have to concede a few meters on the edges, and that is something we know about, and it's nothing that's new to us. So we haven't focused on it too much. I think there were system errors leading up to those bridge passes that really caught us in that position. So those are things we looked at fixing. But sometimes we're going to have to give the opposition the bridge pass, and we're going to scramble like we always do and catch them on the next phase.
Sasha, I remember a few, probably a month or so ago, Rassie talking about when you're getting a run in 10, something about like 80% Bok fly off, 20% Sasha. He's trying to encourage the kind of Sasha flair and giving you that freedom while also focusing on the kind of traditional strengths of the Bok 10.
Nice.
As you internalize all of that, do you feel like you're getting back to play with the freedom that you want?
Yeah, I think it's going to take a bit of time, and I think coach is spot on. We saw this weekend what happens when you you drift away from our system and our structures and our fundamental things that make us a successful team. So that's definitely something I'm trying to hone into. It's been a focus point for the last week or 2 or 3, and it's something I'm constantly growing into, and something that I'm going to be patient with and try to do as best I can, because when you enforce the the Bok fundamentals, that's when the team really thrives, and that's when we put ourselves in positions we want and the opposition in positions they don't want.
Sort of building on that, Sasha, the way that, the guys sort of fell away in the second half last weekend, have the coaches sort of now asked you guys to maybe give you guys a bit of orders to play a certain way when you come on in that second half to make us the certain desired impact that they want, rather than giving you maybe more freedom that you guys are used to?
I must say the coaches really treat us like adults, and most of the guys are adults in this team, full grown men, except like me and like Ethan and a couple of other boys, Yana. But look, they never really hammer us down on what not to do in terms of, playing what you see and seeing space and things like that. But of course they've tried to re-emphasize our traditional way of playing, and I think the better we can, take that on board, the less they'll have to speak about in the second half, and we'll just go out and do that ourselves, because unfortunately they're not on the field with us, and we have to kind of put our hands up when we, don't bring our part to the party. And I think, they've done an excellent job this week of giving us the best shot possible.
Surely a lot of, in your role as coming off the bench depends anyway on the state of the game. I mean, you could be coming out to help close the game out, or you could be coming out to chase it. So, I mean, that your whole approach would probably be sort of on the hoof, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I could also be coming on for injury. I experienced that against Ireland last year. So, yeah, there's a lot of situations. I think just sitting next to the 9 on the bench and kind of staying in touch with Felix Jones on the side, that sets you up the best for whether you're coming on the first minute or the 79th minute. But just staying in touch with the game and seeing what the team needs and where the team's at, I think if I can do that along with the other guys on the bomb squad, I think we'll be right to go.
Guys, just a heads up, 2 minutes left. If anyone has, for vloggers, if anyone has a question for Ruan, do it now, please.
Ruan,
later, but for vloggers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ruan, just on the line-out specifically, you've been called in ahead of quite a couple of senior guys. How are you embracing that challenge that's going to be there on Saturday?
Yeah, no, it's obviously, first of all, after the weekend, you gotta give credit to Australia. I think they were brilliant in that department, and it's not just the guys that were on the field. It's a whole squad. All of us as locks does the plans together on a Sunday evening. So it's not just the guys that were on the field. It's me, RG, that weren't playing also. So. It's just definitely one that we have to take on the chin, and just make sure this week we execute our plans much better.
Is this the first time that you're playing alongside Orgia, or starting alongside Orgia, and is that something you're looking forward to? And have you sort of been given license to empty the tank, within the first 15 minutes when you know that you've got Evan and Lurt ready to come on very early in the second half, with the bombs?
Yeah, no, it's my first time starting with RG. Really excited about the opportunity to play alongside him. He's also been at the Bulls a few years ago, and I always wished to play with him. I think we play, we can feed off each other a lot. So I'm personally very excited for that. And yeah. Like Sasha said, always when you put on a jersey, for me personally, it's just whether I play 10, 20 or 80 minutes, it's all just doing what makes me, what makes my game good is my work rate. So I just want to go out and empty my tank every time I can. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Vloggers all? Absolutely. Vloggers all, guys, we'll be running out of time. Adnan and then JT.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that one where you mentioned about playing with RG's ability to offload. Have you guys, I mean, as locks, do you aspire also to do that kind of thing on the field?
Yeah, I wish I can, but yeah, it's somebody like RG is just he's a one of a kind. So it's definitely, if the opportunity is there for clear offload, you'll always be able to take it. But yeah, just on another level, he finds ways to get the ball through when you think there's no chance. So yeah, for me it's just excited to play alongside him and see how we can work together.
Ron, the competition at lock is one of the positions in the team that we have a lot of depth, or the Springboks have a lot of depth. You've had a few good outings recently in the test that you did play. Do you feel that your confidence has grown the more you've played this year, specifically in each game? You've upped it a little bit.
Yeah, for me. It's always I always say it's so special for me to all these locks has been my hero since I can even imagine started playing at the Bulls at under 19. So for me, being able to play here with them, it's just for me special. And each opportunity I have to work with them and learn from them, I really take it with both hands. And if my game gets better, it's all the credit to those guys that push me hard and make me a better player.
Sachin, how much are you, if I can call it, focusing on just getting through this game? We know there's a huge game in a couple of weeks at Eden Park coming up, and a lot of the guys would want to be involved in it when you travel over to New Zealand. But is an emphasis for you just to be focusing on this game and shift those things out of mind? I know it's been a lot of talk in the media about that clash.
I think so, yeah. I think knowing our coaching staff, as you guys would know, things are planned in advance, and sometimes that team is maybe not even in your control. So for me, I just want to nail down a solid performance. I just want to put the team in the right areas of the field and do my job right. And whatever follows from that, fingers crossed, it's good stuff. And I'd be sitting here lying if I said I didn't want to be playing in that game. I think Ruan would also want to play in that game, and a lot of Springbok supporters would have wanted to play in that game. That's up there with one of the coolest things I can imagine. But like you said, it's this week first, and especially coming off last week, we are super zoned in and focused on getting a good result for South Africa this weekend.
Awesome, thanks guys. We have to go to Afrikaans because the next guy's coming in. Sash, you're excused. Afrikaans as een van
Ruan, ons het gesien dat in die verlede naweek dat Australië nogal daarin geslaag om julle lynstaande 'n bietjie te ontwrig. Jy weet, is ongewoon vir 'n span om soveel turnovers te wen teen julle. Het julle dit bietjie bestudeer en is daar iets wat jy dink julle anders moet doen hierdie of anders kan doen hierdie naweek?
Ja, ek dink dit was op een van die dag, dit was ons slot maak al die planne saam. So sien net die ouens wat op die veld was nie, dit is ons ouens wat ook nie gespeel het nie. Ons almal vat dit saam en ons weet ons is baie beter as dit. En op een van die dag krediet aan Australië. Hulle het definitief met anderste prentjies gekom as wat hulle gewys het in hulle vorige wedstryde, en ek dink dalk dit het ons bietjie omkant gevang. Maar ja, ek dink hierdie week is net vir ons om te fokus op wat ons planne is en net af te rond tot die beste van ons vermoë.
Voel julle dat julle sal bietjie meer miskien met julle pak wil speel hierdie naweek?
Ja, ek dink dit is die Springbokke sal nooit wil weggaan van daai van die pak dominansie nie. So vir ons is dit om net die naweek as 'n pak saam net goed te funksioneer.
Is jy oorgehaal om voor te bou op daai vertonings van verlede jaar toe jy amper die enigste vyfslot in die groep was tydens die wedstryde?
Ja, vir my is dit net is weer eens 'n geleentheid wat ek gegee is om die naweek te kan speel. En vir my is om dit net nooit vir granted te vat nie. Jy weet nooit wanneer dit jou laaste kans is nie. Soos ek al baie gesê het, is soveel goeie slotte in Suid-Afrika. Jy's altyd vervangbaar. Ek dink solank as wat jy dit weet en weet jy moet altyd hard werk en wanneer jy geleentheid kry, moet jy alles op die veld los. Dan die res sal vanself gebeur.
En dan net wat die fisiekheid betref, dit is ook dalk 'n afdeling waar die Wallabies geweet het hulle moet opgewasse wees teen julle wat die fisiekheid betref en dan dit gelyk veral nadat die Springboks ver voor was, het hulle dit toe nogals goed reg gekry. En hulle het self gesê as hulle julle fisiek kan match, as mens Engelse woord kan gebruik, dan sal hulle goed wees. Is dit iets wat die Springbokke dalk Saterdag, jy weet, is dit iets waaroor julle gepraat het, die fisiekheid spesifiek?
Ja, ek dink fisiekheid is iets wat ons altyd onsself op trotseer. En ek dink die naweek, dink die ouens, die naweek wat verby is, voel ek die ouens was regtig, het nie sleg gedoen in die fisiekheid nie, veral van die eerste gedeelte van die eerste helfte. Maar ek dink op die, weer eens, mens moet krediet gee vir Australië, hulle het goeie planne gehad om ons vloei te disrupt. Ja, die naweek is net nog 'n opportunity om uit te gaan en so fisies as moontlik te wees. Ja.
Rowan, ding nou dat die stewe ingooi toegelaat word. Hoe het dit jou geaffekteer in terme van die huiswerk en so en wat jy moet doen en dan in terme van die besluitneming in die lynstande?
Ja, ek dink dit val maar in by ons planne. Ons try maar die beste moontlike planne maak om vir ons voorvoet op die voorvoet te kry en ons weet as 'n span nie compete nie, as ek nou Engels kan gebruik, dan is hulle nie so groot op die skeef omgooi nie. En ek dink dit is wat Australië goed die naweek gedoen het. Hulle het net ingekom en vinnig 'n bal gevat en as dit skeef is dit fyn want niemand hulle so vinnig mense kom nie in die lug om te compete nie. Ja, vir ons is net weer eens, ons gaan terug na ons planne toe wat ons voorberei het en om dit te execute tot die beste van ons vermoë.
Rowan, hoe groot is daai verantwoordelikheid? Ek wil altyd weet hoe besluit jy nou watter lyn staan, jy oor dit lyn staan roep of call en dan as jy na die lyn staan stap, jy weet hoe weet jy, is dit jou besluit alleen of is word daar boodskappe deurgestuur?
Nee, ek dink op die veld is dit jou besluit alleen. Maar baie voorbereiding wat in die week ingaan in jou beplanning van tussen ons as slotte, wat ons wil doen waar, hoe hulle mens defend, wat se opsies gaan werk, hoe kan ons hulle beat. So ja, daar's baie werk wat agter die skerms aangaan en op die veld is net seker te maak jy gaan terug na jou voorbereiding toe en jy weet jy het alles wat jy op die veld nou wil doen, het jy die hele week voorberei en is net belangrik om dit te execute op die veld.
En hy call as die lyn staan in die middel van die veld, kom dit doen nou? Sorry? As die lyn staan in die middel van die veld gebeur.
Ja nee, dit is soos ek sê, dit is alles deel van die planne wat ons voorberei saam.
Okay, dankie julle. Thank you very much. Dankie Rowan.
Alright.
Dankie julle. Jy moet slim wees.
Hi Jean-Luc, hi. Jean, just two-fold question. What do you expect from the Wallabies on Saturday in the second test? And also, you really opportunity at 8. It's most likely against Harry Wilson. Just what do you expect from the Wallabies first of all, and then your role at number 8 this week in you're getting opportunity.
I think we're expecting much of the same. To be honest, we need to give credit to the Aussies. They did quite well, and then obviously their turnover attack cut us up a little bit. So for us, it was just working on our defense this week. And then answer the second question. It's actually my first test start in 7 years. So yeah, that speaks for itself. I would just like to do my best for the team and get us on the front foot. And hopefully we can do a good job on Saturday.
Dale, just I was going to ask you on that heights and communication over the years in the context of what happened last weekend, big game, and feel the weight of what this opportunity means to you on an individual level, and how do you separate that from
Yeah, definitely. I've been thinking quite a bit this week because of the result last week, and there's a lot of pressure on us. And then for me to come in not starting for 7 years, I've just not try to think about the outside noise too much. Just trying to get my prep right in the week. And then, as I said previously, just to do a proper job. Yeah.
Were there times over that journey where you thought another track might not come?
Yeah, no, definitely. Like, your mind is a powerful thing, and there were times that I was thinking like, should I just give up on the Springboks? But I would never be able to do that. So, as you said, it's taken quite a while for me to start. Again, it's taken 7 years. But then again, you can never take this for granted, because when you get your shot, you need to make it count.
You say you haven't played a test, which is true, but you did actually get to wear the jersey.
Yeah.
And it happened to be at the same stadium.
Yeah.
On Saturday, and you did really well in that game before you went off into it.
Yeah.
Has that helped? Your confidence that you've got the run there at the place where you play.
Yeah, definitely. I think getting that run, that does help my confidence a little bit, although it is like 2.5 months ago. So we've done a lot of prep, a lot of hard work, a lot has changed. But yeah, I'm just so thankful for the opportunity to get a run out Saturday and represent my country again.
How do you sort of keep yourself in the moment, when you consider how, with the current injury situation and the position, that kind of thing, that a big performance here could see you starting in New Zealand in a couple of weeks' time. So how do you sort of keep yourself in the moment, only focusing on this game before looking a bit too far ahead at what could come?
That's a very good question. I wouldn't say I would start against New Zealand, because we probably have players coming back. But then again, I think you answered the question there. I don't want to look too far ahead. I said, I'm saying it again now, it's my first test start in 7 years. So for me, it's this Saturday, and that's the only thing that's on my mind right now.
Thanks, guys. Vloggers off. And then guys, sorry. JL only wants to speak English. Yeah, he's Afrikaans. Got lost there in England somewhere. So alsjeblieft.
Kan nie meer Afrikaans praat.
This is not mine. My interviews in Afrikaans.
Okay, good Tom. Everyone ready?
Oh, you good?
Moet nou nie so bewe, moenie worry nie. Ons is reg man, Stevie. Teamwork makes the dream work, daar sê. Ai, kyk hierdie man.
Dis 'n trikkie een.
Oei, heer. Adnan, jy koop fancy goed.
Ja, jy moet kennis daarvan doen.
Jy weet technology.
Ja, is.
Hy weet nie hoe om die tegnologie te gebruik nie. Okay, let's go.
That's my show. Oh my gosh.
Adnan, hoeveel eet jy? Kom, die man moet gaan.
Jy moet gaan slaap.
Okay, question?
Here we go. Hi Jean-Luc, hi. Jean, just two-fold question. What do you expect from the Wallabies on Saturday in the second test? And then also, you're getting your opportunity at 8 against, most likely against Harry Wilson, if he passes his fitness test. Just what do you expect from the Wallabies first of all, and then your role at number 8 this weekend, you're getting your opportunity, so just you can answer that please.
I think we're expecting much of the same. To be honest, we need to give credit to the Aussies. They did quite well, and then obviously their turnover attack cut us up a little bit. So for us, it was just working on our defense this week, and then to answer the second question, it's actually my first test start in 7 years. So yeah, that speaks for itself. I would just like to do my best for the team and get us on the front foot, and hopefully we can do a good job on Saturday.
Gerald, just I was going to ask on that, your guys had to be pretty patient over the years for opportunities, and this, given the context of what happened last weekend, it's a big game. Do you feel the weight of what this opportunity means to you on an individual level, and how do you separate that from the kind of goals of the team?
Yeah, definitely. I've been thinking quite a bit this week because of the result last week, and there's a lot of pressure on us. And then for me to come in not starting for 7 years, I've just not try to think about the outside noise too much. Just trying to get my prep right in the week, and then, as I said previously, just to do a proper job. Yeah.
Were there times over that journey where you thought another crack might not come? I mean, do you go to some places?
No, definitely. Like, your mind is a powerful thing, and there were times that I was thinking, like, should I just give up on the Springboks? But I would never be able to do that. So, as you said, it's taken quite a while for me to start again. It's taken 7 years, but then again, you can never take this for granted, because when you get your shot, you need to make it count.
You say you haven't played a test, which is true, but you did actually get to wear the jersey.
Yeah.
And it happened to be at the same stadium that you played on a Saturday, and you did really well in that game before you went off injured.
Yeah.
Has that helped? Your confidence that you at least got the run there at the place where you play.
Yeah, definitely. I think getting that run does help my confidence a little bit, although it is like 2.5 months ago. So. We've done a lot of prep, a lot of hard work, a lot has changed. But yeah, I'm just so thankful for the opportunity to get to run out Saturday and represent my country again.
Jean-Luc, how do you sort of keep yourself in the moment, when you consider how, with the current injury situation and the position and all that kind of thing, that a big performance here could see you starting in New Zealand in a couple of weeks' time. So how do you sort of keep yourself in the moment, only focusing on this game before looking a bit too far ahead at what could come?
That's a very good question. I wouldn't say I would start against New Zealand, because we probably have players coming back. But then again, I think you answered the question there. I don't want to look too far ahead. I'm saying it again now, it's my first test start in 7 years. So for me, it's this Saturday, and that's the only thing that's on my mind right now.
Thanks, guys. Vloggers off, and then Stephen and Rugby.
Yeah, just on that personally, has your dad or your siblings had a chat with you with the advice for Saturday?
Not yet, no. Probably by the end of the week I'll get a few phone calls off my brothers and my dad. But we talk now and then, just how the week's going, but nothing from an advice point of view just yet.
Steven?
John, has the attacking breakdown been a little bit of a chat? You know, we saw a couple of instances where, Australia managed to disrupt you guys there, and you guys got in the red zone as well. Has that been a bit of a chat this week in terms of sharpening up?
I think it's been a bit of a focus for the last few weeks, actually. We know Fraser McWright is a very good fetcher, but for us, that's just our urgency to the breakdown. So we've worked on that this week, and just getting in before the breakdown actually forms. That's it.
Are we done? Yes, you're just like Okay. Ja, let's go.
Hey guys, welcome back. The Australians have named their team, and quite a good team that Joe Schmidt's named as well. Certainly a team that's going to test the Springboks this week, and of course they shocked the Springboks 38-22 in the first test, I think still half of South African rugby still reeling from that shock because it was so unexpected, especially after the Boks went up 22-0, 38 unanswered points in the second half. I think we've also tried to stomach that now, and we're all looking forward to whatever the Boks can bring this weekend as a possible backlash. But saying that, Joe Schmidt has lost 3 players, and he's had to make 3 injury-enforced replacements. Otherwise, I don't think we would see any replacements. Maybe there would be one change there. I think that they would probably try. But certainly the 3 replacements that they've brought in is pretty decent as well. That you've got, of course, the first one would be Dylan Peach, who scored a try on Saturday, scored the Australians' first try, and then went off in a collision with Sia Kolisi. Now, I don't have a video of that collision there, but I think we all remember it. Sia took the ball from the back of a line out and went straight and collided into Peach, who broke his jaw, fractured his jaw, and he's gone home. Quite a rather ugly-looking injury. Got a picture of him afterwards here, and if you're sensitive, look away for a second. But certainly not the best look for him as well. So he's gone home. He's the one guy who's gone home. So let's first have a look at his try, and then the picture of the aftermath. Okay, I'm not going to be able to show you any of the tries because Sanzar has copyright striked them all. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to use any of them. Usually, competitions like the URC don't mind you using them as long as you're not exploiting it too much. And in a situation like this, there should be probably some sort of content that's made for creators to use and to grow the game. But this is an old argument, and this is one that we have a lot of the time, and there's the amount of time it takes to try and sort something out like this, it's probably just better just to go without it. But let's have a look at the injury of Dylan Peach. Unfortunately, you'll see how his mouth looks. Unfortunately, not a great injury, and he's broken his jaw, and he's gone back to Australia. That also scuppers my plans to just show you where Harry Wilson got injured. He got injured scoring his second try, limped off the field after that, and didn't come back on. And he's obviously gone back home as well. And then the third player, which with an HIA, is the veteran 140-odd cap player James Slipper, a great servant of Wallaby Rugby. He's also got home for HIA protocols. Obviously took a knock on the head, and because of the stand down period, it doesn't help keeping him in South Africa for another week, so he's also gone back. Now they've all been replaced, and it's interesting to see who they've been replaced by. We start off with Harry Wilson. He's been replaced by Rob Valentini. Now, Rob Valentini, we all know what Rob Valentini is, one of the more physical players in Australia. He's really a guy who's sort of galvanised the Australian pack. He was missing a large part of the Lions series, and he's certainly somebody who they want back, and he's very recognisable with his hairstyle. So he's the one guy who's come back, and he's come back in the place of Wilson at number 8. So that'll definitely strengthen them in terms of physicality. And if this weekend's going to be a grind with the weather, you can see that certainly affecting the Wallaby pack as well. So they'll really be welcome welcome him back. And with him and Skelton, they make a huge difference to the Wallaby pack as well. So there's a little bit more grunt there as well, to the pack as well. And from that, it means we've got a new captain in Fraser McRae, who was the player of the game last week and who had a couple of turnovers. Really was a nightmare for the Springboks at the breakdown. He'll be captaining the from flank the team with Rob Valentini back. That's the changes in the loose trio. With Dylan Peach flying home, they need to bring somebody in new. And quite a bold move from Joe Schmidt. He's brought in Corey Toole, who, if you've been watching Super Rugby Pacific, you'll know how dangerous he is. He's nicknamed the fastest rugby player in Australia. He can run a 10.200 meters. That's blisteringly fast for a rugby player. And certainly has scored his fair share of tries. He scored 28 in 45 games for the Brumbies. It's the same strike rate as Israel Folau when he burst onto the scene in Super Rugby, so that's quite an impressive strike rate. He's 25 years old. He's due for his chance, and he was the 2022 Rookie of the Year at the World Sevens Series. So he's played sevens as well. The Springbok Sevens players know him very well, and South African fans are going to get to know him very well as well. But if you don't know him, are a couple of clips I got that weren't copyright striked, and you can see how good he is.
Long bottom playing deep inside their own, behind their post. Toole using his speed. Electric Corey Toole from deep inside his own area. He's going to go not just 100, let's make it 110. The Corey Toole.
Oh, minutes management. The lads on the sideline are having a bit of a laugh because the old technique went out the door about halfway. He was on a 45-degree angle. Oh, Corey Toole, but watch him here. A metre away from his try line. This is why the coaches put him in. He takes his angle. This is why he's so fantastic. Oh, yeah, the hair is flowing. He absolutely dashes. Corey Toole, there he goes.
Players going to entertain us for the next 14 minutes. Mazzolini gets us underway. France right to left. Corey Toole does brilliantly to get away from the chasing player. And look at him go. Corey Toole is under the post for Australia. Inside 15 seconds. What a start. This guy. But it has been all green and all gold between these two. Dietrich Roach, who was excellent in Dubai, gives it off to Corey Toole, who scored in that cup final, which they very nearly won against South Africa. And look at him go. Corey Toole out of the Brumbies Academy has scored an absolute scorcher off his kickoff. Bobbling around. Tuckett comes away for Australia next. Turner. Oh, it's just too easy in the end. Breaking tackles. Just can't afford to miss your first up tackles. Corey Toole needs no second invitation. And as soon as USA score, Australia reply.
For the Brumbies, as Valentini got his side near the 22. Debrasini, lovely hands. So too from Mickey Tell. Filiwai, that's beautiful. Through the mids, wide. Toole, over the top of one and in. Corey Toole, he's got two, and that might be their best try of the year.
Cross defensively. What about the hands here from four Brumbies players? Short ball again. Filiwai. Corey Toole was going to come off his left foot and come in and just ran straight for Damien McKenzie. That's special from Toole.
Special, all right, knows every inch of this field. Gasses George Dyer on the outside and then puts on 12 kilos and bumps off McKenzie.
Going to have an excellent first half and scrum half. And now it's gone out to Corey Toole and he scores these for fun. The 11s in these pre-test match games here in Australia have had a good time of it. Peach for the Force, Lancaster for the Waratahs, and now Corey Toole.
The change at loosehead for slipper is Tom Robertson, who's come into the loosehead position. It's going to be interesting to see how they do there, because I think the box will really look to attack the scrum this weekend when they do get scrums, and Tom Robertson's coming in for that. But okay, those are the changes. Now let's look at the whole team, and you'll see, you get a picture of how dangerous this Aussie team is and how much confidence they'll be playing with in Cape Town this weekend, and with good reason. I mean, they really stunned the Boks last week, and you can see them looking to make it another one. They haven't won in Cape Town since 1992, that famous 26-3 victory of Nick Farr-Jones's side when South Africa just came back into World Rugby. And interestingly, another fun fact, the only player who's there, who was the last time the Wallabies played in Cape Town, which is 2014, is one Nick White, a player South African fans love to hate. So here's their team. Let's go through it as well. Let's start at the back, where Tom Wright, who of course had a magnificent game against the Springboks last weekend, certainly was very good, a very good player. Then the other danger, Max Jorgensen, who scored a superb try last weekend with that floating ball over the top, and then he skinned Mani Lebok so easily. Another Lebok nightmare man, Joseph Akuusu-Suwaili, really a good player, and he'll be at 13 here for the Wallabies. And this week he said he'd expected the Boks to come out firing in this game.
What do you expect this week from the Boks?
Oh yeah, they'll come out firing. We know that. After a loss, you tend to lick your wounds, and they'll be the same what they were in the first 18 minutes. But I reckon for the whole 80, so we got to be at our best, and we will be.
Back to the team, I think we all know Sueli. His intercept try against was another of Mani's nightmares. Then Ikitau, great midfield partner. They're really developing in a great combination. Then Corey Toole, as we saw now, very exciting youngster. His club is called the Wagga Crows, which is in Wagga Wagga. I'm not sure where that quite is, but I'm sure our Australian friends can tell us more about it. James O'Connor, Nick White, both are there back there. You wouldn't change that. Very experienced halfback pairing there. Rob Valentini is there. Fraser McRae, Tom Hooper, great loose trio. Will Skelton, Nick Frost, both of them very good lock pairing as well. Taniela Tupou, Billy Pollard, and Tom Robertson, the new guy as well. So probably close to the strongest team, bar those injuries, that Joe Schmidt could put out. You look at the substitutes. Angus Bell, I was quite surprised that he didn't get a start, perhaps, because he was very effective when he came onto the field. And there you see as well Andrew Kellaway, Tane Edmund, Tate McDermott, the backline players there, and then the forwards as well. They've gone a 5-3 split as well this time, same as last week when they changed it from a 6-2 back to a 5-3 just before the game. I think there's enough confidence in the Wallaby team at the moment to feel that this is the team that can beat the Boks. Of course, the weather's going to make it a very different test, and we don't have the hard underfoot as we would have at the Highveld, which really aided them in those counter-punching tries that they got as well. A very good Wallaby squad there, and certainly a squad that's going to test the Springboks as well. I think there's not much more to say other than to ask you to give your comments. Let's see what you think of the squad. What do you think of the players coming in and the players they've lost? How do you think that will tip the scales in Saturday's game? And if you haven't already, as we have to ask in every video, smash that subscribe button, give the thumbs up, all that stuff, so we can carry on growing this channel and bringing you more of that. And I think I'm going to leave you now with a comment from a question that Rassie Erasmus took in Cape Town this week, just asking if he'd figured out after the dust had settled and they'd watched the game over and over again where exactly they lost that game. And I think it's quite an interesting answer to end us off on this one. So that's it for the Aussie teams. We'll be back with Joe Schmidt's press conference a bit later, and keep an eye out. There's some other interesting videos coming out on this channel as well over the next sort of 24 hours as well. And then this weekend, we'll be talking to Nick Mallet after the game again. That was quite popular this week, and Nick will certainly have his view on the test match as well. So thanks for watching, and I'll leave you with Rassie talking about where he saw them lose the game.
Hi, Rassie. We've spoken about the why a lot, or the what's last week. You know what happened, the line-out, breakdown, defense, whatever. But have you got to the bottom of the why?
Yeah.
Because you spoke about some shoulders and ability. So I'm just curious what the why is.
No, obviously, if I had full answers here, it would be fantastic. I'll be sitting here smiling and brimming with confidence. It's been a while since we've lost, and it's been a while since the game just ran away from us in 7 minutes. So it's been really a while, and then it's not a lack of feeling when that happens. But then when you go through the first session on Monday, the answer starts coming, and then we did attack today, the answer starts coming, and so why we did it? We 22 points up, and we think this is easy, and then you get a shock and you get 2-3 concussions. And not as an excuse, it's totally on us. But we did lose Sia, we did lose Marku, we did lose Kirtley, we did lose Edwell on the other side during the. So everything almost got compounded and then all of a sudden we were 14 points down and they were just putting down the hammer. So I think as we're going through the training sessions, we were finding the solutions. And one thing was it maybe came too easy in the beginning, and then when it got bad, we couldn't handle it.
Yeah, I think Corey he's a great young kid. He's obviously come in from the Sevens program, and it's something that a number of the South African speedsters have done as well. They've played both Sevens and 15s, and so he's adapting well to the game. And this will be a big steep learning curve for him. And we've had guys of equal speed, the likes of Darby Lancaster, again, who came across from Sevens, who's in our wider group. So you want to try to, I suppose, grow their game a little bit and get them comfortable transitioning from Sevens to 15s. A lot less space to move in, and you've got to become pretty proficient around the contact area. And Corey's worked really hard at that. He's got better and better contesting ball in the air because he is that quick. He has that elevation. I don't think anyone quite has the same elevation as Cheslin, but you talk about speed, you talk about size. I think Kirtley Aronsa and Cheslin are a good example of that. Obviously, we've got Cannon Moody starting this week against us. He's a taller young man, but very athletic as well. So that aerial contest will be very competitive again. It's something we didn't win at the start of the test match. I think on the back of that, they got a real kick into their momentum, and that made it difficult. And then on the other hand, losing Harry is not ideal at all. Rob's played 40 minutes for us, and that's all so far this season. So it's good to have Rob back, and I'm sure he'll acquit himself really well. I think his selection in the Wallabies side is probably one of the most consistent things over the past 4 or 5 seasons, and this season there's been a little bit of a hiatus where he hasn't been there, and it's nice to have him back.
And with the Boks, clearly wanting to rectify what happened last weekend. Was there a bit of temptation, to start Andrew in Corey's place, or was it from the start, wanting to have Corey back?
Yeah, I think Andrew Callaway for us has played probably, as much as any other back, certainly in the 23 and often starting last year. And so I had a chat with Andrew, and we just felt for Corey to get the best opportunity. It's easier to start than it is to come off the bench. You get more reps at training. It was one of the things that happened last week as well, just around trying to integrate someone and get them as ready as possible. With James O'Connor last week, we didn't bring him off the bench for his first game in his kind of reincarnation as a Wallaby, because we wanted them to get the flow of the week. And so while this week has been reasonably compact by the time we travelled down from Johannesburg, I think Corey's acquitted himself really well so far.
So, Rassie spoke about this week about returning to what makes the box strong, and if you sort of pick a side that does that work up front, 2 locks on the bench. You guys sort of expected that to be what they would bring to you guys for this weekend after last weekend?
Yeah, we weren't sure what to expect. Sometimes when you have a team that started as well as they did and had a continuity that they did and then just didn't manage to sustain that, sometimes coaches give them another chance and they say, righto, you demonstrated you have the ability, can you sustain that throughout the game? This is your challenge. Or you maybe shift focus. I think Rassie has done really well growing strength and depth in his squad. And it's something, we're trying to build something similar because you need to have that strength and depth. Otherwise you're always a little bit vulnerable. And for us at the moment, we're obviously on our 4th number 10 that we've used, and that's always going to be a challenge. So if you have integrated a number of players in a number of positions, I think he has the flexibility to be able to pick very strong sides regardless of how many changes he makes. And there's still, in that starting group, I think there's got to be 10, 12 guys from the last World Cup, so they still have that experience.
Rugby's such an emotional game, and from the emotional high of last week, there would have been a little come down. In terms of mentality, are you using history as a motivator? Australia's never won back-to-back since '63. Ironically, it was part of Cape Town, which you have a chance to repeat that. Is that part of your motivation?
No, not really, because if we glance back, it's nice to know what has happened, but that doesn't influence what can happen, and we've got to make what can happen. We can't wait around. We can't wait for the Springbok to bring their game. We've got to kick off with our game a lot better than we did last week, and so we've talked more about that and tried to do more about that than look that far back, because it's not something. It's nice to know it. And I think, with the amount of coverage of it, it's something that the players are aware of, but they know it's not going to significantly shift the end result. What most influences that result is what we can control and what we can do to perform as well as we can, and what we expect from the Springboks, and try to make sure that we are capable of closing as much as we can of that down.
So do you think the result last weekend was good for the game as a whole, and perhaps the championship as a whole? Just how would you respond?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. When you're neck deep in one environment, it's hard to have really global perspective. I obviously think it's good for the game because we got the result, so that's really good for our game. But and the manner in which it was achieved, I think, is good for our confidence. But we know that confidence can be rocked pretty quickly. We know that improvement is never linear. You may get an upswing, and at the end of that upswing may be a trench, and we've just got to make sure that we try to stay as balanced as we can, as well prepared as we can, and try to just keep that level of performance that we found at times in the second half.
Joe, obviously, in that second half, maybe the Wallabies were a little bit smarter than the Boks, I think it's fair to say. Does having players like Nick White and James O'Connor, especially, if you can talk about James, in the team, help with that on-field decision-making?
Yeah, it does. The accumulated experience of those two players, again, for us, James was just trying to find his feet, particularly in that first 20 minutes. He got caught drifting across field and got turned over. He was a little bit hesitant, but as the game went on, I felt like he got a bit of rhythm. Nick's kicking game was really important for us. His organisational game was good for us, and so those two together, thankfully, were a good pivot for us.
On James, is he in the frame for Rugby World Cup 27 you're hosting? I mean, I know it's a long way away, but you are building depth. He's 35. How does he fit in the bigger picture?
Yeah, it's not my decision. I think, we've got some young guys who are coming through at 10, and part of our plan with James was for him to kind of guide those younger players and help them through their development until they both disappeared, and he decided that he needed to develop himself into our current number 10. So I would never say never. I had Johnny Sexton with Ireland for a long time, and in 2019 I felt like that might be his last World Cup, but he's a hell of a player in 2023. So there's no definitive stopping point. Nick White retired in the third test against the Lions and played pretty well in his comeback game. So, albeit only 2 weeks later.
You guys started training. What was it, on Monday or Tuesday? Did you give the guys a bit of time to just mentally clear after Saturday and sort of get used to the Cape Town environment without being specifically on the rugby field and doing that, like just switching off a bit? You said it was a compact week.
Yeah. We only trained Tuesday, Thursday this week. We didn't train on Monday. We had a couple of meetings, and the forwards will always they'll walk through lineouts every day that they get the chance. But you've also got a travel day on Sunday, so we got the travel out of the way. We got a little bit of a regeneration day on Monday, and then worked hard Tuesday, Thursday, and I think some of the players on Wednesday got out and played golf. Some went to the waterfront and had lunch, and saw a little bit of Cape Town. Some of the staff walked up Tabletop Mountain with an impressive view of about 12 feet. We're right in the middle of the mist, but a great experience. It's a beautiful place, Cape Town. With the sea, with the mountains, with the tabletop, particularly, and the waterfront area is beautiful as well. So it's just nice to be able to get out and take a breath in the middle of the week, particularly because you know what the cauldron is going to be like on Saturday.
So 22-0 down after 20 minutes, what does that do for the belief in the group when they pull off something like that? There's obviously a lot of belief there to begin with, just to be able to pull off something like that from that position. But have you noticed this week and since Saturday an injection of something that's come as a result of that?
Not really. You hope that it does build belief. You hope that it gives confidence to players so they don't hesitate, so they seize the moment in front of them and play as best they can. So that would certainly be what we're hoping for. Another thing that we're trying to build is just some cohesion. We try to keep some combinations together so that cohesion can continue to build, because we had a camp for 2 days in January and then didn't really assemble the team until the lead into the Fiji test that we had, and then had another 4 days where the players could regenerate, and then had a week's lead into the first Lions test, just because Super Rugby went right to the end of June, right before we could really springboard into the Fijian test. And with that, unfortunately, we were really hopeful that one of the teams would get into the final this year. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, but that's what we planned around, one of them getting into the final. Well, fantastic if two of them did, but we know the strength and depth of the Kiwi Super Rugby teams, and They had 3 out of the 4 semi-finalists and obviously the 2 finalists.
So you mentioned cohesion. If you look at the 10 changes that Rassie made, obviously key positions like fly-off, inside centre, they've got experience there. You think that will make a big difference in the way the game is managed, especially in those?
Yeah, it's a good point, but cohesion isn't developed maybe week to week. That's part of it, but it's year on year really. And when you look, Grant Williams is an experienced player. Honde Pollard, you couldn't get much more experience. And then in the midfield, Damien Delonde coming in fresh. I don't know how many tests he's played with Jesse Creel, but I've coached a few against those two, and they've been pretty hard to break down. So, those combinations, there's a lot of them that have spent a lot of time together. Same with Cheslin coming in on the wing. He's almost an automatic selection for the Springbok, and Willie LaRue, he's played over 100 tests, so it's not like he suddenly gets catapulted in there and doesn't know how to connect with the players in front of them. It's the same in the front row. There's a bit of consistency there. So that I don't foresee. I'd love to see it if there's not cohesion, but I don't foresee there being a lack of cohesion.
So just a question on the breakdown. I mean, you guys dominated that area certainly after 20 minutes last week. And the Boks have gone with the big number 8. It's not known for his breakdown work. Number 7 is a lock. He's also not known for his breakdown work. I mean, do you think that's an area you can profit again this season?
Yeah, I think Marco van Staden is very good over the ball, and they don't need a whole lot of back rowers going for the ball when they got Malcolm Marks. He is very, very strong over the ball. So Jesse Creel's good over the ball. The game has shifted a little bit where there are role-specific involvements. There are in line-out formations, there are in scrum, obviously, and those set pieces, but across the board, you can have players who are very strong in the breakdown without them having a specific number on their back. So for us, we just know that the breakdown is going to be pivotal because it is in most test matches, and I'm not sure we dominated the breakdown just because a lot of times, especially in that first 20 minutes, our breakdown got shifted backwards so quickly. I felt that a couple of the turnovers we got were fantastic efforts from Tom Hooper or Fraser McWright. But probably the 6 or 7 breakdowns before them had been very much dominated by the Boks and it put us on the back foot. So some of the time, those breakdowns, we were just hanging on, really.
And you sometimes get on the wrong side of the ref or the right side of the ref and you get the momentum.
Yeah, you do, and I felt that in the Boks tries, I think they were on penalty advantage in each of those. So I think the penalty count might have favoured us, but the reality is that the penalty count was a fair bit closer than the final count. Just because when you play through advantage, they often don't count that, but we do. We let our players know that was a penalty, by the way.
Guys, I might just throw to online for a couple of the Australian journos. Mel, did you have a question for Joe? You might be on mute, Mel.
Yes, sorry,
Yeah, thanks,
I
Mel.
couldn't hit the right button. I'm here. Look, Joe, I just wanted to ask about Fraser McWright, like what you've seen in him as a player. I'm not on mute anymore.
No,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mel. Yeah, Fraser.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you, Mel.
You're frozen.
No, I'm still moving. Yeah. Just to answer Mel's to answer Mel's question.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I love technology. Don't you love technology? Sorry, Mel. Just to answer your question, Fraser, part of the decision was he finished the game last week as captain, so it was almost the continuity that I felt he finished the game well. He was captain of the Australian under-20s when he was in the age group sort of arena, and he's a quiet leader. I don't think we don't need someone who's remonstrating or saying a lot. We just need someone who's going to demonstrate the right performance on field that other people can follow, and I think Fraser has demonstrated that. And you know, in lieu of alternative choices with Alan Alalatoa and James Slipper, two previous captains for us in the last year, both being out injured, with Harry being out injured, with Liam Wright being out injured. You know, I wouldn't say it was a process of elimination because that's not fair to Fraser, but it was probably not ideal that he's a first-time captain for us, but he at least got a little bit of experience in the back end of the game when Harry went off on last Saturday.
We've got time for one more online if there's anything that needs to be asked.
Joe, if I can jump in, if you can hear me, buddy.
Yeah, got you, Christy, yep.
Joe, I'm just interested. Rassie Erasmus earlier in the week said some interesting things. He said, I feel Australia are playing pretty much like we did in 2019. Defend, and if you can make an error, they will pounce on that. We don't believe that's the way to win the next World Cup. What do you make of those comments?
I don't really get distracted too much by comments. Look, South Africa will commit to the way they play and we'll commit to the way we're trying to play, and it doesn't always work the way we'd like it to. I felt that you know, there were times that we engineered our own line breaks and some pretty positive play, and we didn't have long periods of defence. We tended to concede ground pretty quickly, especially in that first 20 minutes, and would have liked the defence to go on a bit longer, but they had already got over the line and scored. So that didn't work too well. And then we did profit from a few errors from the South Africans, and you know, we're a little bit lucky that those errors occurred, and I'm sure that's something that Rassie will have solved during the week.
I know you've been branded, you know, widely as, you know, the fastest man in Australian rugby. Just out of curiosity, what is your Fastest time over 100 meters.
Oh, I haven't run 100 metres in a long time. It's probably since school, but top speed's probably about 10.2 metres per second. So it's just the same speed as Bobby.
Well, obviously, as a former Sevens guy, or if you are still currently playing, but you should know what the Cape Town Stadium plays like. Do you feel like you're more accustomed than some of your teammates to playing it?
Oh, I wouldn't say I'm more accustomed. Played here in Cape Town 2022. It was a lot different then. Obviously, it's playing sevens, it's a different game. So I think a few of the boys played there before in 15. So it's quite different to playing sevens.
Rob, what's it like being back in the starting team now and just getting into it?
Yeah, feels good. Just been in rehab with my calf and came back against the Lions and ended up doing a little niggle to it. So yeah, just been on the mend a bit and but yeah, happy to be back and hopefully I can do my job for the team this week.
What are you expecting from the Springboks in terms of physical battle?
Yeah, definitely expecting a response from them, especially after last week. But yeah, I think our focus this week has just been mostly on us, just controlling what we can do in camp and through training. We know that if we can control what we how we play and going up against the Springboks, I think that's probably the most important part.
Rob, tell us about the reserves I saw against Park last week, sitting in the stands among some fans. Just tell us first of all, like your feelings during that game. I mean, obviously 22-0 down after 20 minutes, and then sort of jumping up and punching the air. I mean, what was that experience like? Just give us a little rundown, and were you getting some choice commentary from some of the other Sport fans?
Yeah, at the start there, I thought it was going to be a long day. Obviously 22-0 up. Yeah, it wasn't a good start for us, and we're getting some looks from some of the crowd. But no, I think second half, when the boys started scoring some tries, yeah, things sort of turned around, and we were jumping up and down, and we were probably the only ones jumping up and down. So everyone was sort of looking at us like, like, what are you guys up to? But yeah, it was a bit of a roller coaster up there. But yeah, I was just so happy for the team and the way that we were able to bounce back in the second half and showed our character there, and to be able to come back like that against a team like the Springboks. Yeah, all of us were cheering, and we were so happy for the whole team.
And I know you're part of the squad and you enjoy the moment, but in a way, how much more motivation does that give you to actually experience that kind of high on the field?
Yeah, definitely. I think whenever you're in the stands, you always want to be on the field. That's where you want to be. But I think everyone in the squad knows that it takes the whole squad to put out a performance like that. Last week, the boys that weren't selected, were able to train well and put the starters under pressure. And I think the results showed on Saturday. How the whole team trained and how the boys responded. So. Yeah, I was really happy with everyone.
How were you disappointed that Sia policing and Peter Steph is not playing and you missing out on that opportunity facing you on the home ground?
Nah, not disappointed. Happy. Yeah, look, you obviously want to go against quality back rows, but I know the South Africans, the depth that they have in the back row is probably second to none. So. I know the back row that they have this week will be just as tough as Sia and Peter Steph as well. So yeah, looking forward to going to battle.
Corey, can you take a bit of inspiration from players like Jason Colby, Kirkley Arons, Schmidt, who made they applied their trade in sevens first, then they made the step up to 15s and became World Cup winners. Can you take a bit of inspiration from that?
Yeah, definitely. They all started their rugby journey in sevens. I can take a lot of confidence out of that, and yeah, also they're sort of smaller wingers, a bit like myself. Yeah, I guess looking up to those guys play so well and be some of the best wingers in the world. Yeah, definitely gives me a lot of confidence coming into this weekend.
Rob, you've been around what was set up quite a few years now. Just, you know, there was a general feeling that Wallaby Rugby was on the way down. The last few weeks have certainly changed that perception. What's your take on the growth and where Wallaby Rugby is, especially with the 27 World Cup?
Yeah, definitely building. I think that's a credit to the coaching staff and the players being able to be coached by Joe and his coaching staff. And I think a lot of it is just down to a lot of the detail, attention to detail. And I think if anything's to go by the past couple of weeks, I've thought we've been playing some great rugby. And I guess we're not getting ahead of ourselves. I think we're trying to take it week by week. And I think the biggest test you could probably put yourself up against is against the Springboks, back to back on the home turf. So I think it's something that we're trying to build, and we know that it's week by week. It's process driven and not outcome driven. So look, I think it's something building within the team, and you can sort of feel the confidence within each other, and I think that's only going to grow as well. So.
Does it sting when people have been saying, "Oh, the Wallabies are finished," and clearly not? Do you use that as sort of feel?
I wouldn't say so. I think there's always going to be outside noise, and I think a lot of our boys here don't really listen to it. I think we sort of just focus on again our preparation and how we train, and I think we take our confidence from there and try to put on the paddock on Saturday. So. Look, I think as a team we always look in, and we're never really looking out to hear about everyone's opinions about us. And I think that's probably the great thing about us. Like, we're just focused on each other and just building confidence within.
Anything further in the room?
Yeah, sure. Rob, a common theme throughout the week from Tate and everyone else we had the opportunity to interview was consistency in the performances. Just how do you measure that in terms of, do you look at performance, do you look at the result? What is the main goal, set for yourself?
Yeah, I'd probably say through training. I think that's a way you can train, and I guess we always look back on our games and see where we can always work on. I guess our tackles, our techniques, and that, and then practice that through the training week. So I think consistency through our training will help with that. The way that we train and the way that we review ourselves. And look, I think compared to last year, I think a lot of boys are on the computer more and looking at their training and seeing where they can get better. So I think that's probably where you'll get your good performances. Throughout the week and taking it day by day.
And Corey, just playing, switching from 7s to 15s. You had the season with the Brumbies and quite a decent strike rate there in terms of tries as well. Just talk us through what the big challenges were making that switch, especially 15s. You have a lot less space to work with, and what you expect from it at this level.
Yeah, it's quite a different game to sevens. There's not that much space, and there's a lot bigger guys like Bobby on the field. So. Making those tackles is always going to be bigger guys, and it's really a completely different game. But I've had 3 years at the Brumbies now, so I've got a lot of confidence and belief. Playing a lot of 15s, so I can go out there and do a job this weekend.
Got time for a couple online guys. I can see Nick, you've got your hand up there. Nope. Pato.
Yeah, mate. Sorry.
Nick's
Can
there.
you hear me now?
Yeah, got your Nick.
Yep, 2 questions for me. First up for Corey. Obviously, you've talked to me about your headspace. You've been around in the squad for a little while. Finally getting named. Imagine the boys would have been up for that. What was kind of the first feeling you had? Was it kind of a feeling of relief, of like, yep, finally it's happening. I'm finally, all that effort I'm putting in is good, or is it now just like, yep, got to step up and do a job?
Probably just excitement. I've been around the squad for a little while now, so. I've kind of been quite excited for a little while now. So, but I've played a lot of footy with these guys before, like Tom Wright, Lenny, and Whitey in the backs. Playing with those boys got a lot of confidence and belief that I can go out there this weekend and do my job.
Awesome. And then second one for Bobby. Obviously, like you've been on the sideline for a little while, for the last 2 games or so. You've been seeing the squad killing it over the last couple of games. And what's kind of been the headspace from the sideline, so to speak, of the camp? Have you kind of just been enjoying the ride that the boys have had on the field, or is it just been more of a case of having FOMO and getting itchy feet and getting ready to get back out there?
I'll probably say a bit of both. Obviously, seeing the team be so successful over the past 2 games, and maybe on the sideline, it sort of drives you in a bit of motivation as well, just to, I guess, get through rehab. It's not a fun time in rehab, so any motivation you can get to do drills and day by day, that helps. But obviously been excited with the group and the growth that they've shown over the past 2 games, and just really happy to be back.
Pato, did you have a question for Rob or Corey?
Yeah, just a quick one for Rob. How long do you reckon you got in you this week, mate? Obviously, you haven't played for a while, but they've been pretty cautious with you. Do you reckon you can get most of the game out? And maybe just a quick second one, you've played a lot of footy with Corey now. Big finals games, lots of Super Rugby game. His ability to step up to Test footy.
Not too sure on the minutes, but the lungs have been tested last week and this week, especially last week. Had a bit of running to do last week at Alice Park, and that wasn't fun. I got through training well this week, and felt okay. So I guess we'll see how the body goes on the weekend. And excited to see my mate Atuli play. Now Brumbies, he's sort of creates something out of nothing. Whenever he's got the ball, you always know he's going to make at least a 10, 20 metre gain somehow. Always be the first defender, and I guess as forwards, sort of makes the game easier for you. When someone gets gain line, so we're always playing on the front foot. So excited for him to play and go up against some good oppositions.
I've got time for one more online if there's something that hasn't been asked.
Just ask, you've been around the Wallabies setup for a year now. Do you feel like you're best prepared, and that the long kind of stint it's taken to get to this point has actually been beneficial in terms of getting you to the start line?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously wanted to play last year, but didn't get the opportunity. But the longer you be amongst the squad and the more trainings you do, you definitely get a lot more confidence out of that. And coaches like Joe and Lord, when you're working with them day in day out, they also bring a lot of confidence with you. Definitely.
We go to Friday, which is traditionally the captain's press conferences, team photos and things like that. So we'll have straight away, first of all, Jesse Creel and Ms. Wandile Stick, plus the unredacted audio of theirs, the unreleased audio, shall I say, of their press conference. And then also the new Australian captain, Fraser McRae, who was such a terror at Ellis Park, his press conference as well, before we close off to go into the game. Cheers.
Jesse, it's a very unusual kind of position for you guys to be in. Such has been your success in recent years. So just from a captain's point of view, what has been the chat and the message to the guys?
I think we definitely know what we didn't get right last weekend. We've rectified that as a team, and it was great to get back on the training pitch on Monday to kind of align and get our plan ready for the weekend. I do think we've obviously been in that position before, and I also think you can't miss the fact that it's one game. So, and the great thing about the sport is you get another chance. Luckily, we've got another chance this weekend, and everyone's looking forward to the game tomorrow.
Coach, obviously before last weekend, you guys had won, I think it was 8 in a row, which was the longest winning streak since Rassie and the rest of you guys took over back in 2018. Before the 2023 World Cup, it had been a bit frustrating how you guys could win a few, then lose, and you finally got that streak going. Was that a bit of, did you guys take quite a bit of pride from those 8 wins, and is that something you'd like to now try and get back again and get into that nice mode of dominance?
Yeah, I think, once again, I think a lot of us were disappointed, most especially the team, and we also got higher standards of ourselves on what we want to achieve. And I've said it also last week in the media conference, we still want to build our game and keep evolving, and not to start well at home, especially in front of our home crowd, it was not nice, and but once again, it's part of the game. These things, they do happen, and one thing I like about how the week went, we understand exactly what we need to do well, where things went wrong last week, and I've said it also last week that the difference between playing July series against Italy and Georgia, you can still have a bad game and be able still to win the game, but now you're playing Rugby Championship against Australia, they've got world-class players. We saw the errors that we've made, they've capitalized from from even inside their half where they intercept tries and they lose passes and then they'll punish you. So that's a standard of the Rugby Championship, So we respect that, and once again, like I said, we were disappointed. Hopefully we can get back into winning stats again. But I know it's going to be a tough game, but I think we've done everything in our powers to make sure that we're ready for tomorrow.
Stocker, Rassie mentioned in the week that people were asking questions like what happened and how. Did you get that as you came back to Cape Town? And just, is there a bit of pressure now on you guys, seeing that it's the second game and you're traveling away to New Zealand? So it could be crucial, this game, in terms of the championship.
Yeah, listen, we even felt it straight after the game, at Ellis Park. Probably felt like there was a funeral after the game, the way it was so quiet and the people were heartbroken, And once again, we always say that we want to do it for the people of South Africa. We felt it, And it's always nice when we win and we keep on saying that we do it for the country and everyone is united when we win it, I think for us, we always learn also through tough times. What happened last week, we were all disappointed as a team, and we felt the people of South Africa. We've got friends. You could feel the way they were disappointed. And once again, I think it's because of what we have built. What we have built for the country. So we totally understand, and once again, we apologize for that performance. But we don't take it for granted. We understand and respect the fact that people, they always look up to us as a Springbok team to make sure that we bring the positive vibe in our country, And landing in Cape Town, it was very, very lonely. People, you could see the sad faces around. So we totally respect that, but we'll do everything in our powers to make sure that we put that smile back in their faces again. Hopefully tomorrow everything will go according to the plan.
Me, okay. Jesse, you guys, I think, sort of managed to sort of assimilate everything quite quickly after the game. I mean, this week you probably it's probably quite clear what you did do wrong. Has this been one of those weeks where you sort of almost, you think the game can't come quick enough? Like you want to sort of get it, you want to sort of set the record straight?
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone's itching to get onto the field. Like I said earlier, I spoke to you after the game as well, and just said that the great thing about the sport is you do get another shot the next weekend. So everyone's obviously really excited to get back out there. I think people can say there's a lot more pressure on us, but at this level there's pressure on you every week. So I think the guys are used to it. We're used to these kind of situations, and just excited to get out there and play some rugby for South Africa.
Jesse, just interested to know how you see that battle with midfield, especially with a guy like Joseph Swahili, the combination between you and them.
Yeah, I said it last week as well. I think they are two unbelievable athletes. They both showed through their work rate and their performances last week what they can do. Exciting to have Dukes back in the mix. I thought Andre was unbelievable last week, excited to have Dukes back in the mix, and it's a great challenge for us, something that we are relishing and looking forward to. And I think at this level you want to play against the best, and you want to play against great athletes and great players. So really looking forward to it, and yeah, definitely two dangerous players for them that give them a lot of momentum and go forward.
Jesse, you've played a lot of games through the years against Australian teams. Is this the best one that you've played against, perhaps? Because, you know, we've seen in recent years that they're taking a bit of a slip down the rankings, you know, and this year they were probably one referee decision away from beating the Lions, you know, in the series. So
Definitely up there with one of the best, I suppose, Australian teams that we played against. Then again, you look back at some of the teams we played against over the years. 2015, Australia had a really star-studded side. So I think all the teams are really dangerous. I think if you look at their backs now, they've got, like I said, unbelievable athletes that are quick, fast, especially on turnover ball, can make magic. So yeah, it's exciting, and you want to go up against great teams and great players. So really excited about the challenge.
Jesse, obviously Billy quite a big loss in terms of experience and what he brings to the side. And just how are you guys navigating that and yeah, just with his loss for this crucial game? Yeah,
unfortunate that Billy got a niggle this week in training, but then again he's working so close with Rassie. Rassie's unbelievably talented, and he's been working close with Billy, so I think he'll do a great job there. Obviously very disappointed for Billy. I know how much he would have wanted to play, especially in Cape Town with his family here, and it means so much to him to play for the Springboks. So yeah, obviously missing him, but I'm really confident that Rassie will step up like he has over the last few years and perform well.
Coach, I was actually just going to ask the same thing, but from your side, because you're a team that names your side so early, essentially every Sunday, you know, you're starting 15 for the next week. How is it a disruption when something like this happens in terms of your planning? What's happened to Billy, and then if you are in a position to share what the nature of the injury is?
No, I don't think it did disrupt our plans, because of, once again, Rassie has been in our squad, you know, the past couple of months, and he knows exactly how we want to operate on the field, and the fact that he also played last week, so there's a bit of continuity in that jersey. Yes, we always want to make sure that we give guys opportunities and rotate in our squad. It's a big loss, you know, really very, very experienced player, you know, and it would have been nice to see him on the field, but once again, I think Rassie's got what it takes to do the job for us, most especially having experienced players around him like Chelsea and Kobe, and guys like Jesse, Dukes in that back line, you know, and also having the cool brains of 100 ball at a 10. I think probably can make things better for us this weekend. So yeah, I'm confident enough that Rassie will do the job for us, and yeah, I think the plans, you know, didn't disrupt us.
And can you tell us what Billy's injury is?
It was like, it's just sleep going, you know, so we didn't want to take a chance, you know, because of once again, like I said, we've got a 6-2 split on the bench, so if you don't 100% fit, might be a big risk for us to force things. So once again, I must give credit to Billy for being honest, you know. You know, that shows the character of who he is and how much he respects the team, you know. So once he felt like he's not very comfortable to go full out for 80 minutes, then he was honest with his coaches. So much respect for him there, but once again, we're looking forward to see what Rassie can also do.
Jesse, you guys were sort of on the brink of actually getting 5 points last week, and you ended up getting none. Is it still too early in the championship to be worried about bonus points? I mean, is that anything you think about tomorrow, or are you just going out to win?
No, definitely. I haven't even thought about bonus points, everything. I think first and most important thing is going out there, performing well, and winning the test match. I think whatever else comes after that is a bonus, like it seems. But yeah, we've got a big job to do tomorrow, and I don't think guys are thinking about too much else.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Vloggers off. And then
Hey, how's it going, man?
hello.
Hey, good on you, man.
Good to see you, mate.
Very good. Coach. How are you, brother? Right? Good to see you. Good, man. Hi, Coach.
Okay, afternoon, guys. Thank you for joining us. Assistant Coach Muswandile Stick and Captain Jesse Creel. Hands up for questions, and please, guys, one question at a time. We'll start off first 10 minutes vloggers, I'll let you know when the vloggers have to put their cameras off. Then we'll go on, and then when we get to the, is it Kawasapa? Did I get it right? Thank you very much. Then we're going to excuse Jesse, so because he doesn't speak the language in any case, and he's got a massage. Happiness? Thanks, guys. Hands up, Steve.
Jesse, it's a very unusual position for you guys to be in, such has been your success in recent years. So just from a captain's point of view, what has been the chat and the message to the guys?
Yeah, I think we definitely know what we didn't get right last weekend. I think we've rectified that as a team, and yeah, it was great to get back on the training pitch on Monday to kind of align and get our plan ready for the weekend. I do think it is. We've obviously been in the position before, and I also think you can't miss the fact that it's one game. So, and the great thing about this sport is you get another chance. Luckily, we've got another chance this weekend, and yeah, everyone's looking forward to the game tomorrow.
Ross and then Vito.
Coach, obviously before last weekend you guys had won, I think it was 8 in a row, which was the longest winning streak since Rassie and the rest of you guys took over back in 2018. Before the 2023 World Cup, it had been a bit frustrating how you guys could win a few then lose, and you finally got that streak going. Was that a bit of, did you guys take quite a bit of pride from those 8 wins, and is that something you'd like to now try and get back again and get into that nice mode of dominance?
Yeah, I think once again, I think a lot of us we were disappointed, most especially as a team, and that we also have got high standards of ourselves on what we want to achieve. And I've said it also last week in the media conference. We still want to build our game and keep evolving, and not to start well at home, especially in front of our home crowd. It was not nice, and but once again, it's part of the game. These things, they do happen, and one thing I like about how the week went, we understand exactly what we need to do well, where things went wrong last week, and I've said it also in last week that the difference between playing July series against Italy and Georgia, you can still have a bad game and be able still to win the game, but now you're playing Rugby Championship against Australia, who they've got world-class players. You saw the errors that we've made, they capitalize from them, from even inside their half, where they intercept tries and the loose passes, and then they'll punish you. So that's a standard of the Rugby Championship, So we respect that, and once again, like I said, we were disappointed. Hopefully we can get back into winning stats again. Yeah, but I know it's going to be a tough game, but I think we've done everything in our powers to make sure that we're ready for tomorrow.
Stocker, Rassie mentioned in the week that people were asking questions like what happened and how. Did you get that as you came back to Cape Town? And just, is there a bit of pressure now on you guys, seeing that it's the second game and you're travelling away to New Zealand? It could be crucial, this game, in terms of the championship.
Yeah, listen, we even felt it straight after the game, at Ellis Park. Probably it felt like there was a funeral after the game, the way it was so quiet and the people were heartbroken, And once again, we always say that we want to do it for the people of South Africa. We felt it, and it's always nice to, when we win, and we keep on saying that we do it for the country and everyone is united when we're winning, I think for us, we always learn also through tough times, What happened last week, we were all disappointed as a team, and we felt the people of South Africa, we've got friends, you could feel the way they were disappointed, And once again, I think it's because of what we have built, what we have built for the country, So we totally understand, and we once again, we apologize for that performance, but we don't take it for granted. We understand and respect the fact that people, they always look up to us as a Springbok team to make sure that we bring the positive vibe in our country, And landing in Cape Town, it was very, very lonely, People, you could see the sad faces around. So we totally respect that, but we'll do everything in our powers to make sure that we put that smile back in their faces again. Hopefully tomorrow everything will go according to the plan.
Okay. Jesse, you guys, I think, sort of managed to sort of assimilate everything quite quickly after the game. I mean, this week you probably it's probably quite clear what you did do wrong. Has this been one of those weeks where you sort of almost, you think the game can't come quick enough? Like
you want to sort of get it, you want to sort of set the record straight?
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone's itching to get onto the field. Yeah, like I said earlier, I spoke to you after the game as well, and just said that the great thing about the sport is you do get another shot the next weekend. So, yeah, everyone's obviously really excited to get back out there. I think people can say there's a lot more pressure on us, but at this level there's pressure on you every week. So I think the guys are used to it. We're used to these kind of situations, and yeah, just excited to get out there and play some rugby for South Africa.
Jesse, just interested to know how you see that battle with both in the midfield, especially with a guy like Joseph Swadi, the combination between you and Damien.
Yeah, I said it last week as well. I think they are two unbelievable athletes. They both showed through their work rate and their performances last week what they can do. So yeah, exciting to have Dukes back in the mix. I thought Andre was unbelievable last week. But yeah, excited to have Dukes back in the mix, and it's a great challenge for us. Something that we are relishing and looking forward to. And I think yeah, at this level you wanna play against the best, and you want to play against great athletes and great players. So really looking forward to it, and yeah, definitely two dangerous players for them that give them a lot of momentum and go forward.
Jesse, you've played a lot of games through the years against Australian teams. Is this the best one that you've played against, perhaps? Because we've seen in recent years that they taking a bit of a slip down the rankings. And this year they were probably one referee decision away from beating the Lions, in the series. So
Yeah, definitely up there with one of the best, I suppose, Australian teams that we've played against. Then again, you look back at some of the teams we played against over the years. 2015, Australia had a really star-studded side. So I think all the teams are really dangerous. I think if you look at their backs now, they've got, like I said, unbelievable athletes that are quick, fast, especially on turnover ball, can make magic. So yeah, it's exciting, and you want to go up against great teams and great players. So really excited about the challenge.
Jesse, obviously Billy quite a big loss in terms of experience and what he brings to the side. Just how are you guys navigating that and yeah, just with his loss for this crucial game?
Yeah, unfortunate that Billy got a niggle this week in training, but then again he's working so close with Fassie. Fassie's unbelievably talented, and he's been working close with Billy, so I think he'll do a great job there. Obviously very disappointed for Billy. I know how much he would have wanted to play, especially in Cape Town with his family here, and it means so much to him to play for the Springboks. So yeah, obviously missing him, but I'm really confident that Fassie will step up like he has over the last few years and perform well.
Coach, I was actually just going to ask the same thing, but from your side, because you're a team that names your side so early, essentially every Sunday, you're starting 15 for the next week. How is it a disruption when something like this happens in terms of your planning? What's happened to Billy, and then if you are in a position to share what the nature of the injury is?
No, I don't think it did disrupt our plans, because of, once again, Fassie has been in our squad, the past couple of months, and he knows exactly how we want to operate on the field, and the fact that he also played last week, so there's a bit of continuity in that jersey. Yes, we always want to make sure that we give guys opportunities and rotate in our squad. It's a big loss, really very, very experienced player, and it would have been nice to see him on the field, but once again, I think Fassie's got what it takes to do the job for us, more especially having experienced players around him like Cheslin Colby, and guys like Jesse, Dukes in that back line, and also having the cool brains of Andre Pollard at 10. I think probably it can make things better for us this weekend. So yeah, I'm confident enough that Fassie will do the job for us, and yeah, I think the plans, no, it didn't disrupt us.
Okay, you said us with Billy's injury.
It was a slight, it's just stiff groin, so we didn't want to take a chance, because of, once again, like I said, we've got a 6-2 split on the bench, so if you don't 100% fit, might be a bit risk for us to force things. So once again, I must give credit to Billy for being honest, that shows the character of who he is and how much he respects the team, so once he felt like he's not really comfortable to go full out for 80 minutes. Then he was honest with us as coaches. So much respect for him there, but once again, we're looking forward to see what Rassie can also do.
Jesse, you guys were sort of on the brink of actually getting 5 points last week, and you ended up getting none. Is it still too early in the championship to be worried about bonus points? I mean, is that anything you think about tomorrow, or are you just going out to win?
No, definitely. I haven't even thought about bonus points, everything. I think first and most important thing is going out there, performing well, and winning the test match. I think whatever else comes after that is a bonus, like it says. But yeah, we've got a big job to do tomorrow, and I don't think guys are thinking about too much else.
Thanks, guys. Vloggers off, and then Justin.
Stocker, this one's for you. The defeat last weekend shifted the Boks down in terms of the world rankings. We know that the world rankings plays a big part when it comes to the World Cup draw. Does that now start playing in your mind in terms of the defeat and change possibly your goal sets for the next few months, obviously, with the amount of rugby that you will be playing as well as the end of the year too?
Yeah, Justin, I think it's always been there. We spoke about it even before the season started, that listen, at the end of the season, there's going to be a draw for the World Cup. So yeah, it's in our heads, and we always make sure that the players, they understand very well, because of, once again, as you can see now, every game will count. So it's very important for us to make sure that we bounce back and get back into that winning streak again. And once again, besides even the world rankings, how much pride we have when it comes to performing for the country, So the key thing for us is to make sure that we keep on making our people in South Africa proud. We were all hurt last week. We were all disappointed with the results. But once again, I feel like for us, it's something that is just bigger than, just a game. We know how much it means to the people of South Africa. So we'll do everything in our powers. Once again, let's also give credit to Australia. I know a lot of people, they talk about our bad performance, but also let's give credit to them, with the errors that we've made. They've capitalized, like Jesse mentioned. They've got some quick quality players in that backs. You saw Tom Wright when he got a chance. He punished us there. So I think it was a good lesson for us to make sure that if we want to be the best team in the world, you have to make sure that you don't make silly errors like we did last week. So yeah, I think it's key for us to make sure that we bounce back. When it comes to the world rankings, it's very, very important. It's something that's always in our heads. And hopefully we can go back into that number one spot again.
Last week, one of the most disappointing things was sort of the lack of impact of the bench, coming on the second half. You guys have sort of beefed it up this week, with guys like Eamon and Lewis in there. So has that been a big emphasis this week to get that desired impact in the second half this time from the guys?
Yeah, I think a lot of things that we spoke about as coaching staff during the week, we also have to look at ourselves. And was there something that we could have done better during the game? Yes, the messages that we sent on the field, because once again, you 22 points up in the first 20 minutes, and probably the players, once again, the opportunities were there. They've created a lot of opportunities, but I felt like we were not really that clinical, when we get inside their 22. There are a couple of times where I think we had 15, 22-meter entries, and then we only capitalized on 3 of them. So once again, it shows that if you're playing a team like Australia and you don't take your opportunities, they will punish you. So I think that's exactly what happened to us last week. And regarding the backs, the bench that came on, it's always tough sometimes when you want to come in and you want to make a difference in the game, in a sense of you end up doing things that you sometimes are not part of the plan because of you just want to make a difference in the game. I think I felt like the guys that came off the bench, because of the players that were on the field at that time, I think it's not a secret that we overplayed too much in that first half. We've managed the game very well in the first 20 minutes. I think the guys, they got too excited because of the opportunities that were there. That's one thing that we spoke about this week, I think, when it comes to game management. So we can't just say, okay, the guys that came off the bench didn't bring any impact. I think if you look at the guys that were on the field at that time already, probably they didn't have legs to finish proper, So yes, they tried. If you look at a guy like Kwacha, when he came on, he tried his best, but it just didn't happen on the day because of the errors that we made. So hopefully this week we can just have that full 80-minute performance. You've mentioned the experience we've got on the bench, so hopefully those guys can bring that impact.
Stephen and Gavin.
Jesse, Coach did mention overplayed. Do you think, or would you like to, put it that way, engage Australia a little bit more physically? Because we know, obviously you guys have great athletes and skilled athletes, but you're also kind of the most physical team in the world at your best.
Yeah, I think Coach Dick has touched on it nicely. We're obviously aware that we overplayed a bit, and we do like a physical game where we can obviously get everyone kind of involved in the game. But yeah, we obviously don't want to talk too much about how we want to play tomorrow. But yeah, I definitely think we do enjoy the physical side of the game. Our team has been selected with a strong bench that hopefully can bring us a nice impact. So yeah, looking forward to it.
It's a question for either of you. When you moved from the Highveld to Cape Town, obviously, I mean, Ellis Park is quite a freaky place. You play a different type of game, and then you come here and you probably adjust your game. Because of the defeat last week, obviously there are changes. There's changes to the team and that. But how much have you actually changed what you were going? Because I know you guys plan ahead. How much have you planned what you were probably going to do tomorrow anyway? I mean, you would always probably have played a different game to the one that you plan to play at Ellis Park.
I think the plan we have on the table is, I think it's suitable for any kind of weather, you know. And once again, like I said, the biggest thing, biggest work on for us as a team, I think it's just game management, you know. If you look at the way we started last week, I think we were in control of the game, and in a sense of we didn't even overplay, you know, in that first 20 minutes. So I think game management is one of the biggest things, you know, and having guys like Andre Pollard now in the team, you know, having Damien De Linde coming back into the team, which is experienced dogs, you know, in the team. So I think that's one of the biggest focus. I don't think we're going to change much when it comes to game plan, but it's just the game management that we need to make sure that we improve on. So I think we've got the right people, the right personnel in place that can do the job for us also.
No more questions? Ross and then Nathan?
And Coach, how big a boost is it having a guy like Cheslin back, you know, that experience, that versatility, and do you think that he was sort of something that was a bit missing last week when you talk about those opportunities that maybe weren't taken and stuff?
Yeah, once again, you know, if you look at a guy like Edwell and Ketley, what they've been doing in this team, you know, those guys have also been brilliant for us, you know. Edwell, whenever he gets an opportunity, he always grabs it with both hands. Unfortunately, now he's injured, and Ketley also is injured. And it's always a plan with us as coaches to make sure that we build strong squad depth, you know, and losing guys like Ketley and Edwell and being able to get Cheslin coming back from the injury, you know. Cheslin will fit in any team, you know, and there are certain things as a coach that you coach, but we know Cheslin is just a very, very special rugby player, you know, and very big heart, works very hard. Certain things that we don't even coach him, but he's got a brilliant head in his over his shoulders. It's good to have him back, you know, and like you've touched again, he does things sometimes you don't even coach, the things that he does. So it's good to have him on the field. Hopefully he can just also bring that positive impact in our game. He's just very, very special rugby player. And but once again, I'm happy to see him back on the field. I'm happy to see him fit to play the game also.
Justin?
We spoke briefly in Bombela, just in terms of the women's game, but Sunday it's game day for them. Just again, maybe a message from the team to the ladies and ahead of the match coming Sunday?
Yeah, we wish them all the best. And like I said again last week about them, it's good to see the growth that is happening in their team. And it's good to see the people are actually 100% also behind them, you know. And I know a lot of focus normally it's on the Springbok men's, you know. But the energy that I've been seeing now lately with the ladies, you know, with everything that is happening with them. I'm talking about playing in the big stages like Cape and Razor when we played some of the games. And I've mentioned also the game they've played at Athlone Stadium. I've seen the crowd, I've seen the vibe, people behind them, and I'm starting to see also even sponsors, you know, the ladies are also getting some support. You know, very, very happy for them, but I wish them all the best. And again, we are very, very proud of what they're doing for us as a country. And I know they're very, very passionate. I know with their coaching staff, they're doing everything in their powers to make sure they keep improving. So they must just understand we are 100% behind them, and I wish them all the best.
Any further English questions, guys?
Afrikaans? Okay. Nee. See you tomorrow.
We'll take about 3 or 4 questions. Nathan and then
uphilo lesifundo sekuhlala phambili namhlanje and bese esasifundo sikufanele xa ujonga phambili ngiqondo ba bengumqeqeshi for bengumphathi.
Yeah, Nathan, uyabona enkosi kakhulu utata xa usithi uba sanifanele sasitulo but umsebenzi wami okwangoku ukuthi make sure uba ndiya-assista umqeqeshi wethu uRassie. But bese siyazi thina njengeqela, I think it was 2 weeks ago where uRassie was excused namhlanje une-family matters zakhe kufuneke ayozilungisa. So njengomnye wabaqeqeshi abane-experience apha kuthi, so that's why sasihlalo ndisifumene, but otherwise umsebenzi wami is still to assist uRassie, yabona kule ndawo kuyo. Regarding the future, sonke siyafuna uba the best in what you do ebomini, yabona. So amaphupha ami, yes, I will always want to be the best in what I do. If uThixo uvumile in the future bandi ngayifumana opportunity ndikwazi nami ulento uqeqesha iqala lethu la eMzantsi Afrika, into enoyivuyela and uzokhumbula lapho suka khona njenge country, yabona. To be able siba naba umkhokhelo njengosiya Kolisi, ubona abalandeli abadlalayo abadlali ngoku abakhoyo etimini yethu, yabona, abafana njengomaphimbi amarekhodi abayenzayo. So kubonakalisa lanto ba abantu if umuntu uyafumana opportunity xa ready ayikwazi usebenzisa ithuba lakhe, anything is possible. So i-future andiyazi data, but otherwise kodwa ke I want to be the best in what I do ebomini. So if bangabi ithuba liyavuma in the future, I'll be happy for that.
Izinto zakho nangona izinto ezihamba kahle bekhona abadlali abathathu abazibona bathileke uba ulevel bangaseqeleni nikhokeli ngale nto ayidlalayo ephikweni bayiphazamiseke kanjani okanye wena aphazamiseke kanjani kwabadlali babili specifically uba bonzakala?
I think so. Ke results za last week sonzakele sonke siye sava kabuhlungu kakhulu because uzukhumbula kaloku indlela esine pride ngayo, ngendlela esidlala ngayo, and siyayazi nabalandeli bethu indlela ba passionate ngabo, ngendlela basupporta ngayo. So ukuluza abadlali nge-injuries asiyazi ba ayonto inhleleyo, but kodwa ke it's part of the game, yabona. Basikwazi uluza umkhokheli wethu siya no Ketley Arends pa abafana ababalekile kakhulu apha kuthi iqala lethu into noko leyana engekho nhle kakhulu, but kodwa ke njengoba sidla ngokutsho ba sidla ngokuthi make sure ba sibuilda i-squad depth ukwenzela sikwazi ba even if kukho i-injuries singakwazi kubeka igap enkulu between unumber 1 number 2, yabona. So xa ufumana umfana njengoCheslin Kobe ngokubuya from the-injury, yabona, into enhle kakhulu for thina eziqela. So yeah, kubuhlungu lunguza abadlali nge-injuries, but kodwa ke sijonge phambili kodwa nakabafana bafumane opportunity ngokujonga umfana njengo-JL pha kunumber 8, ngumfana kudala naye esebenza kanzima pha kuthi etimini engafumani i-opportunity zakhe. So ndiyamvuyela kwazi ufumane i-opportunity kumfana odlala kakhulu kakuhle for iqela lakhe ngapha i-Selchaks ngoba edlala pha, so akwazi ufumana ithuba, ndiyamvuyela kakhulu naye.
Ngomso uwina ngomso uphumelela kungatheka kangakanani kuwe after love phela?
Ibaluleke kakhulu tata basithi make sure ba siyawina ngomso, more especially xa ufuna uwina competition. If we talk about winning a rugby championship, kuzafuneka sithi make sure izinto siyazijika ngomso, because ukhumbule kaloku uba imidlalo elandelayo izuba lula. Kuzafuneka sihambile so visitela iNew Zealand ngapho kwayo kuzaba nzima kakhulu, but kodwa ke if bangabe uyafuna uwina i-competition kubalekile lo mdlalo ngomso sithi make sure ba siyafumana i-points nathi kuyo. Iqala le-Australia liqale kakuhle kakhulu, bazisebenzile amathuba abo kiza era besizenza last week, but into ebalekile ukuthi make sure ngomso ba at least yakwazi uba clinical siqokelela i-points nathi.
Moyi lani sengayekuseni nisawajongile amanani kanye ngithamela ngamalajita abazakeleyo namhlanje
kaphinde uyibuze kakuhle lento yasekuseni ndilibele
because ndibala 6 abantu abamnyama.
Yes.
Nisajonga amanani for abantu abamnyama kwiqela lababhokobhoko.
Nathan uzukhumbule kaloku tata ba ubuilda i-squad depth abakuthi ngeyona nto ibalulekileyo. Njengoba usethethe ngamanani, sine-injuries esinazo from last week, abafana abanjengosiya Kolisi sife befit engena injury, chances are ezabe sekhona etimini. okhethle abafana bonzakeleyo yabona and uzikhumbule kuseka abafana bangakho even esquadini sethu abafana noLukhanyo Am yabona that so baninzi abadlali noko abafumene injuries into abaleke ukuthi make sure basinika zonke players opportunity yabona ki squad sethu noba probably now at the moment abadlali abangakafumani chance abeke Rugby Championship by 4 which is uVincent Koch kakalifumani opportunity yakhe Ethan Hook akakayifumani opportunity yakhe. I think there's 2 more Mornay van der Berg akakayifumani opportunity yakhe. So xa sojonga wena keliqala lethu wonke umdlalo lapha esquadini sethu to make sure ba sibanike opportunity ukuba kwenzekile ke bahlambi singakwazi reach target when it comes to numbers. I think debalekile ukuthi make sure ba sinike players opportunity. So yeah, I think abadlali abakhoyo abamnyama bekuthi eteamini bonke bayalifumana opportunity. Umaphimbo usanobuya kwilendo kwisquad sethu because of injury kakhehle. So hopefully naye uzalifumana ithuba xa sesiya ngase New Zealand.
Awesome. Thank you guys. I'm just thinking.
Thank you guys. Thank you ladies. Cheers, Nabus. Cheers. Thanks, Toga. Cheers, my brother.
Hey, Gert. How you doing? How does it feel for yourself? I mean, how's the week been for yourself as captain for this week?
Yeah, I feel very privileged and honoured to get the nod of captain this week. And first and foremost, I'd probably say I'd much rather be playing with Harry and for him to be leading us out. But I also feel very proud to be part of a special club.
Robbie's out. I mean, Harry's out, but in his absence, Rob Valentini comes in, and in such a the Springboks will be becoming a lot of physicality. I mean, surely we're looking forward to have someone like him in this second test.
Yeah, definitely. He's someone that everyone thoroughly loves playing with. He's physical. He's a great person to have in the team, and look at the depth we've got in the back row at the moment. Our captain Wilso being out, Bobby steps in. So yeah, couldn't ask for a better replacement there, and I reckon he's roaring to go, having missed the previous few tests. So yeah, he's gonna make good out there.
Fraser, sorry, what do you see as your role tomorrow? Because Joshua said you were sort of a quiet leader. How are you going to go about this captaincy gig?
Probably won't change too much from what I would be doing if Harry was playing. Let the game drivers do their thing, and I'll let my game do most of the talking. Try to get to the ref when I can, but other than that, just do what I normally do. Not much changes.
Unfortunately, Peachy misses out. I mean, Corey, the quickest guy apparently in Australian rugby at the moment. I mean, like familiar territory for him playing. You normally plays at Cape Town Stadium for the sevens, but I mean, how cool is it to have someone like him playing on the wing for you guys this weekend?
Oh, it's super special for Tuli. He's been around in the squad for 18 months and has been training and working so hard to get his crack. And before this test match, things hadn't gone his way. And again, look at the depth we've got. In the back 3 position, there's so much depth there. And this weekend finally gets his crack. And when his name came up on the projector, when the team got named, there was just a huge roar for him. And it just shows how much everyone's happy for him. And I think his family's flown over, and it's just such a really special moment for him and his family.
You guys are smiling this week, but in the other camp, the Springboks aren't smiling after last week's defeat. I mean, what are you expecting from the Springboks this weekend?
Pretty much more of what they played in the first 20 minutes. They dominated us there and super physical. They've made a few changes there, and they're looking to probably obviously rectify and bring what they brought in that first 20.
What has the message been from Joe this week after a big win in Johannesburg, now coming to Cape Town Stadium?
Look, I think it was obviously a tale of 2 sort of halves on the weekend, and there's plenty to work on. You look at that first 20 when Springboks dominated us. There was a lot to improve on, whether it's defensively, our attacking game, where we saw pictures, and for us that's what we like to see, because we're building. Improvement isn't linear. It's something that we try to achieve each training day, each game day. So for us, it's about going out there, rectifying what we thought we could do a lot better, practicing that this week, and then hopefully come tomorrow night, being able to demonstrate that.
Fraser, 2 questions. My tough one first.
congrats on being captain as well.
Oh, thank you.
First one is, what are all the Wallabies line-out calls?
No, I don't know. I'm not in any line-outs. There you go.
Second one is classic case of attacking a jackler is to make you a tackler. You made 21 tackles in the first test, but you were still able to get on the ball, slow the ball, and pick and choose. What's that like? What's it like out there to find the right breakdowns to get over the ball?
It's a great question. You know, it's something I've been working on for a few years now. Obviously, it's probably when I first started, it was a lot about just going to try and smash every ruck. And then you tend to realise that you're getting smoked a lot off the ball, and you know, engines overworking, you're not using your energy in the right places to where you should. So over the years, you know, being able to develop, you know, the pictures in my mind, you know, working with some great coaches, some other great poachers, and seeing what they see and trying to use that in my own game. And I think it's about, like you said, picking and choosing and being able to understand that, you know, if they've had a dominant carry, what's the chances of me getting a reward if I go over the ball? Most likely I'm just going to get smoked. If it's, you know, close to our try line, I'll do everything I can. But I think it's, you know, picking and choosing when they're isolated, when there's no cleaners around the ball, or it's a great chop or a great dominant tackle from us. That's typically what I try to look for.
Yeah, in the red zone, or A zone as you guys call it, I think you're often backing off of those breakdowns, live to fight another day. Is that how you kind of play it?
I try not to overthink it, to be honest. I try to see the pictures in front of me and react to that. If there's a small window, trust me, I'll be trying my best to get in there. But also other times, you know, I'm more worried about, you know, being in the defensive line and just helping, you know, the men inside and outside of me.
Can I ask you, the common line touted out of these press conferences is you're concentrating very much on yourselves, etc., etc. But in the wake of a potential backlash, how much focus do you put on what the Boks have done in terms of their team changes, anticipating what this new look lineup is going to be, etc., etc.? How much of that has dominated this week of prep?
It's not really dominated too much, to be honest. Like, we know that Springboks have a lot of quality players and they tend to use them all. So we, you know, even last week we didn't know who they were going to play because of the depth. So again, like, you know, that first 20 we played, it was pretty poor. So for us to go out there and try to rectify that first 20, I dare say, you know, like I said before, you know, the Boks want to come out and do that for the whole game. So how can we prevent them? What can we do better in our power? So for us, it's a lot about us as it is. We're looking in the mirror, what can we do better throughout the week? Obviously, we don't train against the Springboks. We have plans to, you know, and an idea of what they're going to try to do, but we could plan for that, and then on the weekend they do something completely different. So I think that's why a lot of the focus is on us and control what we can control.
And the final one from our side, just talking about the loose forward battle, they've got John Luke to pray in, and they've got Franco Mostert in. I mean, what are you expecting from that loose forward battle, especially with the two key players missing for the Springboks in Peter Steptoe and Sekulisi?
Again, great depth, so they'll be pretty physical. Big ball carrier, dominant, try to win the game line both sides of the ball, right? So Franco's played a lot of football. Jean also, you know, has been there and been quality. So yeah, it's going to be a great battle, and it's typically some of the most competitive on the fields, you know, the loose trio battle, and looking forward to it.
Anything further in the room? Happy? Anyone online, Pato, Mel, Nick?
Yeah, I'll go if that's all right. Fraser, congratulations. Obviously, you're following a pretty proud tradition of players in the number seven jumper to be captain. You know, like Hoops, and even going back to David Pocock and George Smith and the like. So, I mean, what does that sort of mean to you, I guess, to get that honour?
Yeah, it's obviously such a proud and rich tradition and history. I think, you know, having played with Hoops and, you know, spoken a lot to George and even Poe in the recent years, it's pretty cool. And I'm just trying to do my bit. Like, obviously, I said before, I'd much rather play with Harry, you know, and follow him. And I think, you know, it's pretty cool being able to be captain after one of my best mates was captain. I think, you know, we roomed together. That's pretty special. So he's been very helpful this week. And look, I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. I'm just trying to do my job and not change really anything. So I think that's also a bit of a power for me, you know, being able to not need or worry about changing anything. I can just kind of go out there and do what I've been doing. You know, let the game drivers do what they do best, and the leaders within the squad lead. So, yeah.
And obviously, like, you've been with the Wallabies, like, through some of their lowest times, like, I guess at the World Cup. Like, what's the feeling like in the camp now, the belief, like, when you can do something like, you know, break a record that's existed for 60 odd years? Like, you know, can you reflect, I guess, back at both at the times then, and like how you feel like now that you feel like you've maybe beat anyone at your best?
Yeah, I think, you know, there's obviously difference between that year and where we're now. But again, we're still sort of building. We've got plenty to work on, trust me. And I think the key about this group is just how close we are, you know, off the field. And it really shows on the field, you know, the work ethic, the willing to, you know, to go 110% for each other. And I think that's because of how close we are. There's no groups, there's no, you know, segregation or anything like that. We're all kind of together. We all have good laughs. We really love and enjoy spending time together. And I think that's what shows. But again, obviously, like, I think we're just playing a really good brand of Australian rugby that we all thoroughly enjoy. You know, it's skillful, it's smart, and Joe's done a great job in being able to, you know, collect us all in and get a bit of confidence.
Bryce, can I just ask, mate, there was a nice picture that you posted of George Gregan in the sheds giving him a bear hug after that win. Was that just a pop-in visit, or did George have anything to say after that game?
I don't. He didn't. I think it was a pop-in visit. I saw him and was pretty happy and gave me a big cuddle, and I gave him probably a harder cuddle. So it was a cool moment, and it was pretty special him being there. Yeah, for sure.
Last one from me. It's just obviously apart from kind of the injury forced ones, there seems to be a nice kind of ability of being consistent at the selection table over the last couple of weeks, last few tests. How does that help as far as what you're trying to put on a field, just being able to field the same team over and over?
I guess there's two sides of it. Obviously, the same sort of team and getting to know each other, you know, ins and outs on the field, off the field, you know, having those micro chats, and then, you know, being able to work under pressure with someone. It definitely helps when you do that week in, week out. But there's so much competition in this squad, and you know, if we're lucky enough to get selected for the Saturday night, you know, the team that isn't playing, you know, puts us through the ringer during the week, and there's plenty of competition there. So lucky enough, you know, we've been able to have a crack, and our job is to continually put in the effort for that game and you know, represent the Wallaby Gold with great intentions and do really well there. And obviously, if anyone was to step out, there's someone to fill their place. That's the squad that, you know, Joe's been able to, you know, select, and everyone competes really hard, and a bit of a, you know, confidence within the team is next man up. But I think back to the point of being everyone together and being able to play week in, week out, I think it's a great thing.
If I may jump in there, Fraser, you mentioned the previous leadership and Harry, and you not trying to reinvent the wheel. Coach Joe described you as a quiet guy who leads by example. Would you say that was accurate? And then maybe how do you repeat the strong performance you and the team had last week?
I think, you know, everyone in a team environment, you know, plays their role, and, you know, my role, regardless of this weekend, is to do my job well. And what is that? As a number 7, you know, be a good defender, be a pest, you know, have a high work rate. That's what I try to do. But we've got such great leaders in this team. You know, before, you know, this weekend we had, you know, James Slipper, who's played almost 150 tests, Nick White, James O'Connor, Will Skelton, blokes have been around for so long. I don't really need to speak, you know. If I do, it'd be about defence, and we've got so many great defenders and defensive leaders within the team as well. You know, Lenny Katau, you know, Tom Wright at the back, and, you know, having Wilson as a great mate of mine. You know, he comes to me and if he wants me to speak about something that needs speaking about, probably more about the defensive side of things, that's when I speak up. But yeah, typically I try to stay quiet, head down, and bum up.
So that's it, the roundup of the game. And the last thing we're going to end off with is myself and Christy Doran, an Australian journalist, rugby journalist, having a chat about the game. And I hope you enjoy it. I hope the Boks bounce back. He's obviously hoping for a Wallaby game win. But that's our live final one. My chat with Christy Doran. He's a journalist for the Raw in Australia. He's been around for a long time, knows Wallaby rugby very well. Eddie Jones didn't like him that much, but that probably means he's a pretty decent journalist. So anyway, have a watch there and enjoy the game. So we've been talking about a lot about the Springboks failings over the last week and the shock loss to the Wallabies at Ellis Park. Having been there at Ellis Park, it was, I think the whole crowd was stunned. It was only the Aussie players that were really celebrating. So not something you see often at Ellis Park. So I thought, why not let's get a perspective of how it's gone down in Australia. Obviously, one of their biggest wins ever, and probably one of the biggest under Joe Schmidt anyway. But I'm happy to invite to welcome Christy Doran. Christy, did I pronounce your name right at least?
Yeah, bang on the money, Brendan. Good to chat. Great to join you.
Thanks, mate. And you work for the Raw in Australia, so you can go check out Christy's articles there. Let's start with it. How stunned were you? Because I think there was probably not a lot of belief in either countries that the Wallabies could probably win that one.
You're not wrong. It was disbelief, but at the same time, it's 3 a.m. in the morning when this is all unfolding, and the vast majority of Australians are asleep. And I had several people that I spoke to the next day, agents of players, family members, who had turned the TV off at halftime because they thought it was going to be so one-sided still in the second half. 22-5, of course, at halftime after being 22-0 down after 18 minutes. So you would know as a journalist, with the 60-minute mark, you're very much looking at how you're going to craft this story. And I just had to put the laptop away for 5 minutes just to take a breath to think, wow, what's unfolding here? And then you see Max Jorgensen go down the right-hand touchline. And look, I thought it was done and dusted at that point in time. And I thought the Wallabies got too much momentum. They're finishing over the top here. And it was an extraordinary finish, which continues a remarkable turnaround under Joe Schmidt.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all watched we were quite complimentary to the Wallabies in the Lions series because I almost felt that if they had a better first half in Brisbane, that series may have been very different if Will Skelton maybe played in that game as well, one or two other players. But I think from a South African point of view, and some people may say it's a bit of arrogance from our side, but when you're number one in the world and you see that, you expect the Wallabies to give you a fight, but all the factors in your favor, the altitude, Ellis Park, the history of the Wallabies not having won there for 62 years, or not having won in since, when was it, about 20 years ago in Bloemfontein with the Kurtley, that Kurtley Beale penalty there in Bloemfontein. So I suppose in a way, it's not wrong to expect the Springboks to win, but I mean, that must be really greeted, that win must be greeted as a huge step forward for Wallaby rugby, especially considering where you guys were probably a year or two ago.
Yeah, to paint the picture of where Australian rugby is at, like this time last year, the Springboks come to Australia and they win 2-0. The Rugby Championship is done and dusted right from the outset. They got the Wallabies got hammered in Brisbane, got hammered in Perth. They go to South Africa as $10 outsiders to win that match. And you've just pointed out the history that the Wallabies are staring the face into. So, look, no one thought that the Wallabies were a chance here. In fact, they were paying $101 to win by more than 15 points. And we know that they won by 16. So the bookies got it completely wrong, as did everyone, except for the Wallabies. They had a fair bit of belief that they had picked up over the last month. And I felt they missed a trick against the Lions. I didn't think it was a very good Lions team. They got progressively worse as the series went on. And I came under a bit of heat from people inside and certainly the public for describing it as a Sleepy Joe preparation. I thought the Wallabies preparation was poor and they were blown out of the blocks, but they are battled hardened in South Africa, aren't they? And we saw that. They finished right over the top of the Springboks. So what it's done here in Australia is it's been on the front and back pages of newspapers where the Wallabies haven't been since the Eddie Jones fiasco of 2023, the sorry World Cup campaign there. But in addition, you've got the 7:30 report, which is the flagship ABC news program here on a Monday, that is finishing their program by speaking about the Wallabies. So 2 years out from a World Cup, there's suddenly a massive amount of oxygen around this Wallabies revival under Joe Schmidt. So you can't downplay how significant that result was from a Wallabies perspective.
I suppose then the obvious question that comes next is Joe's leaving in a couple of weeks or a couple of months, and Les Kiss has taken over. We obviously know Les from his time here with the Springboks 20-odd years ago, and he's obviously improved a lot as a coach since then as well. But is there a fear that maybe when Joe goes, that maybe that sort of everything you've built up might take a step backwards?
Yeah, it's the million-dollar question, and it's the great kind of cloud hanging over Australian rugby at the moment. Because when the Wallabies win, Australian rugby's healthy, and when they lose, it's not. And at the moment, Joe he's almost had his fingers around Rugby Australia. He's in control here. So I say that because he signed on until the end of the Lions series, and then at the start of the year in February, he decided, I'm going to extend through to the end of the Rugby Championship, being in October. And then only back in April, he decided, okay, Les Kiss is your preferred man. You can't get him until midway through 2026. I'll stay on until mid-2026. So he doesn't even hand over the coaching reins until after the Nations Cup matches, in July 2026. So the coaching transition and changeover, the Wallabies and Rugby Australia are describing it as seamless, and they're hoping that it's the first time that they're doing this on their own accord without sacking someone. But then again, you scratch your head and you go, you've got 12 months now with a new coach, new coaching structure, definitely got different ideas around players and style, and also a pretty unproven international coach. This isn't a guy that Joe Schmidt's been to 2 World Cups as a head coach and an assistant with the All Blacks. This is a guy that's been as an assistant with the Irish on 2 occasions in 2011 and 2015. So there is a lot of question marks as to, is Les Kiss the right guy? He's got no silverware to speak of as a head coach, and that's the great concern when you're passing over these reins. And I would think that Rugby Australia are hopeful that in some capacity Joe Schmidt stays on in a consultant or whatever it might be, a director of rugby, but there's still probably another chapter or 2 to be written in this story.
Yeah, I think there's still. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, we've seen how a coach like Rassie can turn things around in 18 months, but 12 months before a World Cup, and with so much riding on that World Cup for Australian rugby, is a difficult one. Just turning to Cape Town now, because I suppose that's the other million-dollar question: is can they back it up? Because wounded Springbok, as we've all seen over the years, is quite a dangerous thing, and there's almost an expectant sort of thing around here about they're waiting for the backlash, as they call it. The backlash to get from last week. Just the thoughts from there. Do you think the Wallabies can back it up?
They've proven the Australian public and many other people close to the game wrong over the last month, haven't they? They've progressively got better over the last 4 test matches. So I think you'd be silly to write them off. It's going to be very difficult again. This is a 30-year. The last time the Wallabies won in Cape Town was back in 1992. So it's another kind of drought-breaking hoodoo that they've got to snap. I do subscribe to this idea that there is going to be a backlash. Like, let's be honest. A week ago, they had 13 entries to 6. They just couldn't finish the Wallabies off. And that was great scramble defence. It showed their maturity, their ability to get on the ball through Tom Hooper and Fraser McWright. But if some of those push passes don't, go to the ground, or if they just recycle, if the line-out transition is better, it's probably a different story. And so I don't think the Boks, they were definitely underwhelming, disappointing, inaccurate. In Rassie Erasmus's words, dog shit. But they're not a dog shit team, are they? And so I think everyone respects that they'll be able to, return serve. The question I've got is, you've just made 10 changes. Can an Andre Pollard immediately come in and it all click? Because it's been a little while since he's played, and there's some new combinations, obviously, like they've been there for years and years, but it doesn't always happen like clockwork when you're facing pressure that you haven't faced in a little while. So I think this Wallabies team is a pretty good one. Once again, I think you'll target Tom Robinson in the scrum, and that's one area I expect the Springboks to really target the Wallabies here, is go after the scrum and don't just allow like a Ben O'Keefe from last week and now James Dolman to allow the ball to be played at the back of the scrum when it goes down. There'll be a lot of pressure from that box front eight.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I think to me, this is a very important game because for the box, from the box side, because if they lose here, then it's not just one slip. There's certainly cracks that are starting to show. And I think that's the one thing Rassie's got away with. He's been able to rotate so many times and get away with it. I mean, last year when he went to Australia, he played virtually a second squad in the first game and basically got away with a good victory there. So there's certainly a bit of pressure on the box, and they're going to probably go back to type. We expect with the team that they've picked, we're not going to expect them to run everything like they did last week. And the weather's probably not going to allow it because it's been raining in Cape Town the whole week as well. So it's going to be a very interesting strategic game. But I think Rob Valentini coming back into the team makes the Wallabies a lot stronger. I'm very interested to see Corey Toole in the 15s game. I haven't seen much of him at Super Rugby, but I've seen him in sevens a lot, and he's certainly got pace. There are some concerns about his defence, though, if I'm right.
His defence has improved, and I'd say it's improved out of sight. He's gone from a tackle percentage of 64 last year to 68, and I know those numbers aren't that different, but he's made double the amount of tackles this year. So he's going much higher into contact, but also the way that the Brumbies use him is often as a bit of a shooter too. So, sometimes you do see him fall off tackles. The Hurricanes exposed him and Ryan Lonergan back in Super Rugby a few months ago, and that came off the back of a couple of giants running over the top of them. So I expect a bit of traffic to go down that way. They'll test him in the air. He's improved in the air, but he's nowhere near as consistent as a Kurtley Arenstar or a Cheslin Colby in terms of ensuring that they win possessions. So there's a couple of areas that the Springboks, I think, will certainly target the Wallabies. Clearly 4 locks, don't they have? They've got the bomb squad back. It's a 6-2 split. You're right, Rob Valentini will add a lot. And in many ways, I think this is actually the best back row right now. Tom Hooper, Fraser McWright, and Rob Valentini. It's very well balanced. It's got still Will Skelton and Nick Frost. So I love the makeup of this pack. But Tom Robinson's still unproven. He's back at his preferred position at loose head prop, not tight head. But how are these two 35-year-olds going to go once again? They were up to it, the challenge last week, but Nick White and James O'Connor, you've got to remember this is only his second test JOC in the last 3 years. And yes, he came up trumps last week, but I imagine he'll be tested in so many different ways this week. And we know the international game, it's such fine margins. So if the Springboks, their discipline is better, I expect them to be able to run away with it and put much more pressure on in the contact zone. That's the one area they've really got to fix. 10 penalties to 4. I know that there's advantages that are played and the box scored off the back, but they allowed the Wallabies to get back into the game last week through their poor inaccuracy and discipline there.
Yeah, I think that's the big, from the box point of view, there's a big question mark about are they going to be as loose again? We don't expect them to, but even if they go back, because they've been committing to this expansive style under Tony Brown, you're right. I mean, they haven't played many people, many good teams this year. And no disrespect to Italy and Georgia, but they're not in the same league as the Rugby Championship. And so there are question marks on both sides. And it's interesting because I think the Bok pack is probably this week a bit weaker without Sia and especially without Peter Steph du Toit. And when you've got two young locks, well, I say young locks, RG's still Arceus name on he's not young anymore, but he certainly hasn't started many tests for the Boks. He's normally on the bench. So there's a big emphasis on that bomb squad coming this week and to finish off the game with Eben and Whet and those type of guys there. Just your thoughts on the bomb squad. Do you think that's going to be the difference at the end of the day?
I think it absolutely will be. And you throw in the big body of Damien Diolande and there's giants across this entire field. I agree. I think it's the second half where the Springboks skip ahead of the Wallabies. So even if it's tight at half time, I think, yeah, they will be the difference. It's been the difference for the last few years, hasn't it? But Rassie has this unique ability to be able to inspire, to get a reaction out of the side. And I expect that you'll see a fair bit of that. But this Wallabies team's got belief and they've got finishers. This back three that they've got is lethal now. Max Jorgensen is going to be a world-class player into the future. He's already shown glimpses of that over the last 12 to 18 months. The midfield is still an area which is suspect for the Wallabies. Lenny Katau's really a 13 playing at 12, and Joseph Kusaswali played a lot at fullback this year, and even last week defensively, he shot up a couple of times, got beaten. It's an area he struggled at during the Lions series as well. So there's definitely areas at the Springboks when they show that expansive game, if they can get on the outside, I think they'll be really, really hard to stop.
Yeah, it's an intriguing game. I must admit, I'm looking forward to this. It's nice when there's something to talk about in these games as well, because a lot of the times they are a bit of a foregone conclusion as well. So it's always good when there's a bit of, especially now, just looking a bit further ahead to the rest of the Rugby Championship, because obviously this weekend's games takes all our focus, but you guys got the Pumas next, and they were a bit disappointing last week against the All Blacks, I must admit. But they are a bit of a dark horse. And last year, I mean, they had that one game that they really thumped the Wallabies just out of nowhere. Just your thoughts on those games, because they're coming obviously to Australia then next.
Yeah, well, Brendan, you're right. It's the most intriguing rugby championship we've had in at least a decade. And surprise, surprise, it's probably because the Wallabies are finally pulling their finger out, isn't it? The Boks and the All Blacks have been carrying this tournament. And then as a result, the tournament's lost some of its prestige. I will say, though, that 3 of the 4 semi-finalists from the World Cup last, in 2023, Southern Hemisphere sides, it undoubtedly produces the best teams, the best athletes, and the best performances come at the World Cup. Argentina's going to be a testy proposition for the Wallabies. They're like Australia, they're inconsistent, and they've got some game breakers, don't they? But both sides haven't been able to have the games where they're 3s or 8s on whatever given day, and you don't know which team will turn up. So Argentina could well bounce back against the All Blacks this weekend. I'd expect that they would be better. But then again, this All Blacks team's good, isn't it? Will Jordan is just one of the game's best players at the moment. Wallace Atiti's coming back via the bench. So that's an intriguing contest. But the other aspect to Argentina coming to Australia is that there's now an expectation on the Wallabies to win. They've just taken down the back-to-back world champs. They beat the Lions in Sydney. For the first time in a long time, there'll be a little bit of expectation around this Wallabies team. And then you throw in the fact that the World Cup draw is done right at the end of the year as well, off the back of the final game. So ranking points, status points are huge, and the Wallabies desperately want a top 6 position so that they can get a seeding for the World Cup, which is obviously being played in our backyard here in Australia in 2027.
I saw an interesting thing on Twitter the other day, that if the Wallabies win by 16 again, then they jump to 3rd on the world rankings, and the Boks drop to 6th. That's probably unlikely anyway, because Cape Town doesn't really produce big score lines. It's normally a grind down there on that wet pitch. But yeah, it's a fascinating way of how quickly the world rankings can change. And I think that's the danger for both sides as well. Sorry, just got a call coming in. Let me just turn it off. Sorry. I'll edit that out.
Oh, good.
Yeah, and I think just the last thing I want to ask you really is just for a prediction for this weekend, and you can put your Wallaby hat on and go for it if you want.
Well, those that listen to me and know my work will say that I'm a bit too negative and downbeat and pessimistic. Maybe that's because the Wallabies have won at 40% since 2015. So, you see some expectation. You want to jump on this bandwagon. I think there's an element of skepticism that's still hovering over my head at the moment. I think the Boks will bounce back, but I think it'll be another tight game. I think it'll come down to that last 15 minutes. So I would say that the Boks will win a 28-15 scoreline. But the Wallabies have shown that they can finish tries, and they haven't been able to do that for quite a while. And some of these game breakers, if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So either way, it's compelling viewing, and it's really pleasing to be able to talk positively about what the Rugby Championship is at the moment. What do you think, Brendan?
I think the Boks will probably win as well. I'm a bit worried. I tend to be try to be level-headed. I don't get carried away with these things, but I do see the dangers. I do think though Rassie and them are experienced enough, and there's enough experience in that team that they should know how to win a game like this. So my one concern is that we're going through this phase where we've got double World Cup winners are getting into their 30s, and some of them are falling off the pace a bit, and that might continue. And you see the difference between that and a Max Jorgensen when he gets the ball, and some of these guys. And I think that's the big worry from a Springbok perspective, is that the new generation, which there's a lot of talent coming through, is maybe not getting there fast enough, and the old ones probably regressing a little bit quicker than we expected. So I think that's the danger of the Boks, but I think they should still win it. I think the weather's probably going to play a lot into this one, and if it's going to be a grind, I expect the Boks will enjoy that probably more than the Wallabies. So
yeah,
and I think,
I think you're right. If I would say anything, it's that I think it's timed perfectly. You're midway through the World Cup cycle at the moment. There's still 2026 before you've really got to iron out in 27. I think it's timed really well now to work out who will make it through to that 27 World Cup. But you still want to have those couple of guys that have got that experience of the Willie LaRue's, who of course has pulled out late with the injury, but Fussie's a great player to come in. But I think the Boks are primed to go again. I think they're still the World Cup favourites come 2027.
Well, I obviously hope you're right, but it's going to be a very interesting game. And yeah, if you're wrong again and the Wallabies do win, I'm going to have to get you back next week to crow a bit about them, so and get and enjoy it a bit more. But Christy, thanks, man, and thanks for the time, man. And enjoy the game. I know it's early morning by you guys. I hope you don't lose too much sleep, and I hope it's worthwhile getting up for.
Plenty of black coffee. Cheers, Brendan.
Cheers, man. Thanks. Nothing more left to say other than to enjoy the game and hope you have a really good time, and I hope the Boks do well. We'll be back with some post-match analysis and a lot more in the coming weeks, so keep an eye on the channels. Hit the smash the subscribe button if you haven't already. Thumbs up if you can, and helps grow the channel as well. So thanks for watching. I'll chat to you soon. Cheers.